Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today is our it is our Brave Fencer Musashi 25th anniversary special today. We are celebrating the 25th anniversary. We're going to have a showcase of Brave Fencer Musashi and its sequel. Before we get into that, just a few quick announcements. Frame Fatales is Game Done... Something about all of the S's in this makes me not be able to say it ever. Frame Fatales is Games Done Quick's all-women online speedrunning community. The upcoming event, Flame Fatales, will run from August 13th to 20th. The schedule will be released July 6th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information. Also, if you missed out on any of our SGQ 2023 or our Juneteenth celebration, you can go check out the VODs over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. With all that said, I will hand it over to the runner in the commentary and let them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Rillick. This is my cat Skiff, who will star on stream until my hands need to go there to play the game. We will be doing Brave Fencer Musashi. I'm going to be spitting out a lot of information pretty fast at the start. There's a lot of tricks early on, but after about the first 20-25 minutes, things start to chill out a little bit. We can lore dump on y'all. This is a very fun game, very charming, and I hope you guys enjoy it half as much as we do.
I'm
Go ahead.
Eliza.
Yes. Go ahead.
I'm Eliza. I once upon a time ran this game. It's been a while, but it's a fun game. So,
And I'm Pleasantly Twisted, but I'm listed today as PT because that's too many letters for anyone to type. Oops. I am a really big fan of Brave Fencer Musashi and loved the game growing up, and am here to help add some color to the couch commentary.
I got jumpy and accidentally hit start, so now I've got to reset the game. My bad.
I was wondering why it went quiet. I was like, oh no, is this the moment that's happening? Did the stream crash? Are we all in danger?
The runner's thumbs got fat.
Oh, these things happen. It's just very excited to showcase any % Brave Fencer Musashi for the 25th anniversary. That's all.
All right. So conveniently, when we press start, Musashi just yells out, "Let's do it," and that's when time will start. So you guys just let me know when you're ready, and I can count us down.
Whenever you're ready, we're good.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Let's do it!
So, couple things, core mechanics that are going to be coming up here in the very first opening sections of the game. We've got like a chapter system, kind of like Paper Mario. There's 6 chapters. Chapter 1 is basically a tutorial chapter that we get through. And the most important thing out of Chapter 1 is going to be that we have a sword, this blue katana named Fusion. Fusion is basically what happens if you were to stuff Kirby into a katana. We can throw this thing at our enemies and then mash real hard, because the 90s did not like making games that were good for your hands, and absorb their powers. Because I stuck it in a guy who has a gun and shoots bullets, I now have the gun ability, where I shoot telekinetic bullets out of my little nubbin hands like that. Shoot down the log bridge, jump across, and we're just kind of running. We want to run down slopes and on flat surfaces, but we want to jump up hills. That's basically it for the core mechanics. Lore-wise, we just got isekai'd here and roped in, suckered into like going to get a legendary sword. Eliza and PT are going to cover me on the lore half of things.
It's true. It's very true. So I know you're going to go around here and shoot some of these pillars before we even see them on screen, and then you're just going to go around and hit some of these buttons while this guy tries very, very hard to zap you and miss every single time because he's a nerd that has bad aim. But yeah, Brave Fencer Musashi.
So he's a stormtrooper?
Possibly. Let's go with that.
He's doing his absolute best.
He's trying. He's trying very hard. But yeah, the core mechanics have already been covered. And yes, this is a game about a Musashi that looks a lot like a kid who is traversing through his now newly placed home, quote unquote, of all-you-can-eat kingdom. And for those of you who are unaware of it, the game is nothing but a massive food and drink pun. Just letting you know that right now.
So that spawned right on top of me, because if you accidentally do frame perfect jumps, the objects that are supposed to crush you won't spawn. And then but they're still like going around their path, and if you stop frame perfect jumping, they'll be right there to squish you.
Oh, that's not fair. That's not nice at all. We hate that for you.
So don't be too good at jumping there. It'll get you in trouble. Or be a TAS and never miss a frame perfect jump up.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got to be a TAS and just never.
I was going to say, more perfection. You're not TAS yet. What are you even doing?
I know.
So you're going to do some more frame perfect jumping here, right?
In theory. Not with the bats hitting me in the face like that. Normally, you would want to this would be a little like section where we would stop to farm some money for the sake of the run, but I don't like that route that uses that money. I'm going to try to get us in a route that doesn't need more than this 1,500 that we have right now through the early game. If I mess some things up, we will need a little bit more, but I've got a couple places to pick up some backup cash, so it's most certainly going to be fine. Even if I do need to go out of my way to farm a little bit, it won't waste more than a minute or two.
Can't believe you didn't shoot down the good luck Skelly.
That's because the good luck Skelly is good luck for you, but he stabs me in the back. Ooh. That Skelly and I do not get along.
Ooh.
Every time I shoot good luck Skelly, the run goes down the toilet.
Okay, all right. I'll allow it.
So you're supposed to take these guys' powers, which is to stun an enemy, and position them on this plate so that they are stunned. But you can also just make that happen and bait them into swinging at you for a little longer, and they'll stand there just long enough for you to go ahead and grab the legendary sword Lumina, the Sword of Luminescence. Also, quick little thing, when he falls here, his eyes are gonna coyote time hang like a Looney Tunes cartoon, and I love it. And then
There
fall
you go.
after him.
Yes.
I love all the little details that I learn every time I watch you do a run.
I think some of my favorite details of the entire game is the fact that Musashi's face is very animated throughout the entire game. So like you'll get another facial expression here as he's cheering, and then he realizes he is actually messed up, so it's time to go.
Our requisite Indiana Jones segment. One of two, actually.
Yup.
But the other one's kind of boring. We actually sleep through it, so this is the one to stay awake for.
I mean, this one's kind of boring too, because this one
Yeah.
proves that geometry doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a
you just,
suggestion. These are Bethesda boulders.
yeah. And then one of my favorite things about these boulders and a lot of the objects here is that they're large and they're like, oh no, I'm going to run into it. And then the boulders, you just kind of casually clip through and it's like, oh, what's a hitbox? Yikes. Okay.
Yep.
Never mind. I'm not worried about anything at all.
I would love to have the chance to showcase some of the optional voice acting in this game, but I will save it towards a cutscene at the end, depending on how our time's looking, because we have a long one at the end of the game that can highlight some good ones. But I'll be mashing through the early stuff.
It's okay. I've
although if
got
you
the good line
recognize-
from this one
Oh,
for
go
you.
ahead.
I'm Rutrick, and you're...
I don't remember his lines. I'm sorry. I mashed them.
It's okay. That's the only line that really matters. And use Lumina, because Princess Filet tells you to not be a dummy and just use your sword to put out fire.
Ma'am, you're named after a steak. Ma'am. Oh, so now we have our first boss of the entire game from the Thirst Quencher Empire attacking the All-You-Can-Eat Kingdom. Again, if you don't like puns, this game will attack you.
It's true,
Yeah.
because we're about to, after we're through here, go hang out in Grillin' Village.
Yeah, what was that review title that I found the other day? It was like,
Oh,
I'm
you're
feeling
being punished?
Yeah, you're being punished with air quotes around the pun. So yeah, this is our first boss. It kind of sets up most of the tech for how you fight bosses. You do damage to one part of the body, and then their core appears.
Apparently,
And
I
then-
only got one of those, so that was weird. Oh well.
Yeah, that was all strange.
And then the core goes away, you do more damage to the body, and then attack the core again.
And I will also use this to showcase. This is basically a little auto scroller sequence. I forgot to hit the core. I played this video game. We're good. When you do the swing attack here, it has iframes on it, so you can just tank this. This is basically an auto scroller, but you can very technically slightly speed it up by frames if you let the wrecking ball land as close to him as possible, because then it has less distance to travel on the return trip. You can also hit his head, but he will try to throw you off It doesn't actually do damage to the boss, but it's a little Easter egg. You can pop it like a zit. It's very funny.
I actually didn't know about that one in particular, so that is interesting. Just for the sake of being able to say you did it.
It's true. I didn't know about it in the early days of me running this game, and I was just like messing around in there because I'm like, oh, it's an auto scroll. I hit the head and saw damage numbers appear. I was like, what? Does this speed this boss up? And then I had the news broken to me by people who know more than I do.
Oh. So he's deleted now. We don't have to worry about him no more.
It's true. We lifted a boulder roughly 10 times our size and probably 100 times our weight. And by boulder, I mean wrecking ball. And dropped it on him.
And then fell asleep because all of that is very tiring.
Yeah, I mean, I'd fall asleep too picking up something that heavy. So we're in chapter 2 now. We're going to be introduced, because it's not in chapter 1, to one of the core mechanics of this game, which is a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour clock cycle. The shops in the village are open on certain days of the week within certain hours of the day, and we have to route a lot of our money and a lot of our time and objectives around making sure that we can hit those windows to be where we need to be when we need to be there, so we're not waiting on a place to open or showing up right after it closes and wasting a lot of time that way. So the first thing we're gonna do is get to town and run straight to the inn and take another nap, because that boulder was really heavy. We're still tired.
I mean, it was a really big boulder. It was only like, what, about 6 or 7 times your size, give or take?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason we do that is there in the top left, you can see the guy. We need to go up that path, but he won't let us before a certain time of day. So we just need to advance. When we sleep, it'll be for 8 hours. We need to advance the clock so that he's gone to bed for the night and we can sneak past.
He's just trying to keep us safe. We are a kid after all.
It's true.
You are, in fact, a small child.
He's the only responsible citizen in this town.
So
he really is.
One of my favorite things about the way that they talk about characters in this game is also the way that the adults talk to you. Absolutely garbage. Just dreadful. Because you go to buy your inn, and if you're playing casually, you'll see that like the prices will indicate, oh, this is an ugly room. And you're like, wow, you just called it that. Just an ugly room. And it's just like, you're just a kid. Just go to the ugly room. It's like, oh, okay, my bad.
So we're coming up on the first major trick. It saves like 15 to 20 minutes, depending on who you ask. We're going to go, I know I said we needed to go past where that guy was, but first we have to throw Kirby into a flower to steal. I mashed that a little early. We're good. I made it far enough. To steal his ability, Hop. We will now bounce on our Kirby sword like a pogo stick, and props to his like core strength and his spine for not snapping into. Do you see the posture on this pogo hop? Mm-hmm. Feet in the air, bent like a J. This man, this child, ridiculous. But there's like 5 pieces of legendary armor. We're off to go get our first one. We're skipping a whole side quest where we free a man from some stockades and like rescue his dog. None of that. I will need some quiet on the next screen though, just as a heads up.
Okay.
All right, we got it. So we have to cancel our jump on the same frame that we land. You want to hear the squeak and see the smoke cloud. And if you do that and hold X, then you get to store the hopper's jump height, but keep Musashi's running speed, and he'll just automatically jump off the next ledge you run off of. And we can use that to go to that L belt, or go grab that brace out of that box and not have to do a lumberjack quest and rafting minigame and a bunch of other nonsense.
Also,
he's not the rafting minigame. It's the worst.
Also, someone in chat said that your run isn't valid because you didn't fall into the water on your way to hop.
Thank you, Serene. Thank you. Yeah, I missed the validation water. All right, we gotta sleep for... Place opens... The pawn shop appraises random items you find, but it opens at 11 a.m., so we needed to sleep some more. It's now 10:30. We're just gonna go camp out outside his door, like we're waiting for a midnight release of a game. Open up.
Look, I want you in his shop because you're gonna
You're gonna ask him
Connor
to do
doesn't want
stuff.
you in there to make fun of it. Yeah, you're gonna ask him to do stuff.
You're gonna ask him to do stuff. He's like, I don't want to work. But I believe that gave you what, the L brace?
Yes, that is the L brace. We can now climb specific walls, which we're going to go use to. For those of you who did play this game as kids, you probably remember Steamwood because it traumatized every child. We don't do
Every
Steamwood.
child.
We don't do any Steamwood, first or second. And that's actually why I started running this game. I saw that we got to skip Steamwood, and I was like, I'm learning that just for my own sake. And it turned out it was like the hardest trick in the game to learn. And it only saves 5 minutes, but I've never done Steamwood since, and I'm never looking back.
Steamwood was rough though. For people in chat who aren't aware, the Steamwood segment requires you to do a bunch of puzzles and other nonsense in the Steamwood with a lot of things where it's, as you would expect, shooting steam at you. And it's just, the music is very aggressive. The steam is very angry. There's lots of
You're on a
puzzles.
timer that like is a game over.
You're on a timer. Platforming is not actually that great in this game.
Yeah,
And it's a lot of platforming.
Yeah, we're on the PS1 tank controls, so it is a lot. But before we talk about any more things, let's talk about how you skipped this guy who wanted you to stay put.
Yes, so now that we have the L brace and can climb that wall, there's a jump you can make to just zip behind him, wedge yourself in the right spot, and Musashi will just slide on past. And now we don't have to worry about what time of day it is anymore. For that thing, at least. We still have plenty of other places to worry about what time of day it is.
Plenty of other times.
Yes.
All right, so we're coming up on Steamwood. This has a very, hopefully I don't have time to explain all of the intricacies of the trick, but I can go into the detail to fill the time if this goes poorly. But basically we've got some coin flips to make, and hope for the best in a lot of scenarios with a very specific setup. I want to kill these guys. There we go. I wanted that Lumina level. And I also want that silver coin. That saves our money problem. All right. Come on,
I mean, just go to
platforms.
church
We
before
want to-
midnight and you don't have money problems anyways.
I'm not gonna be awake before that.
All right. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, nope, messed it up. So we're trying to like climb a specific setup, jump at the end at a certain spot, pause buffer for a specific frame where we'll then jump back, and more pause buffers to get the right. That looks goodish. There we go. That was it.
Nice.
Perfect. Got a
GG.
second
Very
try.
nice.
We'll take that.
Yeah. Flashing light warning coming up.
Oh, yes, thank you. Also, a very delightful sound effect for a random reason. When he grabs the scroll, which is also an orb, as you'll notice in a second, it makes a really funny squeaky noise.
It does. It's great.
It's great. Phantom Saber is asking, how does this trick work? Basically because the game doesn't really know how to geometry. So sometimes if you hit just the right spot, when it pushes you off, it still gives you a full jump. And then
Yeah.
you can just kind of exist where you shouldn't.
Yeah, once you have the L brace, if you jump at 90-degree angles perpendicular to the climbable walls and swing a weapon while you're still holding the jump button down, he will like do a weird glitchy wall jump. And we kind of exploit that. That specific setup lets us get the 90-degree angles in a spot where you don't have good control over the camera. It's like constantly swinging with Musashi's position, pretty dynamic, but it just works out that setup lets us do it. And then if you're wedged in a certain point on a scalable wall like that, it'll just kind of give it to you. Oh no. So I was trying to skip that text that tells me like, this is a Bencho field, but I kept whiffing. So, oh well, we'll never have to see that text
This
again
is a
anyway. It
Bencho
only ever
field.
shows up on the first one. A lot of the villagers have been trapped in these green diamonds by the Thirst Witcher Empire, and we're supposed to, there's like 35 of them that you can save throughout the game. We're saving 3. Normally you need to save like 10 or 12 or something for like a casual playthrough that's doing just the bare minimum, but like we cheat. We only need 3, and that was
We
one
only
of them.
need 3.
I regret to inform you, unfortunately, that at your earliest convenience, your cat has left.
Oh, my cat has left. You are correct. All right, now you guys are stuck with me. I hope I pointed that in the good direction. That's some chin. Hey. We're killing it.
Fantastic. Love a good multitasker. Casually speed running and also adjusting stream setup. It's almost like you stream on twitch.tv.
Occasionally. This brought me out of retirement. I hadn't played the game in like 5 months before I got the DM asking if I wanted to do this.
Fair enough. Very, very fair enough.
The last, Eliza, for the sake of context, the last, I started just running against my last completed run splits to D-Rust, and the first one was against the race we did where I died to Ant Queen and reran the game from that point. So I had a plus hour 20 minute. I
forgot about that race.
I had a plus hour and 20 minute Ant Queen split, so I managed to beat that one. That was satisfying. All right, our next trick, I need to. There's a lot of weird tech. I have a second controller on because the game drops inputs without it. We run on PS3. We can get into that later, but I need to do very specific jumps.
Very specific, higher than normal jumps at that.
We will absolutely take that.
Nice.
Let's go.
So we got up there.
Second try.
That's what we wanted.
Oh, first try,
Yeah.
first and a half try, something like that.
First and a half try. You didn't have to go
First
back to
and a
the
half.
tree.
Oh,
So this church is supposed to be a cutscene that you're supposed to come into in chapter 3. So if you're remembering, we're still in chapter 2, but we were like, nah, we're gonna do chapter 3. And you're supposed to come in between 2 a.m. and like stay in there until like 6 a.m.
but if you get there
go
before
in-
midnight, yeah, go ahead. Sorry,
Yeah. If you go in before midnight or after 6 a.m., then you just skip all of it and they just die. Because the sun's totally out at like 11:30 or whatever time you made it in.
Yep, it basically is like, oh, is it before 7 a.m.? Well, 11:45's not before 7 a.m., so you're good. But yeah, we don't do Sculpion. I saw a couple people in chat asking about glitching into that fight. We just don't. We skip Sculpion. Never has to happen. We're in chapter 3 now. A lot of the routing in this game is like Paper Mario speedrun-esque, if you're familiar with that. We bounce between chapters for different triggers. Now we have to get out of the church, though, because normally you're supposed to have double jump at this point, but we don't. So we have to do some precise jumps. There it is. Scroll swapping, for whatever reason, lets you stick landings on things that you shouldn't be able to stick landings on. So we have to use that scroll swap to get out of there.
Yeah, we just called it alternate double jump. That's fine.
Yeah.
And we take a quick nap because, as stated before, places open and do stuff at certain time frames. But in this particular case, we're going to see a gentleman come out that is definitely not who you remember being in there.
Yeah, this restaurant opens at midnight, so I got there a little early, and we got to take a nap. I'm so glad that Trebuchet went well. That trick, by the way, is my favorite trick name in any speedrun that I'm familiar with. Tree-boosted church entry is what we call the early church entrance there, Trebuchet for short, and I love that.
I love that as well. Oh my god.
But that restaurant opens at midnight, and we got there at like 2100, so we had to take a little snooze. I saw somebody asking what about how we did the church entry. If you are jumping off of like a tree or a climbable wall, ooh, voice crack there. Hello, puberty again. You have a unique jump property, and you can retain it if you do frame perfect jumps. So we have to do 4 frame perfect jumps in order to get the height we need to get into that church roof, and then doing the weird pause buffer for a specific frame into the scroll swap to stick the landing, and that loading zone is just always there on the roof, and it'll always be there. You can do this later, go back in like chapter 5 and just use double jump to get in.
Listen for footsteps.
Yes, thank you. And you'll be back in chapter 3. You'll go through that cutscene again, and depending on when and how you do it, you might soft block yourself because you can't progress the game anymore because the triggers to get back to the chapter you were in have already been cleared and they don't reset.
So yeah, in that section, so we call this the dark maze because a bunch of the rooms are dark and there's a pit of spikes that you have to jump over. So I was reminding Rillick to listen for the steps so that he knew how close to the pit he was and could jump at the right time.
And I do appreciate that because I was off in my own little rambly world, so thank you for the reminder.
Yup.
There is Runic. Perfect Endings record, I think, is like a little over 3.5 hours long for open currently. I don't know if anybody can double check me on
short?
that.
I don't
am
think it's
already
that-
on the case. I will go ahead and look for you.
It's like, did we get it down that fast? Like,
For open,
let's
I think
see.
currently has a sweep on all of the categories.
You are correct in your assessment. We have perfect ending Brave Fencer Musashi at 3 hours, 57 minutes, and 12 seconds with an in-game time of 3 hours and 32 minutes.
okay.
Whew, that's a lot of gameplay.
It's a lot of gameplay.
That's a lot of gameplay.
It is. Yep, it sure is. That's why I only run an 8%. I don't have the time or attention span. So this room's very, very silly because you can just hold a straight line for most of it and be perfectly fine, despite the like seams of spikes on either side of you. If you just hold up, you'll thread the needle.
So right now we're going through the 4 different parts of this restaurant dungeon to unlock a door that you have to defeat the 4 eyes to unlock the door for whatever reason. And we're trying to get the treasure that's there because we didn't learn any of this from skipping everything. So normally when you come down here, you run into the restaurant owner who is like, yo, so I bought this restaurant and then like went into the basement because I heard there was treasure. And then, you know, he's just kind of chilling for the rest of it because he's in a basement dungeon and doesn't know what to do.
And in doing so, he released a plague of vampire zombies known as Vambies on the town above.
Yes.
So now we're using our Kirby sword to steal bowling balls from these plants because we need to go bowling.
Love the image art for that, by the way. It's like one of my favorite in the game. Just casual bowler.
It's so
Yeah.
good. And I'm not even, you can see on the bottom right, the name of the power is just bowl. Not even a cheeky, like, we're calling it bowling because it looks like, no, it's canonically, we're just bowling.
Yeah, it's literally bowling.
More Indiana Jones, but we're just gonna, our face was a little cold and not full of enough holes, so we're just gonna take those arrows right to the dome.
I mean, eventually that turns into more health over time, so it's kind of a net win if you really think about it. Hard.
Yes, right, that reminds me. So every hour that passes in game, we get 4 health back and lose 4 BP, which is basically like our mana. That might be a little to the right. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not again.
Oh.
Okay. There we go. That'll work.
And this is the biggest reason you have the bowl, because there's literally not one, but 2 puzzles like this in the run where you have to bowl through some Vambies. Sorry, I was going to say Zambies. Vambies in order to make progress.
Yes, and if we get lucky and happen to get a strike, which is entirely RNG dependent, there are setups that make it consistent in that if the RNG's on your side, you'll get a strike, but there's no consistent way to manip the RNG to always get a strike that we have found yet. And many of us have tried. If you get a strike, it gives you a whole bunch of extra experience and level ups, which is something we haven't really got into with this game, is the level up system. But there is level routing. Experience is based on, like, you'll see me randomly swinging my sword at things, and all the Indiana Jones section to nap through, because each slap gives so much experience, and we'll want those to reach certain damage thresholds for a boss later on. So the level routing is kind of built into these weird, seemingly unnecessary movements you might see me doing.
I was going to make a comment about that too for later, how you are also very purposely hitting enemies as you're routing to start building up some of that level up for your Lumina specifically.
Fusion is almost worthless as far as damage goes. That's the right throw for a strike. Nope, didn't get the RNG for it. Oh well.
Yep. Bambi's being rude.
They were.
So this is our 3rd and final villager that we save out of 35 because we're sorry.
We can collect them in the post game. It's fine. Nobody needs to know what happens when I turn the stream off. I just go and rescue all the other villagers.
Yeah, exactly.
They're fine.
They're fine. They're safe. They're just sleeping.
So that is 2 rooms down, 2 to go. So far, things are going pretty smoothly in basement here. Oh. But yeah, we took a nap on that like first sliding platform thing because we can get a little bit of health back there, and also for whatever reason, you get a freebie on that first like crushing piece of ground. It doesn't do anything to you. All the others will just kill you. It doesn't matter how much health you have, you just immediately die. But that one's a gimme, so we sleep for it since it's pushing us along anyway.
Sometimes you need a good dungeon nap.
Oh yeah. Exactly. Restaurant Dungeon is one of the longest sections of the game. You need as many naps as you can.
Mm-hmm. So, similar to the hopper that we did to get the brace at the start of the game, I can't do this. You can store jumps for just like regular jumps using a pause menu and a scroll swap to make precise jumps like that happen. And we use them for certain setups to skip parts of this section of dungeon. That's a little early. There we go. Please be kind, bats. I think we're good. All right. There's like a very specific section of ground we want to aim for there that's got a certain setup. It's like PS1 weird geometry, sub-pixel dependent. It's weird. That setup works, and otherwise it's like a 50-50 shot of whether or not you're making that jump. So I'm glad that that setup exists. I used to lose so many runs to that before I knew that.
I was going to make a comment about the tired meter at the bottom too. That's another reason we take some naps, because as you progress through the game, Musashi gets tired, and as he gets tired, he kind of starts sucking a lot, actually.
Yes, slows down, does less damage. I think he does less damage. Yeah, tired. We do not want to be tired.
I think it's less crit percentage.
Okay, but he moves very slowly.
So slow.
Yeah, like he will actually go down to a slog.
So in this section, we're supposed to be grabbing the ability from those ghosts to see where the path is, but the path is always the same. So we just have the paths memorized.
Yes. And you can't see it because it's a dark room, obviously, but there's like spikes on like all around me there. If I mess up that full room very slightly, I'm just eating spikes and respawning at the top and having to try again.
Also, we got a couple people in chat saying that the more tired you are, the more crit you get.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Poison. It is. Yep.
Yeah.
It works like poison. You're right.
But also, because it works like poison, that crit doesn't apply in like Kojiro's arena coming up.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't use like poison or tired to have a better crit rate on Kojiro as much as we might love to do that.
So you just finished your third room.
Yes, one more to go, which has one of my absolute soundtracks in the game.
Mm-hmm. I'll just go ahead and say it plainly for everyone. I am so excited for the Frost Palace because that is my favorite soundtrack of the game, and the boss music is a banger, in my opinion, at least.
I don't think you can have a bad take on which is the best soundtrack or song in this game. They're all amazing.
This is very true.
They're all freaking amazing.
Pretty true.
So this was also the first game that the composer had done for Square Enix. So they came off of like Squaresoft at the time came off of making FF7 with its banger soundtrack, and was like, let's get somebody else to do this one because we need to work on Final Fantasy VIII still. Mm-hmm. So
I feel like
we got this banger soundtrack.
I feel like this was just the era of like good tracks too for them, because this is also not too far from the Parasite Eve era of music as well, and that OST goes pretty hard. Sorry, I accidentally turned this into the music segment.
Oh no, it's a good section to be the music segment. You probably saw me pause there and were like, what's he doing? I was looking at my level up values in the menu because they're in the top right square, trying to see where Lumina was at and whether or not I wanted to try and swing at enemies to get a level up before our next boss fight. Or I guess first real boss fight, that's not the tutorial. Because there's no rollover XP in this game. When the boss gives us experience and we hit a level up, if we were 2 away, then we get 2 experience from the boss and the rest is just trashed. It cuts you off, it does not roll over to put it towards the next level. So you want to try to hit level ups right before you go into a boss fight, if possible.
Also, one of my favorite details of this game is how unserious it takes itself, because you have all the puns. Oh, hang on, we have to jump through the guillotines area.
Oh, you're good, you can talk.
Yes.
You're totally fine.
You have all the puns, you have all the replacement of everyone being a food or a drink, but then you also have things like flying Vambies, where their way of flying is quite literally just flap their arms really hard, and they're up there with the bats. It's one of my favorite little details, and you'll see that all throughout the game too, where it's just like, no, this is a game for fun. I mean, I guess it's serious-ish, kind of, but no, we're here for fun.
We're here for fun.
This is one 90 as heck video game, and I love it.
Oh my god. What a great time to be a Squaresoft fan. Hi. Well, pan, depending. Never mind. I'm just gonna drink my water.
So
For Phantom, it's mostly for Ant Queen and somewhat Ben later, but mostly Ant Queen. She's got very specific levels we want her to hit for damage thresholds to get her core exposed.
yeah, the core damage is the same regardless of what level it is, but the damage to the actual boss prior to the core changes depending on your level. And then, yeah, the bosses in Chapter 6, it vaguely somewhat helps.
Oh, you think it's a Sonic game now? Look, everyone knows Musashi looks like Sonic the Hedgehog. This is known.
Wait.
What I never hear enough people talk about is the rival character we'll see shortly, Kojiro. He's just Knuckles. You can't tell me otherwise. They knew what they were doing.
Oh, yeah, no, he's definitely Knuckles. But can we also just talk about the fact that this is also a Kingdom Hearts game? Because the team that made this game went on to make Kingdom Hearts, so, you know.
And also
Kingdom Hearts
Samurai
fans,
Legends, the sequel to this, they just gave everybody 3 belts that was early
I was
Kingdom
just
Hearts
about to
aesthetic.
say, if we can't talk about the belts, then what was the point? It's the belts and the zippers every time.
yo,
If you see, real quick, I'm jumping around those bottles because the first 2 bottles in there, the first time you enter them, Musashi's like, weird, looks like somebody's been down here, because the restaurant manager's supposed to be there. It's just like a one-time text box, like a 3-second time lost landmine that you want to try to avoid.
Someone did ask, I don't know if this got answered, might be follow-up to the Ant Queen conversation. Is it relevant for Phase 2 last boss for the gem damage?
Phase 2 last boss. No.
No.
Last boss is fixed damage
Okay.
amounts. Yeah, anytime you're hitting like a glowing weak point gem type thing in this game, it's a fixed value. Oh, I didn't shop earlier?
No, you didn't.
I did that jealous? What was I thinking?
You're just a gamer.
yo, you just did that jealous. You're a gamer.
You're a gamer.
All right, sure. No wonder I seem to have more money than I thought I should at this point.
Someone else just asked, why do you prefer poison for Ant Queen?
Because tired makes you move so slow, and we can get poison right before we do the minecart minigame to get there, rather than try to route when we want to be sleepy by and have mistakes throw off the timing. Poison's just real easy to make happen. And we also want to sleep throughout the Ant Queen fight to advance the time of day for what we need to do immediately after, and that would make us not sleepy.
Just for the sake of it, because it is something that's happening, we're just bypassing this entire puzzle nonsense and saying, but what if we just float it to the box we needed and we're gonna leave?
Yes, anytime you double jump in this game, if you swap scrolls afterward, it resets that double jump flag and you can just do it again.
Oh, hey, look, another scroll orb.
Flashing light warning.
Really, because I don't know the answer to this. Shawnee's asking why the second controller is needed on PS3.
Okay, so for PS2 and PS3, for whatever reason, I can't explain why, we just know it does. It doesn't let you, like, mash as well as you can. It drops inputs with very a lot of consistency, and I accidentally discovered one day that having a second controller plugged in allows it to, I guess, have a higher input buffer. I don't know if that's because the emulation they run for PS1 games, they capped like the input buffer, but if you're playing a multiplayer game, they wanted to make sure it was increased, so if it detected two controllers, it upped it. That's my like running theory, but we don't have anybody who knows for sure. And for a while it was like my tinfoil hat theory, and we didn't have a way to prove it until someone in the community conveniently had a turbo controller and was able to have it mash start as fast as possible. And there was a very obvious difference in how quickly you could pause and unpause or mash a power with a turbo macro controller.
Right, so now we just got the water scroll, so we have a new ability. It basically, the way the entire game is set up is you get a scroll and then you use that scroll to defeat the boss. So you have to get that scroll before you can go to the boss. So now we're sleeping so we can get back into the restaurant and then go fight the boss. We also got what's called the L Vest, which is an optional piece of armor that makes it so that your charge up for abilities goes faster, which is very helpful. It makes it so that you can more quickly defeat bosses.
Yes.
It's really rude if they close the door on you.
It is. It opens at midnight, closes and then proceeds to open and close in 15-minute intervals every bit after that. So I tried to make the cycle to get in at the midnight opening and not have to wait, but we didn't do it. For those familiar with the game, you probably are like, he didn't do the Bell side quest to like get the angel statue that he needs to insert into this door. How's he going to get to the boss? And to that I say, I don't see a door. I don't know what you're talking about.
Doors are optional.
Doors are optional sometimes.
Yeah. Honestly, in this game, there are more suggestions than anything.
Except for the three-eyed door.
That is
the one door that is a door.
It's our grail, currently. We'll get to the three-eyed door. Y'all will see.
Yeah, so right now we're doing a bunch of double jumps to get through faster, because platforming.
Everyone wave to the Vambies that are in lava on fire. Just kind of vibing.
Just vibing.
I mean, I live in Arizona. That feels like my current vibe.
Ugh. I hate that for you because that's very toasty, but it's at least dry, I think.
True.
Yeah, I was going to say dry.
It is. Yeah. It is dry. It's better than when I used to live in Nashville. That's where I grew up. And I will take this dry heat over that.
So we're just kind of creatively using the geometry to jump across things.
Keep slapping. I'm going to take a second to slap this guy. Perfect. I only needed one more. Delightful. Nice. I was talking about how I was trying to get a Lumina level before this boss, and then I just forgot.
Kind of just hung out for a second. Also love all the ways that they give you the world's most obvious sign posting that you're going to a boss.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, another optional door.
Yeah, this split is called Pretend Doors in my splits.
I mean, it's very fitting.
The bowling one is Musashi Strikers. Courtesy to whoever it was in my chat that renamed that many moons ago. This is the only boss I usually feel like bad about, because like we just kicked this guy's front door in and they're like, hey, hold up your roof while I beat you.
It's especially the part where you kick in the door and he's trying to react. He's like, hey, what are you? And then he proceeds to hit his head. And it's like, yeah, well, I'm just going to take your stuff now if that's cool. So this kind of goes back
to... I mean your life.
Yeah, this is true. So this kind of goes back into what we were talking about with the scrolls being immediately for a boss that you're fighting. You can see that he has like a little fire spirit, except for when he's blue, you can't do much about that. And you're going to use your water scroll to make a very handy dandy water bubble that conveniently kind of just like spits water on him until he gets his core out. And as talked about earlier, that is flat damage. When you hit the core, it is going to take an exact, I want to say 1/3 amount.
Yes, it is 1/3 for this boss. Some bosses have more cycles, but usually until the late game though, the final bosses. We've got, this thing likes to kind of go all over the place. If you played it casually, you're like, man, this is, he's going off script. Cool. We got a demonstration of what I was talking about. He likes to do his own thing. We've got like setups and manipulations to try and make him behave, but if you messed any of those up for any length of time, he is just gonna do whatever he feels like, and you're gonna have to like it. All right, we got the... It was honestly ideal. Thanks for popping my bubble for me. You can't swing Lumina to hit the core if you still have the bubble power, so you either have to swap scrolls to cancel it out or wait for the bar to finish out on its own. So he just kind of did us a favor there.
It's very convenient that him being fire running into your bubble is still like, oh right, water is still bad for me.
All right, so now we've got a Mario Party minigame that we're not going to play. This is part of why we got the L-Vest, is it lets us just charge up the bubble in time to tank each of these hits. And because we have a water shield, we take no damage from it.
Timing exercises. Kind of makes you wonder about if he's got this whole spirit thing. It's like, so wait, you could have just sent this spirit like the entire time? What are we doing? Sir.
Nice. That was a very clean
It was.
Relic Keeper.
Phase 2 went a little off the rails, but I'll happily take that.
I mean, you know, it's phase 2. Phase 2 is the one most likely to,
Yeah,
but
exactly. I'll take that. Not sad at all. Whew.
so that's the end of chapter 3. Because we skipped the end of chapter 2 by going into chapter 3 but in the church, so...
Yes. And yeah, we got an extra Lumina level there that we would not have gotten if I hadn't taken time to give that Bambi an extra couple slaps.
And now, lore, where Thirst Quencher is just like, curse him, and then you just kind of continue doing Musashi things.
Your Saturday morning cartoon villain cutaway scene. It's a little early. We're gonna... Trying to think. I do have to come back to... Okay, yeah, after I come back, I can go get at least one gel for Frost Palace. I really don't want to do Frost Palace gel-less.
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say Frost Dragon Jealous is scary.
Yeah, I don't wanna put myself or chat through that.
I believe it's time for more hopping that's coming up.
In a moment, yes. We'll be doing the same kind of thing we did to get the L brace, except this time we're doing it to jump over a giant slug. You normally have to go through this like whole side quest and like stop the village from burning down to get rock salt, because it is a giant slug, so the rock salt you pour on it and it shrinks the slug and it gets out of your way, or you can just hop over it and it's fine.
Things we don't have time for. Side quests. What are we, RPG players? Absolutely
I do my
absurd.
best not to be.
So yeah, here's the giant slug that if
I
you're
got the bad one, but I get not the one that
You
didn't
got
work.
first
It was
try.
good enough
Yeah.
to get
So,
through.
yep.
I will take it.
Let's say that's the big slug that I remember being a child playing this game, and for the longest time I was like, I don't know what slug they're talking about, because I thought it was a rock.
It's both.
And I was
both.
like, oh, that's God. Okay, that's the slug. Got it.
So the other thing you'll notice is we can use these little circles on the ground to do certain things after we've defeated bosses, based on which boss we've defeated.
Flashing light warning.
Oh, I'm sorry. We've all been bad about that, because I looked and I was
Yep.
like, oh no, I forgot again. But this is the best scroll face, because it just looks like a
It's
sad
the
face.
best scroll face.
It looks like Brick Road from Earthbound. Just his face in the wall of the dungeon.
All right, now we're coming up on Knuckles.
Yes, everyone say hi to Kojiro/Knuckles, who's talking about like he had to put on his sunglasses during that sequence because the lights were so bright.
I love the appreciation of the scroll in chat. It's just such a
Same.
good face.
So you would think, like, oh, we just got the fire scroll. Surely that's what you want to use on this mini boss we have to do. No, it's a trap. Don't do it. You'll be here for hours. He's got like certain window openings every time he attacks with like the bird or the shockwave. You get one hit. Each tick of fire does 8 damage. You'll be here all day. You just want to use the normal version and do spin attacks. They're the quickest way to get through this. Kojiro is behaving
Kojiro.
great for me right now. Usually he likes to give me an entire like Olympic gymnastics floor routine.
I was gonna laugh if he started one right there as you were saying that.
I was ready for it too. It's like, see, you cursing yourself.
You cursed it.
Yeah, but
Right.
I like kind of wanted him to just for the demonstration.
Fair. So this part, we had Hop to jump up high enough to get over the slug coming in, but we don't have any way to get Hop. So how do we get back out?
The princess uses Peach's side B from Super Smash Brothers to ram us through here with her booty,
Yup.
ideally.
All right, princess.
I was like,
Come
she's
on.
being stubborn
I
because
didn't
she's
do
being
it.
called out.
I've got a superstition. All right, thicker than oatmeal, white as a barge. Thicker than oatmeal, white as a barge. Work. I swear it
Nope.
works. Oh,
I believe in you,
It's because
princess.
you skipped it to start.
oh, come
I
on,
believe
princess.
in you. She can do it.
Princess, you can do it.
This is why
Do
you're
it,
here. We love you, princess. We appreciate your hard work and dedication to this run. That's why you're definitely gonna booty scoot us through here any moment now. Any second
moment.
now.
Just give
So
us some
close.
Princess Peach action here.
Please. Oh my god, I just realized that was clever. It took me like an extra half second to process that.
There we go.
There we go. Thanks. Thanks, Princess.
All right, so those 3 mercenaries we saved from the Green Bincho Fields all game, the only reason we did that was so that we could talk to them here. There is what equates to the Lost Woods from Zelda sequence, but it doesn't work all the time. Until we talk to these 3 mercenaries at this specific point in the game, it's just like a forest with some enemies in it that you can run through, but like doesn't take you anywhere. Doing this makes it the Lost Woods so that we can reach the next dungeon.
I've always been really impressed at how excited this guy is, and the way that he talks, his emphasis is just all over the place. Because if you look at the text boxes, it's black text, and then red is like, this is important. And his is just like every 5 letters. It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
Meatloaf is because food, everyone's named after food. That's Meatloaf. This is which one's this?
Pot Rose?
I
Maybe?
think
I don't know.
Pot Roast is the
Is Pot Roast the last
no,
one?
Pot Roast is the last one.
Okay. You know,
Oops.
it's Mercenary B.
It's fine.
So we have to talk to each of these mercenaries because they give us the pieces of the puzzle that we need to solve the Lost Woods. And the pieces of the puzzle have to do with shogi pieces. So if you don't know anything about shogi and you don't have the path memorized, there is a book in the game that you can go read that will teach you about shogi so that you can actually figure this out without the internet.
Also,
which my 12-year-old brain was far too smooth to do, so we still just used the internet.
Yeah, for sure.
also the
Just
missing,
because you can doesn't mean we did.
also the missing mercenary chat got us covered. His name is Stu.
Thank you. That one
Okay,
was
thank
Stu.
you, chat.
Oh, there's also, I wish we got to save them for this. You do for Perfect Ending, but there are musicians who, when rescued and talked to at the palace, actually change the palace music as they layer their instruments into the palace soundtrack, which I think is just a really cool touch.
Also, we were talking about favorite pieces of music earlier. The Lost Woods, specifically on the way to Frost Palace, is one of my favorite pieces.
I liked it a lot until I couldn't unhear the fact that it sounds like a goose for the bass.
That's because it's a bassoon.
It's a goose. They're just squeezing that poor animal.
Yes. Yes, that is what a bassoon sounds like. The oboe is a duck pipe, and the bassoon is a goose pipe.
I've always liked this track too when it's in the night version because you have the night iteration of it plays as well.
Yeah.
So there's a safe way to do what we need to do next. And then there's what we're gonna do. I can't aim things. We want this guy's power, and we're gonna play a little Toho here for a second. All right, we made it. We want this guy's power for a section in the upcoming dungeon. Normally you want to use the hoppers to get over this, but instead we're gonna make a really tight multi-jump. Ideally. Hopefully I
Ideally.
hold true.
Oh wait, I'm so goofy.
There we go.
There you go.
The person who gave us the name of the villager, that's Power Forge. He runs PE.
Yes, Power Forge
Oh,
is...
yeah.
is one of the PE runners.
He's the one who answered the
perfect
villager
ending.
question.
Thank you.
Apologies, I'm goofy sometimes. I just be reading.
All right, our path, for anyone curious, is left, up, up, right, up, left, and then up 4 more times.
Hang on. Serena's pointing out, did you buy gel?
Yes, I did
Yes.
buy gel.
Okay. I had to spot check that because I've been trying to do back and forth, catch questions and all that good stuff for you so that we don't have to have you keep reading them. But I looked and I was like, oh no, I don't know if you bought gel. Help.
No, I appreciate the check. Serene keeps me honest and trolls my chat.
It's the same. Do you have a...
Couldn't do runs without her.
But how far are you? Do you have an emote that is just a gel at this point, or no?
No, not yet. Usually gels aren't the meme. I've got a few. We've got Relic Keeper crying for a not like this. Let's see. Shout outs coming up to my favorite menu in the game. Whatever developer programmed the menu right before and right after Frost Palace is my best friend, even if they don't know I exist. It is the only menu in the game that you can't press circle or triangle to mash your way down to the bottom option mindlessly. The bottom option sends you back to before the forest entrance. You could just accidentally mash your way into having to do the Lost Woods again, but they programmed it so that you have to intentionally press down to go do that. And I love them for it.
Oh, that not like this is real good. That's real good.
Shoutouts to, I've seen her in the chat, Kazra, for the emotes.
So we came into Frost Palace thinking that this is where the people who've been like terrorizing the village, aka Thirst Quenchers, are like holding out their stronghold. We meet one of them and she's just like, nah, they already left. And honestly, I'm too busy to like babysit a kid. So she just kind of leaves too. And we're just left to running through the Frost Palace.
These penguins used to be like the only place we really used Fire Scroll, and then we figured out how to bring Shrink in instead, and it's much faster. Just squish them.
Yeah, was it just stuff
Much
on
faster. You just throw them all together and then boop.
Little penguins are little cuties too, but they're in the way. So
Yeah,
unfortunately,
those robo penguins. You hit them enough times, their heads pop off, and they just shoot bullets out of their neck holes at you until you finish them off.
So that was the first of the 3 eyes that we need, the red eye, which does one of 2 things. It either opens the small red eye door that we will come to in a little bit, or it helps us open the 3-eye door at the end of the level.
And if we could just skip the 3-eye door, I would be so happy, but we can't. Also, you're supposed to have another one of those legendary items, the L shoes, that let you climb up slippery, I'm going the wrong way, slippery surfaces. But we didn't get those, so we're gonna have to get creative. We'll just see how that goes. Well, technically they're in this palace, but to get them, run them back to town, get them appraised, and then come back to the Frost Palace, that sounds awful. There's goggles you can get that allow you to appraise items the moment you pick them up, but they're slow. So we're just gonna get creative instead. Alright, kind of hopping around here. We're gonna pick this one item up, the long tube out of this chest. It is part of our money route so that we can buy health items for the late game. Because this sells for the... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Phantom Saber had a question about, isn't it possible to soft lock here?
It sure is. I have a backup save on the off chance that this goes wrong, but I am taking a safe route that only technically risks 1 soft lock, and the chances of that soft lock occurring are very slim. If I mess it up, someone please check me for a pulse. I probably died on stream.
Oh, okay. I also love the Kung Fu foxes here.
Yes.
Yeah, the Haya wolves. Also, don't forget to grab the steel on the way back out.
Yes, thank you. Well, gotta reset the room. You have to, each one of these rooms is a puzzle that you have to do. This one is beat all the clones without taking damage, and I slipped. I'm gonna also just heal real quick for safety. Oh, you live? What are you doing?
I was say, excuse you, sir. I thought you
Sometimes
died.
they do
was
that.
very rude.
I thought he was about to get up too.
Inconsiderate. Don't they know I'm trying to do a speedrun here? Can't embarrass me in front of all these people like this.
Disrespectful. It's actually rude.
Super disrespectful. So now we have the blue eye, so we are 2/3 of the way through this dungeon.
And we have to get our power from the great value thwomps here with their googly eyes. Which is steel, which we will use to increase our defense, but like not really caring about that. We're going to use it to break through small spikes, which will be on this path in this room, to cut across the dungeon and not have to like take a slow route back around the way we came.
Because reasons. Clearly steel is stronger than steel. Don't play rock, paper, scissors with Musashi. He just wins.
Correct.
This is the room that technically risks a soft lock because we have to multi-jump across an area that if you fall into the pit, you can't climb out because we don't have the shoes, but for reasons, it's basically free if you are capable of multi-jumping. So when you're multi-jumping, if you do it off of like a climbable wall or a pole, it's really easy to gain height each jump. If you do it off of the ground, it's almost impossible. It's like frame perfect to gain height. You are almost guaranteed to lose height every jump. So for that reason, it's pretty fine to go that way on the way over here. It's just the way back I'll be taking a slower route for the sake of, I messed up, for the sake of not risking the soft lock on the tighter jumps on the way back. It loses about 45 seconds, but it gets to run across the finish line, and we'll take it. Now the tricky part, I have to remember to get clone.
Yes.
Again, we're gonna... So those guys are mimics. They copy your inputs. But their ability that they give us is clone, which drops that decoy Musashi that explodes. We're gonna grab this and sit on it, ideally, if I don't mess up, until the boss of the next dungeon. Because it lets us just skip their final phase. It's great.
Love their sound effects when they kick too, but also they're like gear up as well. Sorry, I'm just watching all these things at the same time.
Can I just make that? I didn't.
Oh?
Oh well, we're on the fly live routing. I normally go this way, and then I was like, wait, can I just make that jump? I haven't tried that before.
There is a way to make that jump, but it's more like specific than
Okay.
is worth it, in my opinion.
And of course, you're getting the health ups and whatnot because, so we were talking earlier about how Frost Palace is super dangerous without the gels. On the way to the boss in particular, there's going to be a point where Rillick is going to purposely take damage and it gets very, very dangerously. You will likely die close if you do not have a way to fix your face in the process of going through all those spikes.
Yeah, like the gels I skipped at the start are like nice to have for basement in case like you're having a rough go of things, but like you really want them for Frost Palace. And I'm swapping controllers again because this trick we're about to do is very specific, and I happen to have a controller that's better at it than another.
So we're doing what's called balcony jump because we don't have the red shoes that let you climb up slippery slopes.
Nice.
And on the way up to the Frost Dragon right here is a huge slippery slope. So if you just make that jump across, though, you don't need them, and you can climb up everything else you need to at the end of the dungeon. And that's the three-eyed door.
So yeah, that controller I specifically have like a pencil mark for the very specific angle you need to hold on the control stick to do that jump. And I'm just like, I don't trust my memory or my judgment. I'm going by what I measured out before and always pointing it in this direction.
Yeah, past Rillick did this so that current Rillick doesn't have to think about it.
Exactly.
Yep. Now we light these 2 torches, and we are into almost the boss room.
And that second controller I've used for balcony jump for a very long time, and is how we figured out, accidentally stumbled across the like multiple controllers, more consistent inputs thing, because I was practicing a different trick with that controller by mistake while my normal controller was on, and I was like, why am I getting this thing every single time? Because for a while, like, to do the jump storage tricks, you need to pause on the frame after you jump, and it was just not consistently letting you do that. It felt like a crapshoot every time you wanted to. And then I was suddenly just like, with both controllers on, I was like, I'm not messing this up anymore. I thought this was a me problem, but the game's just weird. Cool.
Big agreement with Gnome TV, because this is like easily my favorite boss track. But again, the Musashi OST goes hard. This is just the one
It
that
just
really
goes hard. The whole track goes hard. Like, the whole soundtrack. Like,
Yeah, you really can't go wrong. The only reason I have a vague itch to run Perfect Ending is because I love the mine music and I don't get to hear it in any percent.
I feel like that's a motivator for a lot of runners, and no one wants to talk about it, where it's like, why do you do this run? Well, honestly, I just wanted to listen to this track for like 3 minutes. That's really it. Oh, it's nap time.
that's part of why I don't do Steamwood Skip. Part of it's because Steamwood Skip is lots of frame perfect inputs, but also there's a track that you only hear when you're racing Root Trick after Steamwood, and it's one of my favorite tracks, so.
All right. Oh, you missed that last
Nice.
one. Fantastic.
So in here, we get to use this corner to just kind of like wedge ourselves in, and he can't hit us right there. And then
And we'll
can,
get to skip out on his laser beams.
yeah.
Very important.
I feel like if I would have realized as a kid that he can't reach all the way to the end, this fight would have been much, much different.
Oh, yeah.
And as he goes through his cycles, that's his whole thing is, I'm going to spit at you faster. It's like, that's super cool. I am still wedged into this wall.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm still in my safety corner, holding the block button. What else you got?
I like that, the safety corner. We have a few safety corners.
We do.
Oh, I'll read this while you're doing the fight. From PowerForge. So someone asked about this boss's AI manipulation. The boss has 3 attacks: dive, ice pellets, ice beam. By blocking 2 ice pellets, we manip the boss into skipping the ice beam. Just in case anyone didn't catch the full thing that was happening as Rillick was in the process of bullying this here dragon.
There is a faster way to do that fight that I don't do because it terrifies me and I'm inconsistent at it. But you can 2-cycle the last phase just like you do the first 2 if you do like a follow-up chase him with the fire to get a couple extra ticks in each phase, but I don't like it, and it only saves like 10-15 seconds. It saves less time on PS3 than it does on PS2 or PS1 because the game just lags less on this console. For those very familiar with PlayStation speedrunning on the way, you might be going like, why do you run on PS3 and not PS2 with fast disk speed? And that's because the game freezes and locks up if you try to run on PS2 with FDS on. So it's not allowed to be run that way.
Also, yes, Kite 0404. That is Blue Eyes White Dragon, 100%.
I was going to
yeah.
read that comment as soon as the opening presented itself. So I was going to say, you are not wrong.
Yeah, that's Blue Eyes White Dragon at home.
So that means that at this point in the game, you have your Earth Scroll, your Fire Scroll, your Water Scroll.
Your
And
fire
third-
scroll.
We have Wind Scroll and Sky Scroll, because Sky's an element, to go.
And Thirst Quencher is increasingly angry, but also probably scolding people for being like, so is there a reason you left the Frost Palace, or what are we doing?
So right here, the mayor is just like super mopey. He's like, man, like, stuff's bad again. And instead of telling you what's bad, he's like, go find out for yourself.
So the princess we rescued earlier was not the princess from the actual game that gets kidnapped in the beginning. That was one of the villains of the First Quinter Empire named Topo in disguise, and she came back and raised the taxes on everyone at the shops here and just took all their money, and they're very not happy about that. And that's what the mayor's mopey about.
Yeah, so we're supposed to go chase Topo into the Steamwood again, but as we mentioned earlier, we don't do that.
We're gonna again Paper Mario things. You may have noticed down here when I got the water scroll, there was one of those crests on the ground. We hadn't beaten the crest guardian yet, so we couldn't do anything with that, but now we have. However, the game expects you to activate that crest back in chapter 3?
Something like that.
So when we activate the crest, it's going to put us back in that chapter. And when you're in that chapter, the room that offshoots from here that we'll be going into is perfectly fine. But if you're in here in chapter 5, it's broken and steam spewing everywhere, and you've got to go fix Steamwood again. But since we're teleporting back in chapters momentarily, we can just not do that.
And then someone asked earlier if perfect ending includes action figures, and Power Fortress confirmed that it does include action figures.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, Forge, you can correct me. You guys just use the there's a gambling glitch. You can RNG manip to always win the gambling minigame in the restaurant to get all the money you need to buy all the action figures at the end of the game.
Correct, but you have to unlock the action figures, which has a bunch of
I dropped the bomb early. That's okay.
Rip.
So long as I don't detonate it before I hit the loading zone, we keep the power. We're good.
There's no problems to see here.
Yeah.
I like to do that. It keeps my chat on their toes. Half the fun of running this game is giving chat heart palpitations.
Yeah, that's fair.
I feel like that's the case with speed running and challenge running in general. It's like, oh, did you think I was gonna die? You cheeky chat, you. You're so silly.
My PB has a moment where I took lethal damage from one of the last bosses in the game and managed to pause and heal before the damage kicked in. And I was like, everybody in chat okay? Anybody have a heart attack out there?
I love that for you.
Did you get hit by the eye lasers on the way down?
Ben.
Oh, Ben. Okay.
But I didn't heal before Ben, so...
Yeah.
These things happen. Hindsight, 2020, all that good stuff. You survived. It's fine. You didn't die.
Exactly. And went on to, get, at the time, the world record that run, so I was very happy with it.
Fantastic.
So, Phantom Saber's asking how the Mysteria Wrong Warp works, which is a trick that's used
Flashing warning.
Perfect endings sometimes.
Oh, yes.
Flashing warning.
Yes! Got it that time. Gaming.
So basically, the game has a spot where it saves what it thinks is your safe location in order to respawn you when you fall into water or whatever. With Mysteria Warp, you jump off at just the right spot that it doesn't know where your safe location is, so it just defaults to the front of the room.
Also, yes, Saber, there's it pops up the damage first, but doesn't actually calculate it for a hot minute, so you can, if the thing wasn't gonna one-shot you, but would kill you from the health you were at, you can pause. It's basically the moment he comes out of hit stun from taking damage is when the damage is applied. So you can heal in that window.
Which means you also have a pretty decently sized window if you fall into the water, and that would kill you because you don't take the damage until you have respawned and gone through your iframes.
Yes.
So
some attacks are much easier to save yourself from than others because some have no hit stun on them and you just are like, oh, that was unreactable, I'm dead, cool. It's not consistent across all attacks.
Oh, so some couple of quick things as we were talking about other stuff. We now have the win scroll, which will let you do spin to win. And by spin to win, you can dig into stuff, and then sometimes you just spin. Honestly, I used to just spin because I'm a small child.
And
that was a nice scramble skip.
It was. We had to do another one of those scramble skips because we still can't use the hoppers that you're supposed to use because we need this clone. And we're going to need this clone for the next, 10 minutes.
I think 10-ish minutes, yeah.
Yeah, this clone's our best friend. Oh, what am I doing? I'm going on detours. Welcome to my Musashi Let's Play here on GDQ.
We're going to show you some of the correct routing, and then we're going to immediately say, forget all of that, we're doing a speed run, sorry.
So you'll notice when we get back to the village, the music's changed a little bit. It's very subtle.
The most subtle.
Extremely.
So this is one of the only times that the game doesn't really tell you where to go. It just tells you something's wrong and expects you to, like, explore and figure it out.
Yep. But yeah, there are now canonically giants attacking the gondola because the dude had some pea soup while he was working his shift, and the ant was like, that smells so good. So he's trying to get in to get the dude's pea soup, and we have to stop that from happening. But first, we're gonna go sleep from, it's Saturday right now. I think Thursday at about 11 is a long enough coma. So we're gonna do a very long sleep right here.
It's always my favorite part of any type of RPG style game or even RPG-like game is when it's like, everything's on fire, we need your help quickly. And you're like, hey, I'm gonna nap for a week and then I can come back and do it. Is that good?
Yep.
I just like that, like, the ant's still after that pea soup. It hasn't gone rancid or anything. It's like, this is still very much a thing that I want.
The pea soup that I need. Well, right. I mean, so it is a giant ant, but, like, ants can only take itty bitty amounts of things. So how much of the pea soup can the giant really take in one go?
I feel like it would be the normal human-sized bowl, and then he'd have to come back for more.
Okay.
And then, like, if there's a pot, he's screwed. He has to come back, like, 4 times.
Yeah.
So that gondola has been, like, broken all game. We were supposed to go on a side quest to fetch an item to repair it and have to rescue 4 carpenters from their green bencho prisons. But because of the chapter nonsense we did, we don't. And the gondola is just magically repaired. And to get rid of a giant ant problem, we will cuddle it with the big gondola.
I mean, that sounds like problem solving if I ever heard it.
You're gonna see some, like, green splattering on the screen. That's just the pea soup. It's definitely not any innards of the ant.
No, we're just cuddling. 100%.
Yeah, it's
Look
pea
at that.
soup.
He's cuddling the gondola.
Yeah, pea soup.
Yeah, it's pea soup.
The ant is 100% fine. See, he's walking away. He's going off to a metal concert, getting his headbang on.
Everything's fine. He even got a chance to get some pea soup to go. I also love how the music is just so abrupt in the village specifically.
Yeah.
All right, and he was kind enough to open the entrance to our next dungeon, the Ant Mine. I still promise that ant is fine. There's nothing to see on the left side of the screen. Don't worry about that. No ants were harmed in the making of this video game.
This is fine. This is perfectly fine. I didn't even know that was an ant. I thought that was just debris.
It's not an ant. It is debris. You're absolutely right.
It is debris. Yeah.
That's what I thought. I don't know why we said it was an ant before. That's so weird.
I was just letting people know who might be worried and wanted me to take a better look. Like, it'd be a little slow to get it in frame, so just take my word for it. That's definitely not an ant.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
so you're supposed to use the scrolls to, like, solve these puzzles. You're supposed to use the R scroll to knock those boulders down to make a path, or you can multi-jump through the scroll swapping thing and not.
I was gonna say, I always love to, like, revisiting this game and seeing the way that they just made each individual dungeon like its own thing, because it doesn't ever feel overly repetitive or like you're doing just one thing over and over. It's like, no, you're gonna scratch your brain for this one a little bit. Or not, but you're gonna do something different at least. I thought that was a question in chat for the game, and it's actually just a joke. Never mind. I was like, wait, I was gonna read stuff.
So we are coming up on Slope Glitch, which has never been shown off on GDQ before. It came about right around the last time we had a hotfix showing of this game. And so you're supposed to use the hoppers to get up this slope, but we don't like that because we want our clone. So instead we just do some magic and fight the geometry of the game into making us.
And it is a fight.
Climb.
You've got to hold like
It's a fight.
obnoxious angle on the control stick to like slide the right way.
Yeah, it's very much a
All right.
slide one direction and then jump a different direction and then slide one direction, so...
I'll say, game, let us get up here. What are you doing?
Right? Game, let us climb.
Tried to do the fancy climb, wasn't feeling it. Alright, another skip. I'm not sure if this has been on GDQ before. We can, because we climbed that wall and haven't touched the ground, when we flip the switch, we can multi-jump, gaining height, and rather than do the gauntlet in the next room to get back to where we need to go, we could just fall out of bounds and come back the way we came. A little too far, that's alright. Puts us right back at the loading zone where we came in from, and just go back the way we came rather than do like a platforming gauntlet through ants in danger.
So I think this might be the first time it's been showed off because we've known about it for a really long time, but it's never been useful until we figured out the clone strat for Queen Ant.
It was always a little faster, it's just harder, so nobody wanted to do it. But I got sick of the other way because when I was learning the run, I kept dying in that gauntlet to really stupid things, and I got salty and said, I'm never doing this again. I'm just gonna do this one.
Fair. So now we're going to get poisoned, and we're going to do everybody's favorite minigame, the minecart minigame, because it once again has a banger song.
Yes. And if I ever get the privilege of running this for a mainline GDQ, there will absolutely be a donation incentive to do this blindfolded, because I have done it once before for a different marathon, but I didn't have time during the D-Rust to relearn the blindfolded sequence for this, for the hotfix.
This is fair. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you how to live your life, but all I'm saying is Brave Fencer Musashi race when? On that line?
Great question.
Great question.
Fantastic. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Yes, the predetermined angry ants that are working but sound like they're flying and kind of look
They
like
make
they're flying.
Scooby-Doo noises, and I love
They
it.
do. It's just like, I think they're working. I'm not 100% sure. But they are
just
all
doing
doing
giant
They're just doing their
things.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, basically what PowerForge said, Saber. We're doing it either off of trees or after you are on a climbable wall and do one climb input, you can start gaining height more easily, but you want to pause and do the scroll swap right after he starts flipping from the double jump input. So as soon as you do that double jump input, pause within a couple frames so that he's at the start of his flip animation, and then you'll either, if you're doing it grounded, you'll lose minimal height. If you're doing it off of one of the other surfaces that we've talked about, you'll gain a substantial amount of height.
And only because a couple people have brought it up. If you're having issues seeing the stream, try doing Control F5 so that you can get some of the delicious Musashi content that we're going to be showing you today. Please and thank you. I know it's been kind of an issue for a couple folks, but that's been fixing it for a lot of people because I don't want y'all to miss out on cool stuff. Also, banger tracks and like arguably one of my favorite PS1 games. I'm just putting that out there.
Right?
Oh, such a great game.
I think it is my favorite. I never had a PS1, but I played this with my best friend at the time on his PlayStation over the summer. We would take turns whenever somebody died or whatever.
That's always the best.
So this
Right?
definitely holds
I
a
miss doing
fond
that.
place for me. We had the GameFAQs FAQ pulled up on his parents' computer in the other room, running back and forth.
Shoutouts to GameFAQs writers. Like, I've
Yes.
done a guide before. That is a pain.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, I have an original black label on my shelf of Brave Fencer Musashi, so I've been with it since the beginning. I love this game. And when it came to things like facts and stuff, yeah, guide writing is not a joke. It's not for the faint of heart. It's a lot. I did a miniature guide for Dark Souls 3. I had to redo the guide for getting all your items for the factions.
I'm paying attention.
I believe in you.
We got it. All right.
I'm not worried
Yeah, we
even a
got
little
it.
bit. Also, shout outs to Tips and Tricks magazine. Actually goated. Oh, I used to collect those too. But yeah, the minecart secrets. You still got some of your minecart there. It's fine.
Yeah. We had an extra whole hit we could have taken. We were comfy.
Super cozy with it. Oh yeah, you're still poisoned. Look at that.
And made sure that we had the wind scroll selected at the end of our last multi-jump over the spikes on the way back. Just a little thing to save us having to do another menu for no reason.
So it is important that he didn't die in the minecart section, even though there are checkpoints, so that you don't lose a ton of time. You do lose that poison.
Yes, it's really easy to get poisoned in the fight, but like, why would you?
It's better to come into the fight with it.
Yeah.
Because like, there's a whole poison cloud in her tail here. All right, we've got fine damage thresholds. We want to see at least one crit in phase 2, and then have average or better damage rolls in order to shave off some unnecessary phases of this fight.
So here we're gonna get in just the right position and just take a nap because, Musashi's narcoleptic and that's what he does.
Yeah.
This helps push the time forward for the next chapter.
Yes, we need to be at a specific time of day on Friday / the game calls it Sky Day in order to progress the game. So we're just trying to manipulate that timer to be where we need it to be by the time this fight's over.
Oh, she wanted to give you a hug.
And we just, didn't want her to hold the hug uncomfortably long. Boundaries are important.
This is true. This is very true. She was trying real hard there to do a whole lot of nothing. Hate to see
She's
it.
doing her best.
Oh, no, that wasn't nice either.
If we get one more crit and it's a high roll, that liminal level should make it happen. We might get to skip a cycle phase, which would be delightful.
It would.
Oh, oops. I'm gonna heal. There we go. Still need to sleep some.
It's just bonus healing, that's all. Even though the poison's just like no healing, it's like, but I want to heal.
We got it.
Yeah. Nice.
We're gonna drop that clone there a little ahead of time. Tap the tail, hit the detonation,
Nice.
and skip
So,
phase 3.
Almost got the swag strat there too.
Yeah, it saves like 2 or 3 seconds, but if you fall off the other side of the tail as you're hitting the orb, he'll load like he fell out of bounds and just appear next to that crest, and you don't have to walk over to it.
I really want to pick the designer's brains on why all the other kind of guardians were like, you got Relic Keeper, you had the Frost Dragon, all these really intricate, cool things, and then it's like, so this one's an ant, and it's like, but why? Why an ant?
Good question. Okay, so if anybody remembers the game well enough, you might be wondering, you might know where we need to go next, which is a Sky Crest, since we just got this scroll, or a Wind Crest. We just got the scroll, but you're supposed to activate an Earth Crest to get there, but we never beat the first boss, so we can't activate Earth Crests to get up there. And so how do we get to where we need to be? And the answer is, like all of our problems so far, infinite jumps.
Always be jumping. That actually could be the name of the entire run. Always be jumping.
As has been pointed out to me in my chat several times, shout outs to Balfog if you're in chat right now, this Musashi does a lot of things in this game. He gets a lot of powers, has a lot of jobs a lot of hats he wears. Fencing is never one of them. I don't know why this game's called Brave Fencer Musashi.
Okay, but fencing isn't one of them when we speedrun it.
It's only one of them if you assimilate Kojiro's power. I am going off on an adventure, and you can never keep it for long anyway.
A couple of the specials that you can get from saving people are vaguely Fencer-esque. Like the shish kebab
really
move.
Musashi, or is that the sword?
Oh, I forgot about the shish kebab.
You do the shish kebab move. That is fencing.
Okay, all right. Well, we're not a fencer.
As long as there's something that's fencing adjacent, you can't say it live technically.
Yeah, and we jump over fences, so
We get on our post hole diggers and we just start laying some fences.
Yeah, like
go.
if we're gonna make some dad jokes in here.
Right. Technically correct is always the best correct. I'm just saying.
So because we skipped that cycle, we're a little bit early here. It needs to be 7 a.m. Hi, Minku. Minku's are extra health. We're not getting any. But they're very precious, and I want plushes of them.
Correct. I was literally about to say.
That would be so good.
The plush Minkus win.
Right?
Yeah, so our max health is at 150. The max health of this game, if you collect all the health upgrades, is 400, 450? Somewhere there. Yeah, we're fine. It's fine. The damage scaling we're now in chapter 6, was definitely designed with you having more than the starting amount of health in mind, but we'll get through it.
And this is your mandatory sky-oriented level, where everything is soft and serene and pretty until we drown.
So we're using the drowning to get
drowning.
back. Yeah, it's tactical drowning, because the game does not count the pillars that we're smooshing down as safe spaces, so we can tactically drown to get back to the safe wall.
And get this in the quickest cycle possible.
I'm like literally sitting here quiet because I love listening to the OST, but then I'm also just like mentally prepared to be like, okay, the flashing warning is coming soon.
Yeah.
I've made that by calling for this. It's just being like, but the flashing warning is coming soon.
I appreciate that because I had already forgotten again.
Yeah, I had to. Thank you. Thank you, PT.
It is not a problem. I'm here to help as best I can. Speaking of, hey, here's that flashing warning. It's the same setup.
So now we have the Sky Scroll. We have all of the abilities that matter in the game. The Sky Scroll lets us fly, because why not? And then the game immediately makes you use it without really teaching you anything about it.
And you're gonna see it. I promise you, it does not look how it feels to control. This thing has so much unnecessary inertia. It almost feels like trying to steer your flying car in Rocket League if you play that. It's about the closest approximation I can get.
That's a good gamer reference. I was gonna say it's like running on ice with just tennis shoes. Like, you just keep sliding.
All right, these are like temporary one-time saves. There's been a few of them we've just ignored throughout the run. I'm using them here because we're in the scary, dangerous part. So we're going to take a couple seconds of time loss just to make safety saves, to make sure that we get through this. Hopefully we won't need them, but you never know.
So it was nice to have just that backup. And yeah, Phantom Saber, just air drifting. Also, per Phantom Saber, you are now Captain Planet.
Yes. We're in the process of taking pollution down to 0. It's a work in progress.
I'm sad that I can't remember the second verse that comes behind that. I was getting ready to sing it, and I was like, wait, but what if your brain just threw it in the garbage?
Hey, I don't think I could. I didn't sing it for a reason. I'm not subjecting anyone to that.
Oh my gosh. Well, they just got saved from it too because I just completely forgot it. So there you go.
I'm sure you singing would be fine. Me singing would not be.
I mean, I don't know. No one's ever heard me sing, so that could be up for debate. The closest I've done is like humming.
That would have been a GDQ first. Can't believe it. Can't believe we missed out on this special.
I'll whistle in downtime, but usually the mic doesn't pick up the whistling.
That's fair.
So the last chapter of the game is basically a swap back and forth between boss gauntlet and gauntlet. So we are coming up on our first boss of the chapter.
You might have looked at my health there and been like, 122, why did he waste like a full healing item? That you were so close to full health. He does 124 with his hits. I will just die if I don't heal there. And I slip up. And I don't pause to heal in the hit stun we talked about earlier.
So here we kind of manipulate Ben so that he jumps back down where we want him to. And then use the counter mechanic that is almost never used, and except for like the clone room, to do big damage.
Love the sound effects of bombs being thrown.
There's so many good sound effects. There's so many good like bits of music.
All right, that was
top
a clean
tier
bit.
game. That was a very clean bit.
Nice and clean.
There's a mythical, theoretical one cycle, but it's
not theoretical.
It's
been
theoretical
done.
in that I don't think it's ever been in anybody's like world record.
Okay, fair.
But it's scary and terrifying, and I don't think we had the levels to do it, and we definitely didn't have the RNG to do it.
Yeah. So now we're coming through the maze section of the game that we all hate because it's just long and you have to go through it. There's not really any skips around it. And you use every single scroll.
I really like this sequence. I just think it, like, not necessarily while running, but like from a game design perspective, like this gauntlet, put all the things you have to use, and like the only complaint I have about it is like we brute forced our way to the right path. As a child, you might be wondering what's behind some of these doors that I'm not taking. The answer is a warp back to the start of the gauntlet. No items, nothing nice for exploring. It's get it right or restart. There's like you're supposed to use the calendar and like the days to figure out what route to take, and we didn't know any of that. We didn't know how to read. We were 11.
Even though we
played pick-up pipe.
Yeah. I was gonna say, we just did all the shout outs to the magazines and stuff, and it's like, oh, you thought we read those? That's very bold of you. There's not really a lot to talk about here because, as you kind of already stated too, you're just kind of traversing and going
We've
through.
got a couple things. One in this room specifically, I'm going for a small little time save to skip having to wait on a platform cycle. If I get this right and I wedge myself in the right spot here, then we can seam walk. But then I jumped by accident.
You can't
jump where it pushes you out. I thought I need. So there's two situations that can occur. If you're on the ground, you need to jump once in order to stay caught in it. But if you made it so that you're not on the ground, then jumping will push you out. I thought I was on the ground and I was wrong.
I feel like I borderline jinxed you with that when I said there's not a lot to talk about here.
You're good. I think that was a me issue, skill issue. We do have coming up the most atrocious casual playthrough required jump in the game. You have to use the wind scroll in this big fan room to jump across this large platform. We have timed it. It is a 3-frame window, and it is required just if you're anybody trying to beat this game, because they hated you. I will never not be nervous doing that jump.
Yup. Yeah, and because so that spot is right above the very start. So if you miss that jump, you start the whole thing over again. And it's like, was it like a 3 or 4 minute time loss, I think?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So this used to be like a big gauntlet room with platforming, and then somebody figured out you could use wind scroll to clip through the wall right there and just fall down to the boss door we needed to go to, because it's just 2 floors below our starting position. And so now we do that.
Now we're on Ed. He's got a couple of different abilities. He's got his big old fire beam. He likes to jump about and use bombs.
Yeah, you're supposed to have to like jump over this fire beam, play like hopscotch with it. It's a little dangerous, kind of stressful, honestly. But that's all right. Oh no, I messed up. You need to do 3 fusion hits and then a swing attack, but
Yep.
So it's okay. We're a little behind. Be okay. Still got that hit. So yeah, like you might be thinking jumping over that's kind of scary. Like maybe there's a better way to do that, and there is. If you're just in the safety corner again, you can't be hit by his big laser for some reason. So I just wanted to show off the intended strat first, and then I'm going to try to manip him to the top right corner. And there's like a very tiny frame window where you can get an extra little bit of damage done to him. If you're very careful there to help shave off, I think it ends the fight like a cycle sooner if you get all of the regular openings and all of those optional tighter openings. And that shout out to Furpin for finding that, because that was a massive discovery. This fight used to just be such a boring, snoozing auto scroller for me until I had this to go for. And miss.
So Tiger Ann's asking if we are close to the end, and yes, we are, but not quite yet. We still have a little bit more to go.
Yeah, we are probably 20-ish minutes.
Yeah. And there's still some story beats that need to be covered too, because I don't think that this got really covered when we were talking about the gauntlet. We are now actively, for all intents and purposes, going after the thirst quencher people and being like, hey, can you leave all you can eat alone, please? No? Okay, cool. I'm gonna beat up everybody. No, Ed. Get out of here.
No way!
And yes, Dissinger, remember to hug your safety corners.
Yes.
Hugging safety corners is very important.
Mm-hmm.
It is one more safety save. Actually, one of 2 more safety saves after the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're not going to go into Tower of Doom without...
We'll see how spicy I'm feeling.
Okay.
So, 2 things. 1, this is another one of my favorite banger tracks. And then 2, this is probably the one area I remember doing before that gave me just so many nightmares, because there's just so much stuff that you have to do to run through and get through here. Just to, once again, have another boss.
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
Another boss. And it's just like, are you kidding? But I'll wait till we get there, because the boss is, in my opinion, kind of fun.
Oh yeah, top tier.
Yes, excellent.
I hope you have that open.
I do.
Okay.
All right, so we're about to show off another more recent lip. These little metal wall sections, we learned they're slightly off alignment, and you can like skid into a wall like that, and then if you don't mess it up, which I'm just gonna keep doing apparently. Hold, please. There we go. You can walk right through them if you just skid into the fern slightly.
Just bypassing the entire intended maze that they make you do. This was the maze that taught me about the trick of doing mazes where you just hold the left wall, and I was like, oh, that's nice. That's nifty.
You also notice that we're picking up the BP that drops from these doors every time, because Grenade uses a lot of BP. It does a ton of damage, one-shots those doors, but also uses a ton of BP, so...
Yeah, it's like 50 per toss, so it's just, please refund me.
Yeah.
You also might have noticed in our shopping trip that we did right after Frost Palace, we bought a bunch of cheese. So, fun thing about food in this game is, because time passes, food goes bad. Cheese does not. Cheese heals very little BP and HP when you first pick it up. But the longer it's in your inventory, the more in-game days, the more it heals, because cheese gets better with age. So we bought that right before we did our massive week-long coma for Ant Queen. And now we're going to use it to restore our health and BP at certain sections of wall coming up. But shout-outs to cheese. The speedrunner and the food.
Really just good stuff all around. I thought that it stopped loading for a second. I was about to panic. I was going to be like, please don't do this right now.
I can't menu. There we go. Swap to sky scroll. These little blowy joeys, the walkers, can potentially, I'm not sure exactly right now because I don't know what level my defense is at, one-shot me. But we're going to just hopefully not let that happen. we're still gonna flirt with one a little bit and have it clip us through this wall.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I was reading someone in chat saying one of the OC remixes of this game is actually one of my ringtones. I use it for all the people I want to talk to on the phone.
Nice.
There's supposed to be another flame walker up here, but sometimes you hit like not a sprite limit, but I guess like an object limit in the game, and it won't spawn something, and that happened to him, so we can't use him to try and clip through this wall. That's kind of okay. That one's more dangerous to go for, so we're just gonna keep on going. But yeah, we don't quite have enough BP to blow up those walls. They take 3 grenades per half, and we have 290 at our max, so the cheese lets us get through those. The cheese lets us cheese.
Now we've got this mini boss that we just throw 2 grenades at, and he's done. Gone.
Oh, that mini boss, fun fact, is Theme Knight's head. They're building another one.
Oh, perfect. I actually did not know that.
Well, now they have to start over.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember what these remind me of, because that model of Walker, I'm pretty sure, is in another Square game somewhere, and I feel like all of my Square games are blending together. But
If it weren't sprites, I was going to say Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I can see that. Or another close one would be Final Fantasy VII, when you're in the Mako reactors. You have like the gun people.
Time for our next boss, air quotes, big air quotes around boss. I'm going to deafen. Y'all have fun. I struggle with this. I'll be back.
Yes.
So that room that Relic just ran through is actually one of the scariest in like the entire run, because RNG just says so, and sometimes if you move just wrong, the sword guy can hit you and does a ton of damage. So now we have Topo. We have our DDR boss.
Yeah!
And Topo is best girl, so yeah.
Love her so much. I also just love her big ears. Like, I always love her design. Super cute.
And the music's a banger again, like...
Oh, so for those of you who are not rhythmically inclined, because I know a lot of people do not like this boss, and it's also like a focus thing. You have to go in timing with her. I think it's actually a little bit more generous than what the game lets on. It doesn't have to be 1-to-1, but it still has to be close enough, TM.
Yeah.
And her patterns, I think, are static, because she goes clockwise the first time with a couple of changes. Then she goes counterclockwise, and then her third one is when she does a lot of crisscrossing.
Yeah, so her patterns are set, and that's why I was reminding Relic that I hoped he had his notes up, because this is the one place that most of us still use notes, because the patterns are set, but also it's so late in the game. Just use the notes. Don't worry about possibly dying to this section.
You used to go immediately after she did her dance. That's intense. And that's what I was thinking, Fred. I was remembering that it's really generous. Like, you have to, in order to die on this, so to speak, or to mess it up, you have to, like, I won't say face roll it, but you have to mess up pretty bad. Welcome back.
Thank you. That should be like the easiest thing in the world, but I have to pull the notes up every time and follow along with it on another monitor because my mind just wanders. ADHD is a thing that exists, and I just get super easily distracted because it is so simple, unless I'm like staring at the sheet.
And then is this your final safety save?
Yes, final safety save. After this, the game kind of auto safety saves for us with little checkpoints. Also, unskippable, glorious voice acting.
Princess! Musashi! Capricola, you loser! Where are you taking her?
So, if any of you are like, that voice sounds kind of familiar, that is the same voice actress who does Izzy for Digimon, voicing Musashi. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I just love that he calls Capricola a loser to his face. Continue.
It's so good. It's so good.
It's so good.
We are on a good enough pace that after Tower of Death here, I'm probably going to let some voice lines from the cutscene we usually mash through sample to talk about that a little bit, if that's cool with everybody.
I will never say no to voice acting in Musashi personally.
Wonderful, because I need Rutrick.
Yeah, Rutrick is the best worst stereotype.
Oh yes, this boss. The boss of eyes. More eyes. Well, they're not eyes,
Yes,
they're laser
Saber, that
beams.
is correct. So yeah, this is Todd, or RNG, the boss. 20 eyes. Certain patterns, but they just 1 in 20 chance of seeing the eye you need to open. Smack it. And rinse, repeat. And count to 4 a lot. I think I went to 5 there. Oh well. Wow, he is just...
Taking
He is
his
just
time.
being rude.
There it is. Literally the last one. Wonderful. 2. There it is on 3. 2, 3, 4, 2, 4. Wow, bottom again? Alright, sure. Oh, there you are. Hello.
At least it was nice to give it to you right away once you went to the bottom.
Yeah.
It checks to see if you've hit all 3 eyes for a cycle change, like every 15 or 20 seconds. And so, you know, the old speedrunning bus trying to catch it, you can only do it so fast. You only lose so much time. You just want to try and minimize the number of cycles that you're waiting.
Oh, nice. That one
So
appeared right next to
this
you.
phase is nice because you only have 8 eyes to worry about. The only eyes that it can be are the ones that are moving on the left on the screen right now.
Sir.
There it is. Alright, and I'm going to heal because we will die to 1 extra hit from this next phase. Which side? Oh, hello.
And then sometimes he tries to catch you off guard
Hello?
and say, you were waiting for my eyes, but what if I just make the eye? Haha, I'm leaving. It's very rude.
Oh, there it was. Gonna go around the other way. Please still be open, because they will close if you don't hit them fast enough. That's really my concern till this phase. Oh, perfect.
Nice.
Okay, so for those of you who remember this boss, you might remember the big, giant red doom panes that the eyes spit out between these phases. But it turns out there's one more safety corner if you just wedge his feet so that the left corner of these is between them and sit here, they'll never hit you. And which is great because for those who don't know, getting hit by those does a little bit of damage. That's kind of annoying. It also reverses your controls, which is more than a little annoying.
Yeah, so something else we haven't mentioned is when you come into this boss room, your sky scroll just automatically activates. So you have to fly the whole time, and flying is already not a great mechanic, so...
Safety corner. We'll make a jingle for it.
Right?
All right, sir. We're done with this
One more
floatiness.
eye. There
There it
you
is.
were. You can
good.
just fall through a laser. After you hit that eye, you lose control of Musashi, and you can just fall through a laser and eat it and die and be sad.
Yo. Yeah, you got so close to that laser, and I was like, oh no, please don't.
Thankfully, that's why I made sure I was at full health that fight, because in the DRS practice, I did get cheeky and just was like, I have fine health, and then I didn't.
Now, Dissinger, what beat is that following? Is it like the Captain Planet theme that you're following that with? Do you have like a fighting game theme that you're following with that? Like, is it the Guile theme? What is that going to? I'm not going to test it live, don't worry.
Okay, so here's you're Flatsky. And there's John, the man we never saved from the stockades, but his dog Leno let him out because Leno's a good boy. Also, that's what's his name? Steve Blum, the voice of Spike from Cowboy Bebop.
Oh yeah,
yeah. He's John's voice actor. This game has no business with having the talent that it has, but I'm so glad it does.
Yeah.
You can tell Führer Flatsky's evil because of the horrible German accent, the Führer in his name, and the fact that Flatsky's a soda gone bad.
I actually never pieced that together until you just said it, and I am so upset at myself because I am almost 40 and I didn't know that.
You're welcome.
Dissinger just said that the safety corner is to Secret Tunnel, and that just made it that much better.
I thought it was Secret Tunnel, I just was drawing a blank on it, thank you.
That's a good boy.
Also, Rutrick's delightful southern accent. Yeah!
Musashi.
Lord Jesus.
Also, he just shot John in the back. We're gonna resume mashing now because this is a very long cutscene if I let it all play.
Love the way he just throws the princess down to like, okay, yeah, here you go.
Somebody, I'd have to dig through it. I should have dug through it, but I just thought about it when you said that. Years ago, somewhere buried deep in the depths of the BFM Discord is a gif of the princess being pushed like that, but somebody's just put a football over her. It's the funniest thing.
That's delightful. Oh, I wanted to go ahead and explain this part because this is like the big plot twist for the game. So you know how we spent all that time trying to get scrolls, and the whole story was that you want to make sure you seal the evil from the world. You don't want Lumina to get out. Well, it actually turns out that that was reversed.
Yeah, we were breaking the seal, and now the evil muscle wizard Lumina is here to pummel us. John was shot, but alive. He's fine. He's fine. Nothing more is going to happen to John. He will survive.
This also explains why Lumina has been talking to you the entire time, because it's been helping you get set up.
I was wrong. My bad, I was wrong. John got squished. John is dead. Rip. I lied to you.
Lumina talks to you once and then never talks again. Or, well, I guess never has a voice line again.
Yeah.
That voice line in her scroll is so good. Telepathic communication. Now we've got an escape sequence.
Everybody's favorite.
Just want to point out how the princess bought her running shoes for this explicitly. Because she is gone.
And we didn't. We left ours in the Frost Palace. So.
Correct.
Yeah, we did. So, little subtle thing is any platforms that are programmed to move for any reason, like these, are, for lack of a better word, sticky, and it's harder to jump as you land on them. So, you'll just die on here because you, jumped like it was normal ground and didn't go off the ground, and by the time you try to jump again, it's fallen too far and you're falling to your death. And it's, fun. Also, shoutouts to Serene's favorite voice acted line in the game right here.
Princess, watch out! What?
That what is just
So
chef's
good.
kiss. It sounds like Toad shoveled a bunch of cough drops in his mouth to try and get over whatever's going on with his voice.
Just a
And
casual assimilation of a kid. MBD.
My favorite transformation sequence in video game history is
Yeah, it's
just
so
so good. I never get tired of watching this.
And yes, the
My
princess has,
it's fine.
and yes, everyone, the princess has been appropriately yeeted. Also, I love how in the transformation the arms just kind of fall off.
They pop up like a crash test dummy.
Princess blasting off again, for sure.
She's the most yeetable princess in history.
Oh my god.
So now we have to run away from Cell.
Yes.
Honestly, another of my least favorite rooms in the game, just because it's the laggiest.
Yeah, this one does lag pretty bad. And okay, so a really like oddly specific thing, when you're playing this game, if you use the analog stick, Musashi reaches max speed immediately. But this game came out before like DualShock was a standard thing. So we were playing on PS1 controllers that didn't have the analog controls. And when you take the D-pad to move him, he slowly runs for a bit to build up speed before reaching max speed. And you can't make that jump on these platforms like consistently at all that way. We spent hours on my first playthrough as a kid trying to jump up these platforms with the freaking D-pad, and it was terrible.
So fun fact about this little cutscene, the trigger for it is standing still. I used to run around in a circle around the princess trying to find the trigger, and that just makes it take longer. You just once you get up top, you just stop all movement. But it's fine.
Also
the princess will
That
make it
I
to
didn't
safety.
actually know. That is, thanks for the info.
I was gonna say, there's also the point where she precision landed right there.
Yep.
Yeah, the princess just landed there, Con. Very normal. She's all good.
Yeah, we're gonna hope for a bowl of Oops All Fireballs.
Yes, if the chefs could get to work on cooking that up for me. There's two moves he can do, a hop or a fireball. The fireball's slightly faster. We would like a bowl of Oops All Fireballs. We do not want the cha-cha slide with however many hops this time. And we also don't want me to just get grabbed and yeeted.
So, this boss,
I'm gonna
you
shut
have
up and play
to...
the game.
Yep, sounds good. You have to hit the colored gem on his head 5 times, and then the core becomes available after he's done a fireball. Nice. And you have to do that 5 times. And so if you time things right, you just won't get grabbed. You can hit him after his invincibility frames go, but before he jumps, or before he moves his arm. That's just the entire boss. You stand there and you hope for Oops All Fireballs.
Hey, we got another fireball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 out of 3.
This is your
So
reminder
this
that
is-
the princess is just below all of this, by the way.
Yeah, the princess is just chilling below everything. This is also like basically the last checkpoint is right before this boss. So, you know, typical RPG, you got multiple final bosses, but you can't save between them.
And if you mess
All
up,
right,
have fun
there we
doing
go.
all of them again.
Yeah, yep, and you do this boss and the next boss all over with less items, because whatever items you use do not get re-given to you. So
Also, we go from a second form Cell to final form Frieza.
Oh, see, I was gonna say Kid Buu, but it's the wrong color. Frieza works better.
I like Kid Buu though.
Kid Buu is pretty great. I'm gonna deafen again for this because I'm gonna wait for a fairly tight, quick kill. Try and show that off real quick. So I will be back when the fight's done.
So this fight is also awful because every other fight in the game, you're just supposed to like do damage and understand, like the game teaches you that's how fights work. In this game, you have to use your Kirby ability to try and assimilate Lumina and then attack the core once it's available, which is just an eyeball. So what Rillick is doing right here is setting up in a very specific spot so that he can attempt to get 3 hits on Lumina without Lumina doing the attacks that he's supposed to be doing.
Another thing I think is really important to highlight here too is this is all still on the fusion. Oh, unfortunate. He's going to be using fusion to do this, but as we had mentioned before, your fusion level doesn't really matter because as long as you just suck in the Lumina and then hit when the core is out, you still get that static damage.
Yeah. So he's got a second chance at getting the 3 strikes going back the other direction. So hopefully he can get it. So Lumina's got 5 hits that you have to do. So if we get this last hit, then it will be time.
Oh, let's get ready to pack it up.
Nice. Oh. And time.
Fantastic.
All right, we got it.
That was fantastic. Such a clean DL3.
We're, I think, pretty well under estimate. My timer's got a 202 or a 201.45 for us. Is it okay if I let the final cutscene at the palace play out? Or do we need to move things along?
That's totally fine. Yeah, how long is it? It's not like a 10-minute cutscene, right?
No. I think maybe 2.
Perfect. Yep. No, we're good with that.
Cool. Just very hilarious. We get to hear some more phenomenal lines from phenomenal characters that I would sincerely recommend if you're able to do a casual playthrough of this game. I would also recommend it with save states casually because there are just some nonsense things, but a very, very fun, charming game, very whimsical, even today, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is probably one of my higher candidates for, even if we just got that smooth remaster, you know what, I'll even go further. I don't even want a remaster, just give me a port to a modern system and that's all I want. If I could play Musashi on my PS5, I will be very content. Very content.
It's all your fault. It's all
Please give me these blocky characters. Like,
Yes.
I don't need changes. I love the blocky characters. They have character.
Yes, the blocky characters, I know it's like redundant, but it's true. The blocky characters have characters, and it's just like such a highlight of the era of like a lot of creativity and whimsy that Squaresoft as a company did in the late 90s. Like, so good,
Yeah.
so good.
What's up, P-Man? Also, Stuart Ribson, our old man, and the way he speaks is just, mwah, chef's kiss, no notes.
Oh, him? He saved my life.
Saved your life?
Oh yeah, this is your reminder that this is an isekai.
Something happened while we were
Because
away.
Musashi's technically not supposed to be here.
Nothing happened, right, Ripson?
Very technically though.
Yes, other than the princess's party, it doth be very peaceful every day.
It doth be very peaceful every day.
Princess, I'm gonna go return this. Back in a flash. All right, Musashi. Be careful.
That's Lumina, the sword of luminescence.
Oh, gracious me! And the name Musashi. You cannot be.
I'm the legendary Brave Fencer Musashi. How's it going, old man?
Love it. A+.
Top tier line. How's it going, old man?
Again, 0 notes. No notes, no changes required. Leave this game
Perfection.
exactly as it is.
Perfection. Yes.
Also loved all the artwork for this that came out with it, for the promo materials, magazines, the instruction booklet, all that stuff. Oh, it was just one of my favorite, very clean, simple art styles.
Yep. And yes, that's right. Dr. J33 bus. The whole time the parents were just out of town on vacation. Oh, that would also make sense, but I can't read.
It's okay. We already established that reading is optional here. It's okay.
Yeah, we speed run.
Can't read. That's why I matched the
reading.
cutscenes. They don't mean anything to me.
Yeah.
But yes, this was the game. If any of you liked this, we're always happy and looking for new runners. You can find a link to the Discord on Musashi's speedrun.com page. There are a few things that we don't understand about the game still, and skips that we would love to find. So if anyone likes glitch hunting, digging into why things work the way they do, we would love to have some people with better brains than ours have a look at it and try to pick things apart, because we think there's still skips to be found. We just don't know how to find them. But this has been a pleasure. Thank you all for having me. Hope you all enjoyed the show.
And if you're interested in learning the game, there's excellent resources for it. The speedrun.com page has written guides for it. There's actually a video tutorial that was done on the GDQ Hotfix last year on a show called How to Train a Speedrunner, which I definitely don't know a lot about. But yeah, there's it's an excellent community, lots of places for you to go. Anybody else have anything they want to say?
Play Brave Fencer
Thanks
Musashi
again for
if you
having
can.
us on.
And
Yeah,
that
play
part
Brave
too.
Fencer Musashi if you can.
such a great game. And yes, thank you again
Such a
for
great
having
game.
us like on your couch. This was fun. This
Oh
was super
yes,
fun.
thank y'all. I couldn't have done it without you. I am terrible at like talking and playing at the same time. There would have been so much dead air. Thank y'all for carrying me.
And thank you all so much for being on and showing this game off. This was awesome. It was a great time. Thank you all so much. With that,
It was our pleasure.
ahead.
Oh, I was
No,
just
you
going to
go
say
ahead, you
thank you. I was literally just saying thank you. It was our pleasure.
Thank you. With that said, we do have another run coming up. We have the sequel, Samurai Musashi Legend, coming up. Before we get to that, we're going to take a quick break. Before we go to the break, just a quick reminder. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support Games on the Quick Hotfix. So if you like these anniversary specials, if you like any of our other content, stuff like Legally Cute yesterday, How to Train a Speedrunner, since I already mentioned it, any of our weekly stuff, it really does help us put this kind of content on. With that said, we're going to take a break and be back with the sequel. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Brave Fencer Musashi 25-year anniversary special, and we are going to be doing the sequel, Musashi Samurai Legend. I have somebody who's done this game, or the Brave Fencer, a few times on the channel. How are you doing? It's been a while since I had you. I was talking about the tutorial in the last one. I had you do a tutorial of the first game. It's been a while since then, and I'm happy that you're able to finally get to show this game off. I know you were super excited about it. Well, I'll vamp a little bit here. So, it's been a long day for everybody. I know it's only like 3 o'clock, but it's been a long day for everybody.
I'm just sitting here talking away, and the people in chat, they hear you, but they don't hear me, and I'm just cheesing and smiling and just... All right. Thank you for that. For those of you that have an Elgato Wave 3, make sure you check your settings when you go to update the software, because it messes with some stuff. But yeah, so like we mentioned before, this game is definitely on the list of like the least popular between the two, just because of the mechanics. This is more of a hack and slash than the JRPG. There's some good and there's some bad. So like, for instance, you guys saw the assimilation abilities of Brave Fencer Musashi, and those abilities are very temporary. Like you get it and then it's gone after an extended period of time, or until you get the next ability. The abilities you gain in this game stay with you throughout the entire game. You can actually even swap between them through like quick menuing and things like that. Leveling system is a little bit different. Leveling is per hit. This one is per enemy defeated. But yeah, just quality. I think there were some good and some bad changes all around with this game. Definitely worth a casual play. Really wouldn't recommend it as a speed run. This started off for me as a meme and kind of went into yeah, let's just go with it.
Yeah, I was in the middle of taking a biggest drink of water.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I expected you to go a little bit more. So I'm really bad at this. Like, it's like I'm going for risky strats every time. It's like, I can do this. It never works. It never works out for me. I need to learn.
It's fine. It's fine. I guess to you know what, get some more sips in. To tack on to it, this game came out in 2005, the same year as Kingdom Hearts 2. So if you're looking at this game and you're like, man, these characters look familiar with the big goofy feet and giant hands, that's where that's from. This one just has a little bit more cell shading, and you probably noticed the anime style opening. I couldn't tell you who did that, but it has a very what's that anime? Somebody mentioned it last night when I was practicing. Gurren Lagann, I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
It has a very similar art style. Of course, let's see the back of this book. Yeah, character design was Tetsuya Nomura, which, obviously same thing as Kingdom Hearts 2. But yeah, no. Musashi and Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, they need to put Musashi in Kingdom Hearts 4. They need to at least make that reference, right? But yeah, I'll go ahead and get it going if you guys are ready.
Yeah, we should be ready.
Okay.
Give me a countdown whenever.
So that noise right there, you're gonna hear it one more time when I load up a save. So in this run, we load a save to get past it's like a 5-minute cutscene. You know what? I'll do a countdown. I'll just go ahead and do a countdown. So 3, 2, 1, go. But yeah, so this is the sequel to Brave Fencer Musashi, for those of y'all tuning in for the first time. It's kind of the same thing where Musashi gets isekai'd into another world, and it's up to him to rescue the several princesses throughout the game and get the elemental swords to beat the big bad guy. Also, our master is a cat.
So is this is a different world?
This is a different world. So you were put into the all-you-can-eat kingdom, and I don't know if that was touched on. I know they touched on the food puns, but the kingdom that you end up in Brave Fencer Musashi is the all-you-can-eat kingdom. This one, I actually either I didn't pay attention or they don't mention what this world is called. But you essentially ride around on a giant whale called the Anthodon. Gives me Link's Awakening vibes when you look at it. And that's how you traverse to different parts of the world to extend the plot.
Okay.
So right now,
God.
you can see the hack and slashiness of the game. And we're gonna take our first ability here. And so your ability to take abilities, is based off of your focus. So as you're leveling up, you want to keep an eye on pretty much the two things we focus on are your strength and your focus. Mostly strength, though. We're literally going to be dumping every single level into our focus, or into our strength stat. Sorry. Okay.
I'm briefly looking. It doesn't look like there's a name for this place. Question mark.
Okay. So then it wasn't. It's just the world.
The lands beyond.
Is that what it says?
I don't know that that's specifically the name. It says travel to lands beyond. I don't know.
That's what we're
there
going
might
with.
not be a name for this place.
So, this game is, I feel like the soundtrack is on par with Brave Fencer Musashi, with the exception of this song. Every single song in this game is a banger, and then you have like this surfer dude vibe. What you're seeing right now is the first mini game of the game. We're actually going to end up doing this twice. And it's just a casual bike ride, going down, killing some guys.
Give me like Final Fantasy VII vibes.
Yeah, the bike chase. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are a few things that we have to keep track of with these mini games, because you get a rank at the end, and that determines what your reward will be. So my goal is to pretty much hit every single thing that I come in contact with. You also want to not take as much damage, which I kind of wasn't paying attention while I was explaining things. You saw that I took the level up, but I didn't actually apply it. So that's going to make things a little bit rougher for the upcoming like mini boss for this mini game. And I'll just have to play it. I just have to play it a little bit safer than normal. So as you can see, like they're all 3 times they were like pretty close to hitting me. If we took the level up beforehand, that wouldn't have even happened.
Keeping it interesting.
What's that?
Just keeping it interesting.
Yeah. One thing you'll see me doing if you're noticing the controller is that I'm hitting the guard button after a swing because the guard cancels the swing instead of going through the full animation like that. So you get a few extra swings on your enemies. So this is the mini boss we're coming up on. We'll have to go one more time. We typically only let this go for 1 cycle. We kind of pin ourselves in a position where he's still technically in front of us, so he's just gonna throw bombs. There we go. Man, I thought we were gonna go for a 3rd cycle.
That is confirming it is an unnamed oceanic fantasy world.
There you go. Which is wild. Like, I don't know. There are times where I'll play this game and I'll think like, man, this is actually a really well put together game for a PlayStation for a last minute PS2 game. And then you come across stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, no, they weren't thinking about anything. So one of the main reasons why, okay, we got a 9 on that, cool. One of the main reasons why you're seeing me play this Japanese and not the American version is because this game came out in the US first. So we got what was pretty much the trial of the game. Leveling is horrible. I think there's some boss HP that's a little bit higher than normal. There are some areas where you have like really tight jumps, things that shouldn't be there. And then once it hit Japan, all of that changed. The second thing was that the voice acting is god-awful. It was my intention to put a little snippet of what that sounds like. It literally sounds like they had a $500 budget and said, we're gonna hire the first 5 people that walk past our door. And yeah. There are a few characters that kind of, I'm gonna hit, yeah. There are a few characters that do a pretty good job. You'll see later that they actually got the voice actor for Frieza from Dragon Ball on here.
Oh, that's awesome.
So what you're seeing me right now is just doing a little bit of grinding just to get the levels needed. You're also going to be seeing me doing a whole lot of backflips more often, just because that's actually the faster movement than just walking straight forward. Keep it going.
It is a little
got a
weird.
third guy.
It is a little weird. Normally it's the reverse of what happens, where it's like Japan gets the release and then we get the refined version. But
Yeah, that's
not the case here.
Yeah, that's normally how it happens, right? I feel like in every other instance, that's how it goes.
Was the original released here first as well, or?
You mean like Brave Fencer Musashi? No, Brave Fencer hit Japan first.
That's so weird.
Yeah. Like I couldn't even tell you the decision behind that. It was just kind of like, yeah, we're gonna get it here first. Which, you know, I guess thinking about it now would make sense why this became a hack and slash versus like a traditional JRPG. I'll leave him alone. Also don't understand the options for the hair. Like why the big long stringy arrow for the ponytail? Like Brave Fencer Musashi makes sense in the aesthetic of the game because it gives him kind of like that wild look. This just looks like they were going for something and everybody had an opinion.
I'm expecting the hair to like become a weapon at some point.
Yeah. Right?
Like it's gonna reach out and just like hit somebody in the face or something.
And I'm honestly surprised that didn't become a thing. So what we're coming up on right now, the point of this part of the game was to rescue the Princess Mycella. This is a part of the game that most of the runners in the community don't like. And they fondly refer to it as the Princess Carry Simulator. Because we're going to be doing this a lot. If you've heard, for those of you that have played this game and you've heard the English voice acting, this moment, this tender moment that sounds pretty decent in Japanese sounds god-awful and cringy in the US version. I'm gonna be talking about how bad the voice acting is a lot because it's awful.
Feels like a fan rendition, like sometimes
it sounds like a bad YouTube dub edit. All right, so we saved the princess, we got her out the tube, they had a conversation, she passes out. So now we're gonna use her as a weapon.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, we're just bouncing her off of enemies and killing them.
I feel like save should be in quotation marks here. We have saved.
This is Musashi's take on true gender equality.
Everybody can be used as a weapon. My hair can be a weapon. But we really try not to do that too much, just because as you can see, you have to stop, use her feet as a weapon, bring her back in, and then move forward. So it's a little bit of a time waste. And then we meet the big bad guy for the first time. His name is Gandrake. Some of us refer to him as the Great Value Sephiroth. Because he does have that big sword on his back. Like it's pretty lengthy. It's pretty lengthy. Is this just like Final Fantasy VII and Kingdom Hearts? Like, is this?
This is that without the Disney characters. Yes.
Like we've got Sora, we've got Sephiroth.
Okay, so I missed the timing on that, but it's fine.
Now it's just a Sonic again.
That's fine. Because that's the backup right there.
Nice.
So typically what happens is when you go for the jump slash like that, it puts him in a stun just long enough for you to land, target him, and start doing the 360 ability. You hit him about 4 times. He, for whatever reason, goes up in the air because he gets tired of getting hit and comes back down, and then you just kind of swipe at him one more time. Normally, I would have enough MP to keep it going, but I'm going to go ahead and heal right here. So at the end of every boss fight per chapter, you get an opportunity to go to your room and lay down. Excuse me. And here is chapter 1. This is where we learn where we are, who these people are. They are the mystics. They are proficient in magic. You find out that there are maidens in this game, not princesses, and each one is directly tied to an elemental attribute, except for the princess that we just saved, who is the daughter of these 2 people. This guy's name is Bannon, not Ganon. And then here's the well. Like I said, I don't know what it is about it, because maybe it's the fact that it's a well, or the little the stuff on the side of it, but it makes me think of the windfish from Link's Awakening.
I would love to be able to say I agree with you. I've never played Link's Awakening.
You've never what?
Look. This is,
Are you not a Zelda fan?
So we actually talked about this on a different show yesterday. I played A Link to the Past for the first time 10 years ago, and then I played Phantom Hour. I actually played Phantom Hourglass before I played Link to the Past. Those are the Zelda games I've played. That's it.
Oh man, you know what? Zelda's not for everybody, you know. And even then, like there are some that are better than others. I can wholeheartedly admit that, but I feel like Link's Awakening is on that list of those games that need to be played. And you have 2 different opportunities to play it, sir. There's the one for the Game Boy, and then there's the one for it came out on the Switch, right? 2019? Yeah, it came out on the Switch.
Yeah, I almost said yeah. I was like remake, remaster. Which one is
No, it's definitely a remake. And I feel like the remake definitely holds true to the original. But yeah, man, like when you get the time to play it, definitely do it. So to catch you guys up on the story, I went to talk to the baker. The baker tells me that his daughter's been kidnapped. I'm gonna go talk to Bannon. He's going to allow me to go back down to the world below to go rescue the daughter, which her name is Burini. Which, let's see, there are food puns in this as well. And I think how it works is all of the maidens are named after cheese, and all of the villains are named after wine. So you have Fontina, who will be the next one. Burini, I think her English name is a type of cheese. You have the twins, and I can't remember their names off the top of my head either.
Let's see. Does this page I opened earlier have? No, it has no information on this game at all.
And it's like I said, it's just for whatever reason, like this game. Oh, I won't say what for whatever reason. Like it flopped. You know, I feel like there's some popularity in Japan for this, which is why they got the mobile game that we mentioned earlier.
I'd never heard of the mobile game until you brought it up. During the
I didn't know it was a thing too until a few years ago.
Just come out like at the same time as like a different like huge game or something like.
So this game came out the same year Kingdom Hearts 2 did. This one actually dropped first. It happened at the beginning of the year, and Kingdom Hearts 2 dropped in December. So there was a good length of time for this game to get some kind of traction, right? But if Kingdom Hearts 2 kind of, got their advertising going early enough, then I guess it kind of makes sense. But for the people that played it, I would only assume that they were upset that this didn't follow the same formulas. Oh, got hit.
Yeah.
Because you go in seeing a Musashi game and you're like, oh man, it's Musashi. It's going to be like Musashi. And it's absolutely nothing like Musashi, from the art style to, the gameplay. So you go in with that expectation, you're disappointed, and you don't want to play it anymore.
Yeah, I can see that. Like you are invested in the gameplay. Like you don't want your FPS to certainly turn into a racing game, which is obviously like extremely different. But like that is way more polarizing. But like, yeah, you committed to a sequel of the game you played, and like the story is a sequel, sort of. But like, I can see that.
Yeah, like lore-wise, it's the exact same thing. Travel to a different world, save a princess or two, get the elements to beat the bad guys. And so, like right now, what we're going to do, what we're on our way to do, is get the what would be considered the Earth Sword. And the reason why you need to save the maidens is because they're the only ones that can, like, quote unquote, unlock the latent power of each sword. So for every sword you get, you have a maiden to rescue behind it. That's our level 4. Go ahead and do that now.
Somebody brought this up in chat. I'm sorry, there's a Monster Rancher mobile game? What?
What?
Hello? Excuse me?
That's a thing. Oh my, I haven't heard of Monster Rancher in forever.
That's one of those games where it's like, I heard the gimmick of it, I'm like, oh, that sounds really cool. And then that was, I never looked into it past that.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I knew about the anime, right? They had a whole show. Yeah, they had a whole show. But I can't remember. I can't remember if it was Fox Kids or WB Kids. It came off on something. But the only thing I remember thinking about it was that, wow, this is just like Digimon. It
had 3 seasons.
Yep.
It was on YTV? How have I not seen this? What? My mind's been blown.
So, Dancing Rick, there are no toys to collect in this game, but we have what is called magic cards. And they are cards of each individual character in the game. That includes enemies, bosses, and NPCs. And while you can't play with them, you can get holographic images of them.
So we have a TCG in...
We have a TCG in the Musashi game, yes.
Excellent. Now we're speaking my language.
Man, speaking of TCG, I haven't played it in forever, but I was super excited when I heard that Triple Triad was getting a physical release.
Oh, is there a physical release of Triple Triad?
It was like a long time ago. Like, somebody decided to make actual Triple Triad cards, and I don't think it ever picked up. Like, I think you can still find it on Etsy, like a full deck of them.
And many people are just playing the Final Fantasy trading card game.
Yeah. Oh, camera. Missed it. That's okay. So, camera is the other reason why a lot of people didn't like this game. What you're seeing now is the first, like, actual boss fight for a chapter. This is Gorpus, Goma's cousin. He's a little bit of a handful, honestly, as you can see, because of the because of the camera. This is a nightmare, but we're actually doing pretty good. So the goal here is to open up his weak spot and, you know, hit it a few times. But there's a trick to actually beating him. If you've noticed, his claws start to respawn. Get a shot for that. Got it. Okay, cool. Nice. So you saw you noticed his claws respawn. And the typical cycle is, I think how they wanted you to do this was you beat the claws, then you take the mask off and strike the core or his eye. What happens if you do it that way is when he goes into a recovery, his claws come back and then he jumps and you repeat the process. But if you break the mask first, then the claws, when he goes to recover, the claws still aren't there for a little while, so you get a few free hits on taking him out. And since we didn't take any damage, we're gonna go ahead and not heal.
So I'm looking here. It looks like the Monster Rancher app is out in Japan, but not globally.
Okay, so that's a new thing. Okay.
It's so the latest article I see is from last year saying it was supposed to release in Japan at the end of the year.
Okay. Which is so weird because, like, I didn't think that Monster Hunter was still like that. Not Monster Hunter, Monster Rancher. Is that what you said? You said Monster Rancher, right?
Monster Rancher, yeah.
Okay, I didn't think that was like that popular of a thing.
Not in this day and age.
Yeah. All right, so you see we have the Earth Scroll now on our back, but we have to go to the inner chamber to have the maiden we just rescued unlock the sword's full potential. So this gives us access to whatever elemental ability the scroll has, which this one, I think it's like Earth Tremor. It just causes an earthquake. By far the most useless sword that we end up carrying.
Also, to whoever I saw it a few minutes ago, yes, Final Fantasy trading card game is still around. It was not discontinued. It just got a new set.
We're talking about Triple Triad or something else?
No, not Triple Triad, the Final Fantasy trading card game.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Final Fantasy trading card game is a thing. It's got all your favorite characters unless you don't like the main characters because they love to just reprint the main characters over and over again. Why is there 9 Ramza cards? Please give me the other characters. Sorry, that's my tangent.
I mean, who wouldn't want 10 Vons in their deck?
I think there might be 10 bonds. Hold on. You're making a joke. I think there's 10 bonds.
That's actually insane. So this is this would be the unskippable cutscenes that I mentioned earlier. And so between the prologue and chapter 1, that was about 30 minutes. Okay.
There's 13. There's 13 bonds.
There's 13 bonds?
Yes.
Oh my god. Yo, okay, at that point, you're milking it. You're straight up milking it.
I love this card game. I really do, but there's other characters, please. Print some of the other characters.
Well, I mean, is that like on par with like the Pokemon cards, where like every new type of like whatever that comes out, there's a different Charizard? Because like remember you had like the first edition Charizard, right? And then you had like an alternate. It was more of a cartoony looking Charizard. Then you had a Team Rocket Charizard.
Yeah.
Then you had what was it? Didn't they give Blaine a Charizard? You had Blaine's Charizard.
I think it's Blaine's Charizard. Yeah. It's sort of like that. Yeah. Basically, every set they pick a few games and they're like, "This is the game." Like, these are the games we're making cards for this set.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, great. I love this game, I really do, but it's like, yep, now we have another van, we just got, we got a van 3 sets ago, which is like literally a year, because it's like a set every 4 months, so it's like, okay, we just have a new van, we have this character, And I mean, at some point, yeah, you're gonna have to redo characters, because there's only so many Final Fantasy characters. But at the same time, like there are some characters that they just favor way too much.
Yeah, and that's fair. You know what?
Yeah.
Relkun, I agree. Balthier is the leading man of that. You know, like for that game, and I feel like I'm allowed to go off on a tangent because 12 is my favorite Final Fantasy. I hate that they made Vaughn the main character and he wasn't even like the main character, right? It wasn't even about him. It was just there.
But his brother.
That's literally it. That's all he's got.
He did some things.
Like, okay, I'll put it to you. I'll say this. I don't disagree that he should have been involved in the story because I enjoyed that he was in the story. I just didn't like that they tried to portray him as the main character of the story. That story was about Balthier and about Bosch. And maybe, what was the princess's name? I can't remember.
Ash.
Yeah, Princess Ash. Maybe Ash. She was relevant to the story.
And somebody, go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I know a lot of people couldn't get past the steampunk-esque type world. I think the gameplay was slightly different, but I enjoyed it. You know, I'm not very big on grindy games, but I enjoyed the grinding needed to like get the items for like different weapons and stuff. That was pretty cool.
I haven't finished 12. I have a bad habit with a lot of things, video games, anime, and it shows everything. Like, so I got to a point in 12 where it was like, oh, this boss is really hard. I'm gonna, I've tried it a few times. I'm gonna put the game down. I'm gonna try again later because I'm getting frustrated.
Yep.
I'll let you know when later happens. Later hasn't come up in about 10 years. I'll let you know if later happens. I put it down, and then I went to do something else, and then it's like, I really should go back to 12. Yeah, It's like, I really need to go back and finish Blue Lock, or like, I put it down, and it's never gonna happen again. It's gone.
Yeah. Like, and I've got games that are like that too, so I get it.
That being said, sorry, you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I don't disagree with anything anybody says about it. It's like, yeah, Van is not the most important character, but I haven't finished the story enough to be able to just, like, give the input. So it's like, yeah, he's definitely not my favorite character in that, so...
Yeah.
I understand it.
So to kind of catch everybody up to speed, the big bad villains had a big bad meeting. They were talking about how they needed to capture the maidens. They talked about how we heroically rescued Mycella and that they need to get her back. We went to go talk to Bannon. The scholar tells us that, and I can't remember the relationship to her, either his daughter or his assistant, whichever this next maiden we've got to save. She was kidnapped and now we have to go save her. So now we're here at the Rogue Fort Mine to rescue this maiden. You guys may have noticed the big tanned guy in the red jacket. His American VA has an Australian accent for whatever reason. Like, everybody is just all over the place with their voices. And like, if this run wasn't just straight awful in the American version, I would have gladly done this so you guys could hear everything that I'm complaining about.
You must know my suffering.
You must know my pain.
I had to listen to these voice actors, so now you're going to have to listen to these voice actors.
All right, the guy we're rescuing right now is the smith. He's going to be important for one sword upgrade, and that's it. So it's kind of funny going through and figuring out the strategies for these runs. When we were like kind of going over and discussing like the most optimal routes and everything, it was just stuff that was like easily available and just kind of like, just do the trick, bro, kind of stuff. But since, being invited to do this, I kind of like went a little bit more in depth last night. Started noticing a few things, a few little details. So obviously leveling is kind of crucial in this run. Throughout almost the entirety of this run, we are severely under leveled for the chapters that we go into. But I started noticing that there's one other thing to take note of, and that's the points that you get in whatever stat you're going for. So for this, it's going to be, strength, obviously. Because there are bosses that have a two-part, well, not a two-part, I say a two-part fight for lack of a better way of explaining it, but you have to damage it to expose the core to damage the core. And doing that, it's really important to pay attention to what your damage output is for a few of these boss fights. So not this boss fight that we're about to do, but the next boss fight coming up. And it's literally just a giant movable drill. And then we end up fighting a kraken. I'm trying to think. There's another fight that's like that where you have to damage it to expose the core first. There's a giant spider. There's a lava dragon, if you want to call it a dragon. It's like Volvalgia. Is that how you pronounce it? Volvalgia's cousin.
Yes, I believe that's how you pronounce it.
All right, so we're going into this first mini boss fight, and this guy's gonna try and clap us with his drills, and we're just gonna kind of walk through it. Turn around, start spinning. All right, we don't want him to do that. I'm gonna go ahead and heal, because that's a problem. Whew, okay. So that right there is kind of the position that you want him in. You want him to kind of I was trying to get him to throw the flames, but you want him to throw it at an angle so you can get behind him and do the spins that way. But it was just a little tough trying to get that lined up. You saw the damage that I was taking with this boss fight, and that kind of cues you in on just how underleveled we are for these fights.
Underleveled in a speedrun? Shocking.
What's that?
Under leveled in a speedrun? Never.
I know, right? So, if you guys are paying attention to my inputs, you'll notice that at the end of every third strike, I'm pressing the block button. And what that does is it cancels the swing animation and allows me to immediately go into the 360 rotation. Just making the combo a lot more fluid.
Okay, so it's kind of like the bike thing from earlier. You can just like block and cancel.
Yeah. But with this, it's just kind of, it's a lot more fluid. So you don't even really see the block come up. And I know I mentioned earlier that we use the lock on to kind of help us go a little bit faster. With those bots, we really don't want to do that because that little move that they do tracks. And for whatever reason, I don't know, it may be just a me thing, but I always get hit when I try and use that ability on them. We'll jump over these guys, jump over these guys. We'll have them push us up and swing. Should be getting a level. Yep, there it is. Another thing you'll notice, we're going to be using some abuse. We're going to be abusing iframes. All of your giant sword abilities have stupid amounts of iframes. From the time the ability starts to the time that Musashi puts the sword back on his back. That's how long your iframes are. And somebody mentioned during the Brave Fencer Musashi run that Musashi carries an ore. That's this game. The sword that you start off with is called the Great Ore. We're going into our next mini game, and of course this one is already messing up. All right, I'm just gonna stay away from you. This one is based off of how many enemies you kill and how much HP you have left. So for this, to get the max HP, the max reward, you have to, you can't get hit twice, and we've already been hit once. So as we're going, we want to try and knock down as many of these people as possible. And what counts as a hit in this minigame is when one of these flying guys knocks you into a wall. So like they can bump you all day while you're just sitting around in the middle of the area. But the second they knock you against the wall, that counts as a hit.
Okay.
And the reason why this is so important is because I didn't get him to go. Okay. Money is a bit crucial in this game. Because of the heals and everything we need to buy. There's my second hit. You guys are not doing what I want you to do, like at all. But that's what they call marathon curse, right?
Yeah. Is like, how bad is it if you don't get max reward on this? Like,
it's not terrible.
Oh.
So like, for every 2 hits, you lose X amount of money. So like so after the second hit where it goes down. So I'm on my second hit, so I can't get touched anymore.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it just goes from 1,000 to 500. And I think you also get a bonus card, which we use to sell later. Just go ahead and use this boost now. Get those guys out the way. Yeah, you guys do that. All right, we're
long
good.
minigame.
Yeah, it's a very long minigame, unnecessarily so. So we got all S, we got the card, we got the money. We're good to go.
And like I'm sitting there like, wow, this is still going.
Yep.
Holy.
And every minigame uses that little that surfer dude theme. Which again, I don't know why that's the main theme for the game, but okay, I thought I was going somewhere.
I guess you're not. You're...
I really thought.
Somebody earlier was saying that the composer for this is the same as the composer for FF13.
What's going on?
Somebody earlier in chat was mentioning that the composer for this game is the same composer as the one who did Final Fantasy 13.
I mean, that's more than possible, right? I want to say Nomura was involved with 13 as well. I could be wrong.
Somebody's also saying it was the same music as the Minecraft, the minecart in the first, or the...
No, this isn't the same. This isn't the, that's not the same music used. For, if you're talking about the minecart minigame for Brave Fencer Musashi, no, those are two different songs.
And it's definitely not the same as Minecraft.
No,
That's just me not being able to talk.
God, could you imagine?
The game was truly ahead of its time.
Yeah. So the more I look at this game, the more I see Sora from Kingdom Hearts as protagonist instead of Musashi. It's the brown hair. It's yeah. So this is Fontina. This is the Water Maiden. I feel like the giveaway, right, on what each maiden is, you can tell like by their personalities, by the clothes they wear, or even the color, right? So we're gonna use her for a little bit. Use those big chunky feet of hers. Get some experience in before we get to this next boss fight. So, like I was mentioning earlier, there are some boss fights where we have to pay attention to the damage output. This boss fight that we're going into is the same. Is one of those bosses. Sorry. So they have a damage cap, which of 500, I think, or maybe it's a little bit more. But typically what we do is 3 spins, we back off, we force it to do its other attack, which it opens up the drills and shoots, but that leaves it exposed and it can't do anything until it finishes the shooting animation. So we get about 3 extra spins in before it becomes, before we're not able to hit it again and it goes underground. And it's just a wash, rinse, repeat of that cycle. The third one? Just missed it. So this is the only time where the Earth Sword is useful in a fight, because that's his weakness. It doesn't damage him, it just gets him out of the ground.
does it have a use in like a casual playthrough besides this, or is this legitimately the only use for it?
No, so we use it to press buttons, break rocks. There's a few instances where it's used like on a casual level to open up new routes.
Okay.
But as far as like fight specific, like it literally does not get used for anything.
As far as actually being a sword.
Yeah. And so that's the Drill 1 fight, or the Drill 2 fight, actually.
Look, I've played RPGs before. Swords aren't real weapons.
Yeah.
It's always like a giant tree branch or something.
No, there's one more use that I use it for. And I think it's just because of its reach. All the swords may have the same amount of reach, but I haven't really tested it out to check. But I know that I have the Earth Sword when I do it. There's a spot where we use it to press a button. And when we turn around, when we face the opposite wall, there's a person that we have to rescue. Now you can swing your sword from that button and hit the capsule that the person is in. And when I do it, I always have the Earth Sword on it. It's probably the distance for all swords, but I like to think that it's because of I can reach it because of the Earth Sword. Just to give it that little bit of importance.
You're still important to me, Earth Sword.
Yeah. So, to fill you guys in on the story, we rescued Fontina, but in the process, we broke her glasses. And because she can't see, it's making her very tired, which up until becoming, partially blind myself, I didn't think that was a real thing. And it's kind of a strain to to see stuff without your glasses. So I can kind of relate. So now we've been set with the task of going out to find what is called the Linkle nut. I can't remember. I can't remember the link something nut. But this is going to be used to fashion her a new pair of glasses. And this is where we get to do our first somewhat major glitch. Saves, I'd say it saves about 2 minutes. And I'll explain why when we do it. That guy wants to really come over here. Go way over here. So this is one of the biggest differences between the Brave Fencer Musashi game and that is a bad spot to get hit in for that exact reason. This is the difference between Brave Fencer Musashi and Samurai Legend. You guys watching the run, you noticed that there were a lot of game-breaking glitches and tricks. You were kind of all over the place in chapters, and you would have to go back. They really wanted to get in front of me. Okay. This one is more straightforward, right? There isn't really anything that puts you out of sequence. Thanks. You know what? I'll take that. It's just kind of navigating the game as optimally as possible. And there are 2 tricks that we do in this run that kind of go out of sequence. This trick is less about going out of sequence and more just about, a good time save. So that's the nut that we're going for. And what the game wants you to do is up here next to the tree, there's going to be a chest, and that chest has an ability that we need. It has an item that we need to appraise. Look at this guy. So we get the item, get the nut, go all the way back where we started, appraise the item, come back, and we save that guy in that little nook. We're not going to do all that. We're going to do a little bit of manipulation. And I'm going to be quiet right here because this one's kind of a pain to do. Okay. All right. Go for the swipe. And we got it. So that is called nut jump. This, I know, super original. But essentially, what you just saw was me manipulating the enemy onto the tree, which is an area that it typically doesn't go on. And when it jumped in our direction, that trick is a lot harder than it looked. When it jumps in our direction, if you press the jump button at the same time that it pushes you, the game registers that you're jumping, but you're technically jumping in midair. So you get a little bit extra, you get a little bit closer to that flower petal to be able to land on it. Because that jump you couldn't make on your own without the double jump ability. So we talk to him, we get the glasses. We're going to talk to him again because during our gameplay, we got 2 ores needed to upgrade our sword. So we're going to go for the sword upgrade. But yeah, so that jump that we did, we're going to heal too. For whatever reason, that only works when you're holding something, which is why it worked out when we were holding a Linkle nut. I couldn't tell you why that works the way it does. Just does.
It just works.
Yeah. So the lady that we saved earlier is the ice cream lady. We're going to be paying very frequent visits to her. So in this game, bread restores HP. Ice cream restores MP. And I only got one ice cream that restores 100 MP. We're doing something a little bit different with this run. There's an ability that we used to use. It was a 360 spin followed by Maelstrom. And the reason why we did that was because Maelstrom is the highest damaging hit we can do right now. And that's on anything. But going over the guidebook, I noticed that there are boss fights. There are bosses that have weaknesses to abilities. And we're going to pick up one of those abilities here coming up. And we're going to be utilizing that instead of doing it the other way. To catch you up on speed with the story, we got our glasses back. She's super ungrateful. Says that she doesn't have any use for us anymore. The old man apologizes and says that he's sorry. He doesn't know where she gets this from. She storms out of the archives, library, one of those. So we're gonna go talk to her. And this is probably the second greatest, and by greatest I mean worst line in the game in the US run, because he tells her to quote unquote don't cop a tude.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's awful. But we find out that she's upset because she put herself in the position that she was in because she was trying to go get the sword. And she's mad at herself for having to get rescued. And Musashi's just kind of telling her, hey, you need to know your role. You're not the go out and adventure type. You're the stay here and study. So I need you to stay here and study and help me figure out how to do what I need to do. And then she tells him where he needs to go. And that's where we're heading now. Cop-a-tude, like don't cop an attitude, not cop a tooth. So I'm glad you brought that up, Bronwyn. Normally, she would complain about that too, but because we already grabbed the ability to do it, and we pawned, we got the ability of praise before talking to her, that part of the conversation never comes up. I think I was on a mission to hit me. He says it really nasally too. That's my other gripe about the voice acting. Like I said, I'm going to be talking about this a lot. Everybody has nasal issues. Like they all just sound congested. With the exception of Rothschild. Rothschild sounds like Balthier. Which I think him and, well, no, just him. Yeah, that's the only American VA that I enjoy listening to in this game. Also, this particular cutscene, this is probably one of the things that people remember most about this game. When you come back to Rogueport Mine, you know where you're supposed to go, but you don't know how to make that happen. So, as a casual player, you're probably walking back, you get to this spot right here that I'm on right now, and nothing happens. Well, that's because when you get to this door, you're supposed to press whatever the confirm button is. The cutscene doesn't automatically happen like this. I know, I remember vividly my first time playing this game. I spent 2 hours on this location because I didn't know that I was supposed to walk up to that door and press the confirm button, which I think in America it's circle or square.
What? I mean, I've never played the game. Normally, it's X for confirm in NA.
Yeah, it's normally X to confirm in most of the games, but this one, for whatever reason, it like you can swap it to what you need it to be. But by default, X in this game, X is to confirm, and X is also to pick things up.
Okay.
So a lot of times, when you're going to go pick up like a princess or whatever, you'll end up jumping on accident. It's X, bro. Well, no, I mean for this game specifically. Sorry. I need to take the hit. It's okay. Am I under leveled? I think I'm very under leveled. Okay.
Well, we're an hour in and you're level 4, so I'm going to assume probably very under level.
Yeah. All right, we're going to save this guy because we want to... This is the ability that we need to grab. How would I get this game today? Here's the kicker about this game. You can get it literally anywhere. eBay, your local retro, and I guarantee you can find it for under $10. As opposed to Brave Fencer Musashi. Good luck finding it under, get out the way. Good luck finding it under 80. And that's just for the disc itself. Oh, another level up, cool. Yeah, if you want Brave Fencer Musashi with the jewel case and even the Final Fantasy demo disc, you're looking at like $130 easy. I don't know. Like, as much as I gripe about the things of this game, I definitely enjoy playing it, right? I definitely enjoy playing it on a casual level. I'll pick it up about, once every 7 or 8 months, kind of go through it a little bit. If you can play this under the mindset of this is its own game, this isn't gonna be anything like Brave Fencer Musashi, I'd say it's enjoyable. Those guys go.
Are we almost near the end of the chapter?
What's that?
Are we almost near the end of the chapter?
Yeah, we're heading to the boss fight right now, so if we want to take a break.
Yeah, after the... Yeah. I think, going back to the other thing, I think we are definitely in a better place for that kind of thing now, where it's like, with the amount of information we have readily available, it's like, you can have those kind of qualifiers where it's like, it's a good game if you drop this expectation. Like, go into the game knowing this, you'll be fine. Yeah.
But yeah, back then, like I feel like it not playing or being an actual Brave Fencer Musashi sequel in the way that people wanted is what made it flop.
For sure. Like, there's definitely, I can't think of any of them right now, but there's definitely a few games where I've been like, oh, I want to play this, and people are like, hold on, wait. You need to understand this.
I'll give you a good example. The sequel to Tales of Symphonia.
I've actually never played either.
You know what? You're not missing anything. All right, so I intentionally took damage there. Normally what you're supposed to do is find a switch and hit it. But you can kind of damage boost your way if you jump at it in a particular manner. What it normally does is throw you back. Like, you're not supposed to stay stuck in the fan at all like that. But yeah, so going back to the Tales of Symphonia thing. Tales of Symphonia, the original, classic. My favorite JRPG. The sequel, it's essentially a love story. And I feel like every Tales of game with a sequel does that. Because there was, Tales of Xillia 2? And I think that one went into the areas of like not a love simulator, but like, like it's more...
It's focused on romance instead of like...
Yeah, exactly.
Slapping people with swords.
Yeah.
Which it might be people's things, but when you're looking for a sequel, it's like, I don't expect my game to stop having slapping people with swords in it.
Exactly. But again, once I came back to the Symphonia sequel and was like, all right, you know what? It's a sequel, but it's not Tales of Symphonia. It's not Tales of Symphonia in that essence. I enjoyed it. I was able to enjoy it for what it was. But it's like you said, you get to a point where you can do that. It's not like right off the bat where you see the game. It's like, oh man, Tales of Symphonia has a sequel, and it's got a new protagonist. That's kind of cool. And Lloyd's still in it. And it's like, yeah, but no. Kinda, but not really.
I'm desperately trying to think of examples, but like, I know I've played games like this, and I can't think of any right now.
It's gonna be one of those things where like you get off the stream and you start thinking of like every single game right after.
Oh, yeah, and I guarantee you in 3 hours from now, I'm gonna be like, and that's it for today, tune in tomorrow, we're gonna cut, and I'm gonna be like, I have 7 examples right now.
We need to grab this ability. That's going to be important for a trick later.
I can think it, so it's not quite the same as the sequel thing, but I know there is a game I can think of where somebody will like, okay, you need to play this game, and let me tell you right now that Doki Doki Literature Club. So somebody like brought it up, and they were like, "This is a really good game," and I was like, "I'm not playing a visual novel. I hate romance sims," and they were like, "Okay." Listen, play the game. I'm telling you for a reason. It'll be fine. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll trust you. That's a ride. After the first 2 hours, starts to get interesting.
Yeah. I've seen it. I've intentionally not played that game because I kind of want to experience that for myself. But I've seen some things, man, and that's like, okay.
Yeah, in retrospect, would have just been better watching it and like watching somebody else play it, because I wouldn't have had to suffer through the first 2 hours. But yeah, there's definitely things where it's like, yeah, play it, but understand X.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and stab. So this is another boss where I need to keep count of the amount of damage I'm putting out. You have to do, I think it's 800 to the body and 500 to the core. Did you put yourself right in front of that? You sure did. Of course you did. All right, we're fine. So what you're seeing me do is a 7 count, and I'm paying attention to the damage I'm putting out every time I hit him. Because like I said, I can't break that threshold of 500. And so there's a moment, right, where as he's recovering, he has iframes. Missed it. That's okay. But if you catch him just before he goes up, you should be all right. Got it. Cool. We're gonna eat our ice cream. Actually, no, we're gonna eat this guy. All right, and then after this phase, he should be turning blue. And that's just kind of like the I have low health symbol. And got the hit. Back off. Tried to be a little cheeky there. There it is. This is a 5-cycle fight. And I didn't really pay attention to the count, but I'm pretty sure that was 5. So the reason why I did this, normally what we do is we'll do the 360 spin on the body. And then we'll use Maelstrom. We'll do this. We'll do the 6 or 7 count depending on how leveled you are, and then we'll do a Maelstrom to end it. And that's just like getting as close as you can to that threshold, and then going over that threshold with a high damaging hit for the last hit. I chose to do it this way because Maelstrom costs 50 MP. So we normally come into the fight with, I think, 3 or 4 different ice creams to replenish. And as you can see, I didn't even have to use the one that I brought with me. And it still ended up being a 5-cycle fight. All right, so we're coming up soon. I know we're a little past time, but right after this cutscene of getting the sword, we can take a break if that's cool.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, just during these long, I'll give this spiel now while we wait. We like to take breaks during these longer runs, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do.
I definitely do that when I do these runs. Like every time there's a cutscene, that's a water break, bathroom break, getting a snack. Like I can't sit here for 4 hours straight.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Oh, as a quick reminder, just while we're waiting here, if you're ever on YouTube watching, be sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, you can go to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in looking at any of our live content. It starts weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern.
All right, we're good to go.
All right, perfect. We'll see you in just a few minutes here for more of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Brave Fencer Musashi 25th anniversary special. We are in the middle of a Musashi Samurai Legend run. I will just hand it right back over to you, and you can get started whenever you're ready. Just give us a countdown.
Okay, cool. We'll get it going in 3, 2, 1, and go. Now I'm trying to remember what we were supposed to do. Okay, I got it. I'm there. So, there are, just like with Brave Fencer Musashi, there are a few key people that we need to rescue to advance the plot. The person that we rescued last was the teacher. And it always concerns me, right? When you play these games and you have irresponsible adults. So this woman is essentially telling us that she lost one of her students, which is the next maiden. More importantly, she lost this student in an active volcano. I couldn't tell you how or why why this was a thing.
I feel like there's a set of there is a long set of occurrences that happened that I'm not going to get the answer to, but I really want the answer to.
Yeah. So we are on our way to an active volcano to rescue this child, who is also the Maiden of Fire. Which, when you think about it, but we're going to go rescue the Maiden of Fire in a place surrounded by fire, makes sense. But all of that goes out of the window when you realize that this person is a literal child, like in every sense of the word. Like even just going into it, you can look at this and say, like, this is a place where no one has any business being.
I would see this and I would leave.
Yeah.
I would question every life decision I've made up to that point, and I would fix them so that this never happens again.
All right. So that behind us, I think that's the last one we grabbed, but that was a food item, pork pot pie for anybody wondering. Refills 50 HP, 50 MP. Very good to have when you are in a pinch. You know, it's crazy. I was just thinking about, like, there are a lot of similarities to this run and the Brave Fencer Musashi run. Not in the sense of like the story and the characters and everything, but in a sense of the reasoning for grabbing like heal items and things like that. Like we grab them because, you know, as a just in case, you know, there are emergencies in case, worst case scenario before we get to a certain spot in Brave Fencer, right? It kind of works the same way here. Everything that I've gotten is honestly for the next area we end up being in, which it's still the volcano, but just a different point in the volcano. Oh, cool. So like for instances just like that. So after this, actually no, is it this split? I think it's this split. We refer to this as the gauntlet because literally everything in here, from the steam that I just jumped over to those yellow guys, they hit like a truck. You really can't afford to take too much damage here. There are also these little black balls called crazies, which we will be exploiting later. They're just like massive groups of them. One hit from them is kind of bad for you too. We're gonna come over here. We're grabbing, this is a fire blanket. Makes you a little fire resistant, but it also does a few other things too, like raise your focus and defense. I'm gonna go ahead and use this level up as well. A 10, nice. So when I'm leveling up, you'll notice that I'm up. Before I go into that, we're going to pick this guy up. We're just gonna walk on lava. Just walk on lava. Now that we're done with him, not take that damage, not end up in the same situation that I was just in. So the reason why that trick works is because for whatever reason, when you are, when you're holding an item, an enemy, whatever, it extends your frames just enough for you to walk on the opposite end of the wall. So like the inside of it, quote unquote, so to speak. Why do you jump before attacking when you stun them? Honestly, it's habit. Like it's better for me to run up, do a jump slash, then go into the combo. Okay, you guys might get to see something neat here. Looks like I might get to do it. So these rocks are completely RNG. Oh, we got it. Nice. Rock formations are completely RNG. You really can't tell what you're going to get. Let me see if another one comes up. So you see that rock down there? You can get a setup where it's nothing but those rocks and you can't do anything about it. You can't use that as a platform. So you literally have to sit there and wait. But on the off chance that you get really lucky, you can get two of those flat rocks back to back. And instead of walking all the way around and platforming like you're supposed to, you can jump on the first rock, double jump over the lava fall, and use the second rock as a shortcut. It was rock RNG time. And we actually got good RNG. Okay, so we use the Earth Sword again to knock these rocks down. Fun fact, you can't jump on these too soon because the game won't register it as a platform you can walk on. You'll just slide right off of it.
Good. Exactly what you want.
Yeah, gotta love those PS2 mechanics. We're just gonna do little jumps here to kind of keep from falling. And he's gonna follow me because that's what he does. All you have to do is mind your business. But you did not want to do that. More backflips. Okay. This is the part that gets dicey. Gonna go ahead and hit that checkpoint. Not run into that. Swap swords. Double jump here. This guy right here, under no circumstances do you want him hitting you. Ooh, like that. Okay, you know what? We talk about situations you don't want to be in. This is definitely that situation. Okay. I want to say at our level, 2 hits from that little cone guy, that's death.
Ooh, that would be suboptimal.
Yeah. And so these are the little crazies that I was mentioning earlier. And this is where you want to do that ability, not for the stuff you get, but because I think, if I remember right, it's like 35 experience for every one you hit. So they're really good for farming. Yeah, I'm also not going to deal with this. So we're just going to, yeah.
Safe strats are always good.
Yeah. Get out of here. We don't normally kill him there. We just kind of keep going on. But I need all the little health bonuses I can get. Hello? Okay. Got rid of him. That fire lizard is a problem. That looks... Yeah. All right. I don't know what's going on with the rock formation because that was way too far. That's right. We've got another rock here. Oh, it came back. All right.
Cool.
Yeah. That's what that's supposed to look like. So these jumps, they're definitely like frame perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and use this. Don't get hit with that. Don't get hit with him. Walk around. Drop this here. Yeah, just all around, not a fun time.
Yeah, this does not look fun. Well, I mean, it looks very difficult, I guess.
So it clears up once we make it here, but it's just that one spot. That's a run ender location. And all it takes is just one wrong move. Don't get hit. All right, and we made it. This is the small child that we mentioned earlier. So turns out that the bad guys, and I don't know the logic behind this, but they're going to use her as a way to harness the power of the volcano. I don't know how that works, but that's why she's in the giant sphere.
I feel like this isn't even the thing I have the most questions about so far.
Well, no, I feel like the pressing question is, why are you taking children to volcanoes? Why is a teacher taking children to volcanoes? But,
Yeah. And how... So, I mean, obviously got kidnapped at some point, but how far down were they originally?
Yeah. Because you can see where we started. That's not even an okay place to be in.
No.
Right.
And the level of okay very quickly just started descending.
So you find out. This is the part where you find out that there isn't just one maiden, fire maiden. There's two. They're twins. And they thought that one would be enough, but turns out it wasn't. School trip, it's for science. Yeah, what is this, the magic school bus? Everybody hop in. Maribo and Maribo are the names of the twins. I don't know how that's cheese related. I don't even think it is.
They ran out of cheese names, so they just made something up.
Yeah. Okay, so if you notice in the cutscene, we do have some more enemies waiting for us at the bottom. But if I can, yep, that's always a hit or miss. If I can move the way I need to, it's not going to be a problem. Yeah, just walking. And we're done. So if you notice those big robots that we walk past, when they go to attack, it only tracks up for so long. And that's why when I go around them, I go more towards the inside, so they so the attack misses every single time. Maribo is Danish cheese, I believe. Huh. So what is how do you spell the other one? Because they're both, what is it, Maribo and Maribo or something like that? Maybe they're both, one name is just a play off of the cheese and the other one is the actual name of the cheese. Oh, went the wrong way. We gotta go back up. The teacher thanks us by giving us a pair of gloves, because I feel like that's an appropriate It's an appropriate thing to give somebody who went through an active volcano to rescue a child that you lost. But once we get these gloves appraised, they turn out to be one of the quote-unquote legendary items, the gecko gloves. And to me, it's probably one of the most useless things in the game. Gecko gloves are similar to the L brace in Brave Fencer Musashi. It allows you to walk up certain or climb up certain walls. You definitely see a lot more mileage out of it in Brave Fencer Musashi than this one, because I think there's only 2 walls we end up climbing. And even on a casual run, I think you just end up coming back to the same wall to climb it again. So now that we've got that, we're going to come back and talk to Maribo again. She's going to tell us that she knows that her sister is being held captive at another location. She's telling us what the location is. We're asking her how she knows this. And it's because, and I quote, "I saw it in my mind's eye."
Okay.
So we're chalking it up to anime. Mirabo and Maribo, that's what it is. The I and the A are just swapped.
I looked up Mirabo and I believe it is just nothing. But Maribo is a cheese.
Is a cheese, okay. So Mirabo is a playoff of Maribo. That checks. Do I have a level up to do? I don't. Okay. Don't touch me. All right. So we got to do the motorcycle deal again. It'll be a lot easier because we're, a lot more leveled than last time. I think for the most part, everything I can't remember if everything stays the same level when you come back, but I know that you can one-shot almost everything, or two-shot at least. Sorry, just doing a little dance there. Okay, so the second go around this is where they trip you up. They're gonna put a big line of enemies in front of you, and you literally cannot hit them all. So you just kind of have to hit what you can. It's another thing that I didn't really look into, but I'm pretty sure that line of enemies won't take away from your bonus at the end.
Oh.
Which is nice because it's impossible. Got this guy over here. Come on. There you go. And I think there's one more down the middle. I hear him. Oh, you're over here. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, all right. Big bag bikers. Instead of one now, there's going to be 2 of them. So it's going to be a little bit harder to manipulate. So you might see me intentionally eat some damage here. Come over here. 3 bombs. It's 1 down. Okay, cool. It's really hard to take both of them down at the same time, just because of how they sit. But I think this guy only has 1 more hit on him. Yep. Okay, not too bad. So I think you can get a max of 3K. I think 3K is like you did everything perfectly. Is this an ode to that Final Fantasy VII part? I want to say yes. It definitely looks and feels like it.
It's definitely what I think. Like, it is the first thing I think of.
Yeah, that was the first thing he said too. Yeah.
Yeah. And I haven't even beat Final Fantasy VII.
All right, we're not going to be doing... Oh, nice. It's definitely out of the ordinary. We're not going to be doing a lot of grinding here. Oh. We are going to do it with these guys. It's because they give the most experience. Definitely going to utilize that level up. That's our first 8. Okay. There we go. So you'll see me when I get in between these enemies. Alternate between who I focus on, and that just helps me stay centered, so they can both get hit for each spin. Because if I stayed on one, I would just move closer to the one. Also, you're gonna hear, I think I started to explain this and I got sidetracked. You're gonna hear me call out numbers every time a level up happens. So your level up is actually random in a sense of, I'll leave him alone. There we go. Oh, he came back. In a sense of, you can get certain numbers. So like your level up when you focus on a specific stat can be anywhere from 8 to 10. 8 obviously being the lower end of it, 10 being the highest. There are runs where I've gotten nothing but 8s, and it's as horrible as it sounds. I'm gonna stop here a sec because I need this ability. There are runs where I've got nothing but 10s. It really comes down to how the game's feeling. And I wish there was a way to figure out how to manipulate that.
RNG. RNG.
Yeah.
Woo!
So here's one of the only places where we can use the legendary gecko cloves. And like this is a whole like little maze. But the path that you just saw me take was a little bit of a, well, I'll say a little bit, but it's a shortcut. So instead of going right and going all the way through, we just kind of shorten the path. Make our way all the way up. game needs a remake. I will say at most it needs a port. I will give you that. A remake, I would take a remake for Brave Fencer Musashi over this game. And I feel like a lot of people would be pretty mad if this got a remake before Brave Fencer Musashi did. I would be pretty mad about it, and I like this game.
This might be an unpopular opinion, but I think we need to stop with the remakes. I think we just need to make new games.
You know, I agree with that to an extent. To an extent. To answer your question real quick, Cyber, this is the sequel to Brave Fencer Musashi. Like, it is not a direct sequel, but is a sequel in the series. Came out for PS2 in 2005, the same year Kingdom Hearts 2 dropped. That's why you're seeing a similarity in it. And it was made by, I almost left a little girl. Wow, I'm almost as bad as the teacher. That's why you see resemblances to that. It's also a Square Enix game. Tetsuya Nomura has his hands all up in this game, so you that's why you're seeing a lot of similarities. But back on the tangent of remakes, I feel like there are some that are warranted, like the Link's Awakening. Like, if we got Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages the same way they did Link's Awakening, I would be 100 on board with that. 110%. But I do agree that there are some games that just need to be left alone.
So I'm sure there are some games where, like, a remake is warranted. And, like, if you want to remaster a game, I'm totally on board for that. Like, especially some older games that are hard to, like, get access to. Like, I'm all for remasters. But it's just, like, I feel a lot of the remakes are just, like, you could have just made a new game. You could have just made a new game.
Is that how you feel about the Final Fantasy VII remake?
So I actively haven't played the Final Fantasy VII remake.
That's right.
I think they're doing interesting things with it to the point where I would make the argument that it's almost not even a remaster, or sorry, a remake. It is a separate game. Like, it is just a sequel, basically.
I could see that.
That's how I see that particular one. It's like, technically it's a remake, but also, like, I just, for the record, my sentence stopped.
Oh, okay, I thought, you were telling me about,
No, I realized very quickly that you were expecting something, but, like, no, that my sentence is over.
Okay. I don't know. I could see, right? Because the Final Fantasy VII remake is essentially its own thing. It's based in the original story to some degree, but there's so much change that it could very well be its own story.
Right,
100%
exactly.
agree with that.
So like, I'm okay with something like that because it is a very creative. So I haven't played it, but I am familiar with things that happen in it. And for the record, I am doing my best to avoid spoilers for everybody. But like, its narrative is such that it's like, it doesn't feel like a remake to me. It feels like a unique entry in the Final Fantasy VII series. Whereas some remakes are just like, you could have just made a new game and, called it. you could have just, like, the characters, the story that you remade is not integral to this story. You could have just made a new game and called it something different.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm all over the place. I completely forgot where I was supposed to be going. We gotta go talk to the princess. Okay, so how do you feel about the Super Mario RPG remake?
So, short answer, I don't have enough information. Is it a remake or a remaster? Because I've heard both.
Remaster. It's a remaster. So it's the same story with, as far as I can tell, it's the same story with like current gen graphics.
Totally okay with that.
They didn't change the story at all or anything like that, as far as I'm aware.
If you want to make old games accessible for us again, I am okay with that. Like, personally, I have a copy of the game. It's either upstairs or in the other room, but like, not everybody has a copy of the game, and it's not easy to get an N64 game anymore. So like, yeah, absolutely, I'm so for that.
And that was kind of like my take from it too, because if you look at the pricing for it to get a copy, if you're the type that like to own the games and you don't want to emulate it, like that's the money that you're dropping to get that game. And not a lot of people want to do that.
That's got to be like, for SMRPG, I'm going to say that's at least 150, right?
Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, blessed out the handy dandy eBay.
I'm also doing something similar, yeah. 400. So this is Canadian, but $450, $430, $125. Yeah, this is
It's pretty on par.
This one's straight up. This is 160, and it's like straight up disassembled. Like every component is laid out.
So I think some people do that because they want you to know that you have an authentic board.
That actually, now that you say that, okay, yeah.
Because that used to throw me off too. Because I was in the market for buying Game Boy Advance games, and I didn't realize that there were fakes, there were copies that could be made.
Yeah.
So you have a hard time unless you looking on the inside of it to seeing what's authentic and what's not. And so when I saw it for the first time, I was like, why would I want to buy a game that's been dismantled? Why would I want to put it together again to play it? Like, this should already be the way it needs to be to play.
Why am I buying a chore?
Yeah.
And a chore that I could mess up.
Yeah, 100%.
Also, yes, I did say N64. That is because I don't know what I'm talking about. I forgot what console it was on. I swear I have the game.
We get caught up in the moment. It's fine.
Yeah.
So, I guess to catch you guys up to speed on, because I'm actually supposed to be explaining my speed run, not in a podcast for retro games. We just so the guy that we saved was a reporter, but he also sells the magic cards, right, that I mentioned earlier. I bought a few of these cards because the prices for them go up and down as the game progresses. So I bought 4 cards. We'll say 4. I bought 4 cards that have the highest price point at the end of the game, and we're going to utilize that to get the money we need to buy some very much needed items for in-game. And then we went back to the school, talked to the twins. They told us that they knew where the I said, you know what? And it never confirmed. Like, are these guardians? Are we just out here fighting elemental monsters? I don't know. The guardians, the guardian for the fire sword, which of course it's back on the volcano. Big surprise, right? So now we're going back. There'll be a new route open to us, and we'll utilize that route to get to the boss, beat him, and then get the fire sword. We're gonna borrow our friend's face here pick them up, take another trip across the lava. Oh, that could have been bad. So that could have been bad because obviously we took the hit, but also because of our position. When we would have gone to recover from the damage taken, we would have fallen straight into the lava. That just would have been unnecessary double damage. I like the podcast speed run. Hey, you know what? Maybe that should be a thing.
This is I'm looking at Wikipedia, so that doesn't mean this has all the information. But I am not seeing a confirmed name for the Guardians.
Yeah, they're just monsters in locations. Oh, I'm sorry, monsters in elemental locations that you have to beat. And what's crazy is that I have one of the only guides made for this game in Japanese, so I'm constantly having to use a translator. And yeah, I didn't see anything in there that would suggest that, you know, they had a name. Because in Brave Fencer Musashi, like 100%, they're guardians of the crest of the scrolls of the elemental crests. Like they are literally named Crest Guardians. And in this game, it's like, oh yeah, we got some monsters. Probably kill them. They might do something.
Is there even any explanation, or do you just get like a giant monster attacking you?
No, it's literally like, let me see. So each maiden kind of tells you what needs to be done.
Sure.
So like the water maiden Fontina was like, hey, there's this cryptic message that says deep in the bowels of the mines, you find this protector or something. And it turns out to be the Kraken that we killed.
Oh god. But it's just like not a...
But there's no rhyme or reason, right? Like with Brave Fencer Musashi, they flat out tell you like, hey, you gotta get the sword, you gotta get Lumina, you gotta get the scroll, you gotta kill the Crest Guardian in order to use the crest that matches that element, right? You have clear-cut instructions. This is just kind of like, a girl told you to go kill this thing, so I better go do it.
This sounds familiar, it's probably correct.
All right, so this was the this little area is like the grinding location. Those little, like I said, those little black balls, they're called crazies, and they're about 33 experience per kill. So you can imagine with it being like 20 or 30 of them sitting there, that's a good chunk of experience in one spot. But yes, brown one is white. The boss that we're coming up right now, the English name is Multan. It's literally a fire dragon. I'm putting this back on because it's raining fire.
Oh, so it takes place in Canada.
I didn't realize Canada had fire dragons. That's kind of... That's a little alarming.
They would explain what's going on right now.
Don't get hit by the moving trash can. But I will get hit by you. So like literally that spot right there. You saw me. Like, I should have gotten hit by that guy, but because I was still in the active iframes from using the water sword, it just kind of went through me. Like I said, the iframes for these abilities are ridiculous. Also, these balls of fire, that are dropping, they track. Not just the ball of fire, but the that stuff. The stuff that comes after. They track your movement too. Thanks. Thanks. Like right before I get in. That's cool. All right, so we're a little low on health, but you know what? Not gonna say it. I was 100% gonna jinx myself, and I'm just not gonna do that.
Careful. Watch it.
We're gonna go over here and get some emergency rations. This isn't really part of the run. It's just something that I like to do just because there's no reason to not have healing items that you have immediate access to. So that one heals, I think that would say a salmon something, but it heals for like 200. Don't get hit with that. Is that all? Why? Yep, that is exactly why you got hit by those fireballs. It's because they're tracking you on the way down. Like you can dodge one and go in a completely different direction. You're gonna get hit. Okay, so I'm gonna be quiet on this boss fight because there is a strat that we use to one cycle it. If you noticed earlier, I picked up what was called a power-up punch. It increases your attack by 10, so basically one level, temporarily. We're gonna utilize that to kind of help me get that going. I'm gonna play it safe. Go for the swing. Drop the hand. Thank you. All right, so I messed it up. I missed the cycle, but I might catch him here. No, I did that too early. It's fine. When he comes back up, it should just be 2 hits. Oh, hey. I forgot that was a thing. I'm gonna try and give him the swing again. All right, and now arms? Yep. There it is. So, what makes that difficult is your positioning. You can get too close, and the reason why we use 360 for that fight is because it's one of the only things we have that hits fast enough and gives us enough distance to not get hit when his face is coming in like that. And then on that last attempt, the hit that I made an attempt on before he went into the lava, there's no way to track that. So it's literally like a guess on when he's going to fall in. His strike zone is only in his face, so we can only, you have to time when you throw out the water to when he falls into goes into the lava.
Somebody was asking if this is the only title in the series. There's 3. There's Brave Fencer Musashi, this, and Musashi Mobile Samurai.
Which, don't feel bad, nobody knew about that. In fact, it's a thing that you just flat out would not be able to find. But yeah, if we're going on technical terms, there are 3 titles to this game. But the third one, it's a mobile game and it's based off of this one.
Is this the end of the chapter?
Yes. So after this is going to be the start of another chapter. So right after this, we'll go into the into that little cutscene, and then if we want to take another break, we can.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Okay, sounds good. So real quick, we find out here that we actually didn't have to do all the things that we did. They had the sword the whole time. They just wanted us to go kill it. Okay.
All right.
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. During these longer breaks, we like to take. Yeah, that's a long day. During these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water. So we're gonna take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with more of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the GameStone Quick Hotfix. This is our Brave Fencer Musashi 25th anniversary special. We are in the middle of a Musashi Samurai Legend run. I'll hand it right back over. You can give a countdown whenever you're ready to go.
Okay. We are ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So we left off. We were saving children from an active volcano, which we probably should have been saving from this place. And now we are off to the jungle. I just want to stop and get some ice cream real quick because, it gets kind of hot in the jungle. Before we do that, we're going to go and talk to this lady that we just saved. This is the chef of the community, and she is telling us she wants to she wants us to get a type of fish so that she can cook a dish called Hell Stew. And if you notice that as we were talking, the woman that was sitting at the table kind of walked away. Well, that's because I think it was because she knew what that woman was trying to cook and she wanted no parts of that. So it really makes you wonder what we're going to get to make for her. All right. Making our way to the jungle on our flying fish. I can never, as often as I played this game, I can never get over that.
It's certainly a choice.
Yeah. And here's the crazy part too. The lore behind it is that these people, the mystics, they get their abilities from this flying fish, the Amphidon.
Isn't that just Avatar?
That's actually, yeah. I feel like that's literally Avatar.
This game is a lot of... This is just an amalgamation of 8 different things.
Yeah.
I think the weirdest part of the fast traveling is you have a motorcycle. You could have just had highways.
Yeah. No, they only exist in that one area, and that's it. Nowhere else has roads. Everywhere it's just a uninhabited civilization.
That's a Dane.
Matter of fact, I think literally everywhere we go, there aren't any other people. There are the people that we're fighting, and that's it. And the people that live on the whale.
I mean, Sure.
Okay. Man, looking at this, I really should have. Oh. I was gonna say I really should have healed, not for health, but for MP. But we should be all right. There's a few things that we have to do. It's not really a make or break on the run. It just means that I have to keep an eye on my usage a little bit more than normal. Someone in the chat said this is the best song in the game. It is, to me, it's not. It's actually the song. There's another song in this level that you hear. For those of you that want to know what it's called, Aeolic Guardian. It's the theme for the Wind Guardian, or for the Wind Maiden, whose name is Istara, by the way. Which, is that a cheese? Is Istara a type of cheese?
Let's find out. Yes.
Okay, I want to know why that name specifically. Like, all of them is just kind of like, it's kind of weird, right? But I feel like Istara is just such a specific thing that stands out to me as an actual name and not a cheese. All right, we're gonna do something here. It's dubbed the jump, but I like to call it balcony jump, similar to Brave Fencer Musashi. Doesn't look like we got it. Oh, we got it. Okay, cool.
Nice. First try every time.
Yeah.
For real this time.
So that trick is hyper dependent on Musashi's positioning when he jumps. And you'll just excuse me here, I'm using their friend to beat them up with. Ooh, don't fall. If you are in a state like you currently saw me, where like he was kind of like extended, then that jump is you got to position yourself in a certain way. I have a lot of ice cream. You normally don't have this much ice cream, but we actually normally don't have that as much money as I did coming in here. What's on the box behind me today? So that is a arcade, and you can see the blank one that I'm building on. I build arcades. There's one over here on the left. That is a more modernized arcade built for modern consoles. This one behind me is playing a CPS2 of Street Fighter Alpha 2, or Street Fighter Zero 2, for those of you that want to get technical. This is my go-to hobby when my ADHD kicks in. Oh, don't get shot. Do another swing. We're gonna grab these just to kind of stay on top of, go back. Stay on top of health and MP usage. We'll come over here. But thank you for asking, PT. I love showing that off any chance I can get.
It's awesome, so.
Thank you. Let's see. So we hit those leaves because that's just another spot where we can get money for in-game. We don't have to kill this guy, but I'm going to, because he has a very bad habit of getting in my way. So we're gonna come up here, and I still haven't figured out a way to do it, but we're essentially gonna eat a hit that. And I hate that they hit like trucks. You're gonna get off.
I assume how hard people are gonna hit is only gonna get worse as time goes on.
Yes. Yes.
The curse of never leveling ever.
Ever. Like, ever. The cool thing about it, though, is that as we progress... oh, that's not what I want. I mean, that is what I want, but that's not what I wanted at that time. Let's see, we need you. Where's that fish? Hello, friend. Oh! Okay. Yeah. There we go. So you can mistime that, and you saw the huge chunk of HP that thing took. Which I feel like that would have 100% been death had I not grabbed that health first. So I'm gonna... Oh, nope, there's nothing back there. All right, we're just gonna go for it. Gonna grab that. We're gonna go. I don't know LCC. I'm kind of on the fence between Alpha 2 and Third Strike. Third Strike has my heart. Also, what's up, man? All right, so this boss fight, it's not great, but it's not bad either. Literally just ride the bugs, spam fireball. I'm gonna check and make sure. Okay, I have to make sure I got the level up that I needed. Smack him in the face. Ah, that might be too late. No, we got him. Okay, cool. Do a little bit of a manip to get him to eat the other bug. Start swinging again. I should see if I can cop this. $10. Like, you can't beat it. You can find this for $10 literally anywhere. But Proto, Alpha 3 misses you. No. Look, I started looking into competitive Alpha 3. No. That infinite stuff is just doesn't do it for me. All right, is he gonna go away? Yeah.
Is there a significance to the color of the
bugs? Absolutely not.
Excellent. Okay.
It gave me, it kind of gave me like Lion King vibes, right? When I first saw it, because each one, what is it, the monkeys, where like each one would do something different?
Yeah.
But no, they just decided to make them different colors.
Okay, cool, sure. I get wanting to make things look different, but in a game like this, I'm staring at this and going like, okay, what are the differences? Like, what attributes do each of these have?
Yeah.
I need to be standing on the right one.
So, this is a fight where you're watching me abuse iframes. Like I said, every time you use an ability with the elemental swords, his iframes start from the time he picks up the sword, but from the time he picks up the sword to the time he puts it back on his back. So while I'm attacking him and he's attacking me, His moves are literally just going through me. Crouch canceling is fair, balanced, and easy. Am I allowed to call for a ban? Can I do that?
I mean, you're free to ask. That doesn't mean anybody's gonna listen.
No, Alpha 3 is a fun game, and it's honestly the first Street Fighter I've ever played. So it definitely has a place in my heart. Fun fact, that stew that we just ate, that damaged us, you lose 5 HP, but you gain 5 HP. If, for whatever reason, you took enough damage and you have 5 HP left, you will die right there.
Ooh.
And I forgot how far back the game puts you, but I'm pretty sure you have to redo the boss fight.
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know they made a later Musashi game. Yeah, so here's the reasons why you didn't know about it. Also, we just fed that to a dog. I don't know if anybody caught that, but we just fed the stuff that causes damage to a dog. This game dropped the same year that Kingdom Hearts 2 dropped. So there wasn't a lot of hype behind this because I'm pretty sure Square Enix was revving up for the KH2 release. Real quick, this is going to be the only real gun in the game you're ever going to see. Which I find really funny that is something that they brought over, right? Because in Brave Fencer Musashi, Rutrick brings out the only real gun in the entire world. Right there. Like in that classic 80s detective fashion, just out the back, right at you.
So, when we were talking about this earlier, it didn't even click to me. This is a Square game. So yeah,
Yes.
This is exactly why it flopped. They didn't care about this game. There was Kingdom Hearts.
Yep. That's exactly what it was. Now, I'm not saying that it didn't get any kind of publicity at all, because I remember some commercials for it. But, it definitely didn't get what it deserved here.
Yeah.
So, Electrified, this game actually came to the US first. There was a US release first, and then it went to Japan and Europe. Ice cream is for Fontina. Red is for the kids. We need to go this way. Actually, no, we're not talking to that guy. So there's something. I know what I said didn't make sense. But there's reasoning behind it. It helps me keep track of where I need to go when I'm in the area. So on one side, you have the school, and beneath the school, that's where you go to buy bread. And on the other side, where the archives are, where Fontina is, that's where the ice cream is. That's also where the appraiser is. And then the science guy is where the kids are. So just kind of having that in my head. Where am I going? It's something to eat, apparently. Having that in my head helps me maintain my position. Yeah, and that's what I was telling them too. They like the leveling system is better. Well, yeah, you just said that. Fast EXP curve. Some bosses AI changes mainly. Dark Musashi, that is the biggest pain in the Japanese version. No, this is a completely unrelated story, but in the same fashion as Brave Fencer, in a sense of you are magically summoned to this world to rescue them. Like, you still have to, you're still summoned, you're still out to save princesses. There are 5 elemental swords that you have to get, just like there are 5 elemental scrolls. So, one of the things that we pay attention to in our leveling, I mentioned this earlier, is focus. Oh, just get hit in the face there. And right now, my focus is at 60. Yeah, so we should be fine. So 60 is the minimum that you need to get this ability. And we're at 66, so this should go. There it is. So you typically want to be at or around level 10 when you reach this point. Because if your leveling lines up, you should be able to get it. There are instances where you do have to take one of your levels and put it into focus. But I had been keeping an eye out. Oh, don't get hit. Thank you. I've been keeping an eye out on the on focus as we were leveling, just to make sure we would get it. That attack that we got is going to be utilized for a few in-game bosses. Dark Musashi specifically. And I'll go further into that when we get there, because it's actually pretty cool. This song that you're listening to right now, this is the best song in the game. Like, I don't know if it's the violins, I don't know if it's like all the other stuff in the background, but I love it. Absolutely love it. Ooh, okay, got it. So the timing for pressing jump to get that bounce off of the web is a little tricky. So you have to do that coupled with, you know, spiders that have balloons on their back that can explode and definitely do some damage. You can be in a position where it's easy to mess that up, and it really bites you in the butt if you do. Song makes me want to sip tea with my pinky up. That's, you know, that's a mood. That's a mood. Depends on the tea you're drinking, though. Get another cutscene.
いる元通りにそれは不可能だ貴様さっきじゃあ僕はこの
Okay. Oh, don't do that. Please don't do that. There are too many things that can kill us. We need to go this way. Watch out for those guys. Nope. Oh, that was close. Wow. All right. Just make me miss. So the two guys that we just saved in this stage are kind of vital for the next chapter we go into. One of them is a musician and not a great one. He's also not a fan of criticism of any kind. And you're going to see just how bad he takes it. Okay, we're actually over leveled at this point in time, which is weird because I actually didn't emphasize a whole lot on leveling. I tried to run this not like super minimalist on level routing, but I didn't do my normal thing. So going into this fight at level 11, it's kind of a bonus.
And well, when you say over leveled, you mean in terms of the speed run.
In terms of the speed run, yes. In terms of actual gameplay, you do not want to be here at level 11.
I can imagine we're like 20 levels lower than we should be at this point.
I mean, I'd say was that green? That was green. I'd say it's closer to 5 or 6. I think 17, 16 is a comfortable level to be in for this area. I don't know. It's been so long since I've casually played this game. Like on a casual level, still trying to do it as fast as you can. You're still looking at about, I don't know, 8-9 hours of gameplay. All right, we're gonna make a few adjustments here just to make sure I don't utilize too much MP. So we're gonna be taking out some legs. Get rid of that. All right. Oh, explosion spiders. Yep. What is happening? Okay, that's cool. Oh man, I couldn't tell if I died or the cutscene happened. The cutscene happened.
Would have been unfortunate.
Yeah, which it wouldn't be that bad just because we would just start at the beginning of the boss fight again, and seeing it just started, so it wouldn't be that big of a time loss. It still would have not been fun to deal with. I definitely want to get rid of these spiders before we get going again. Is this a guardian? It is a guardian of the forest, not necessarily of the... Oh my god, can you not, please? I really didn't want to have to use this, but... we'll just do that. Okay. Okay, we can only do that 4 times. Good to know. Swing for the legs. Swing again. Oh, you would.
Oh no.
You would. Thanks for that. Good thing I brought enough ice cream. Just go ahead and... Missed. That's okay. All right, I'm gonna wait and see what he does. Okay. That's okay. We can handle that. Smack the leg. Smack the leg. Smack the leg. Matter of fact, I'm going to change the ability. That's better. And you're doing it again. All right, cool. Goes back up. Can I make that? Yes. Got it. Cool. What happens, by the way, if you die in this game? So this game is actually a lot more forgiving than Brave Fencer Musashi, right? You have to intentionally save in certain parts of the run for Brave Fencer, just to keep from having to restart at the beginning. With this game, you start from either the last checkpoint that's been touched, or if you're in the middle of a boss fight, you start at the beginning of the boss fight again.
Which is really nice for both casual and speedrunning.
Yes.
I know, I was like,
no,
I was just gonna say, like, I know as a kid, I definitely did not save as much as I should have.
Mm-hmm. So these two are related. I think that's like her dad or her granddad or something. And he wanted her to come back, but she didn't want to come back because reasons. She wanted to live in the jungle with the spider. But the events have caused her to change her mind, and she comes back, and it turns out that she is the Maiden of the Wind, which I really like this, the way this sword looks now. Like, it gets it goes into its true form after we do this. But I kind of wish it stayed the way it was. So you get like this little forked sword, which, you know, still looks cool.
I'm sorry.
What's that?
It looks alright, yeah.
Yeah. Are you sure that's not a teen with gray hair? That is 100% a teen with gray hair. If I recall right, you can fight her as the Maiden of the Wind. Yeah, so like there's that place we were in is like the battlegrounds or whatever. And there are different versions of it. And one of them is you get to play as her. I think that you end up winning, like it's like her necklace or a pendant or something like that. And it reduces. I think it reduces the cost of the wind sword. This was released. So this was released first in America. The U.S. release came first, and then it was released in Japan and Europe. Which those were like the patched releases. We got the raw, unedited version of the game, the one that had the horrible leveling and boss HP and like all kinds of stuff, right? And then they get the fixed stuff. And since, you know, patches in a game didn't exist back then, you were just kind of stuck with what you got.
だってあいつらうざいんだもん。もういいよ。研究開発に専念することにしたから。
勝手にしろ。
他には？
プレイ調査中のラミーナ神殿です。報告によると古代の超文明が眠っているらしいとのことです。超文明を再生させるには神殿奥のゲートの謎を解かねば。
This is Frieza's voice actor, by the way.
どこかにはミスティックの巫女が握っているようです。
そうか。その鍵は都合よく我が手にある。それを使って神殿を再生させるのだ。わかったか。
I don't know what's wrong with it. I was like, I don't recognize that. I didn't watch the Japanese version.
What's that?
I don't know. It's like I was like, I don't recognize this voice at all. I never watched the Japanese version of Dragon Ball.
You never watched Dragon Ball? Yeah.
They're like,
I was like, wait a minute.
Doesn't sound like Frieza at all.
Like Frieza.
What?
All right, that's fair.
It took me far too long to come to that conclusion.
So what you're seeing right here, it turns out that the woman that was talking, she's originally from the Anthodon. She's a mystic. They hired her, right? Because they found out that she was the Maiden of the Void, which is like one of the elemental swords. So he's been holding on to her because he knew that at some point he was going to need that power. And now that we're at this point, we hit the what do you call it? The big betrayal surprise, right?
Yes.
Again, we are about to see poor parenting at its finest. Because if you remember, what was it, 2 chapters ago? Or maybe last chapter? Princess Mycella gets kidnapped by that woman. We're about to go talk to Bannon. And I think that, if I remember this conversation correctly, he's going to say something along the lines of, I haven't seen my daughter lately. I hope she's okay. Like you live. Yeah.
What? What do you mean?
So, what are we looking like on health items? Ooh. I want to pull the we'll be fine, but we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We'll just grab 2 of those. You are welcome, Barini. We're going to go over here. We're going to talk to this guy. He also brings up that he doesn't know where the next location that we need to go to. And we talk to this guy who has the quote unquote latest scoop on where to go. He tells us that he knows he has a lead on where the sword is. And so now we go to the Forgotten Temple. Excuse me. Did the game explain what happened to the main protagonist's hair? No, it's protag hair. Like, come on. How else are you supposed to know that this is the main character? Like,
If
it's
you
either
can't-
one. No, go ahead.
If you can't see the protagonist's hair like 5 minutes after they've left the room, then it's not protag hair.
Exactly. You are clearly not the main character. If your hair isn't multicolored, if it's not in some out there hairstyle that nobody else has, and you don't have one or two different colored eyes, you're not the main protag. I'm sorry. I can say that I am not the main protagonist in any story, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I don't want to be the protag. They have to like wake up early, probably.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff going on, right? They got to save people. They got to, make sure they're fit. They die several times and come back miraculously. I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah,
Half of them have like tragic backstories.
Yeah, it's like the reason why you don't want to be in the Bat family. Like, yeah, sure, they come back all the time, but it's the part before getting reborn or like resurrected that's the problem.
Yeah. I don't want to deal with it. You can be you could have antag hair. That's a thing too. The long and short of what's happening right now is she's spinning a yarn. She's trying to make us feel sorry for the fact that she got captured. And then ultimately we decide that because we're the good guys, we will let her go. Also, fun fact, there is a neat little soft lock that can happen if you're not careful in this room. Once you kill all of these are like the guards for her cage. They came back. That's okay. If you kill all the guards, a cutscene happens right after. If you jump before the cutscene starts and you're not far enough from the ledge, Musashi will grab the ledge. And because you're in a state, and I'm just going to sit here and let the cutscene happen. Like, that's how quick the cutscene happens. If you're in a state where you have the ledge, you can't press anything to get yourself back up. But the game won't allow the cutscene to happen either, because you need to be grounded in order for the next event to take place. So you're just literally stuck hanging there.
Interesting.
So just imagine going, how far are we in? 2 hours, 52 minutes? 2 hours and 52 minutes into a run, and then that happens.
That sounds awful. That sounds terrible.
It has happened to me twice.
I was gonna say, I feel like that's something that happens in speedruns.
I found other little weird things too, like the Kraken fight. Depending on your positioning, it can use the tentacles to grab you. And what's supposed to happen is it grabs you, shakes you around. And you guys, I think most of you saw it. Like, it grabs you, shakes you around, and it throws you to the back of the room. What could end up happening is, for whatever reason, everything gets reversed and it throws you behind it. So you can still attack it, expose the core. You just can't attack the core because you're behind it and below it now. Which, ends up being a soft lock. There is one more soft lock that can happen in this run. Again, it's just, you got to be paying attention. There's an elevator that you go up in the final stage. And just before don't do that jump. just before, like when you kill the last boss, there's a cutscene that happens, and it's just the game showing that you're transitioning into the top floor. If you swap your sword right before that transition happens, and the sword doesn't come out before the transition starts, it's a soft lock. The elevator just goes up.
What?
And we're talking, and at that point, you have like 20 minutes left of the game.
Oh my god.
And it's like little stuff like that. Like stuff like that is kind of the reason why I never did really long speed runs. Like this to me is considered really long. Like sitting down for 4 hours, but I like the Musashi series enough to do it. And I mean, like that's how it works, right? Like you speed run games you like.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah.
Is speedrunning games that don't get updated all the time more fun or less?
That honestly has never been a factor for me in the things that I play. Like honestly, Brave Fencer Musashi came up for me because I remembered playing that game as a child. My first speedrun was a subcategory in Breath of the Wild, the Trial of the Sword category. I ran that for a few months, got the world record, and then I started looking for other stuff. And I literally on a whim, it was like, oh, I wonder if Brave Fencer Musashi has a speed run, and it did. Hold on a second, I gotta. Dang. All right. So there's something you can do where you line yourself up, and you can actually jump over that spotlight. You can look at it more as that spot on the floor. Can you not do that, please? Thank you. That spot on the floor is more like a sphere, and if any part of your body is in that sphere, then you get caught. So if you shut up, please, thank you. If you jump on the lowest part of that sphere, you're good to go. I just wasn't at the spot I needed to be. Not a big deal, not too big of a deal if you don't get it, but it looks pretty cool when you do. But yeah, like I just, as far as Brave Fencer goes, it was on a whim that I chose it. And, you know, coming in, the community was great, and the run looked fun. I will say what intrigued me the most was Steam would skip. Like I was looking for something that was a little bit more challenging, and them telling me like, hey, you know, in the first 12 minutes of the run, you've got to do the hardest trick in the game. Like, oh, wow, yeah, let's do that.
I will say, I appreciate runs where the hardest trick in the game is closer to the start instead of the end.
Oh, yeah, because, like, imagine messing that up in the middle of the run. Left. Yeah.
Like, here's a 2-hour speed run. The hardest trick in the game is at 1 hour 58 minutes. Good luck, have fun.
All right, I'm gonna try something different with this. If you hear, as I was walking, you didn't hear my footsteps. That's because I was technically off the ground, but still on it, kinda. This is another one of those things where I was one of those instances where holding something like extends your frames, so to speak, allowing you to be places you shouldn't. I'm just gonna wait it out for this one.
I guess I'll give an answer for the speedrunning question.
What's that?
The games that get updated all the time being more or less fun.
Oh, yeah.
It depends on the kind of update. Like, if it is a massive overhaul, that can be a run. Like, that'll kill a run for me. Dead Cells was a game I used to speedrun, and then they had a patch that basically changed the game, and it's like, well, I could learn this speedrun, or I could go learn a different speedrun. Like, if I'm gonna have to relearn the entire game, I'll just go somewhere else.
Okay. All right. So, listening to your answer, I 100% gave you an answer that was not relevant to the question. I guess I misunderstood what you were saying. The only game that I've ever speedran that had an update to it, that would be a current game, right? So that would be Link's Awakening. And I think there was a patch that came that eliminated a trick. I'll have to go back and see. I know Breath of the Wild got some. I know Tears of the Kingdom for sure, right? Have you seen some of the game-breaking stuff for that?
I saw the door in the apple day one, like 2 hours after it was released.
Yeah. Like you've got duplication glitches, you've got wind bomb stuff, you got all kinds of stuff that's being patched out as they're being discovered. Which is why I turned patching off. Like I'm still on the vanilla of Tears of the Kingdom. But I guess it just depends on the game, because Link's Awakening is a game that I still speedrun, that I would still speedrun if I had the time for it. But if we're talking about, there's a game and then a patch happens and it completely alters the entirety of the speedrun, yeah, I think that's where I draw the line.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if like something gets updated every now and then, it's like, okay, the run's gonna be a little different. Like, sure, I get it, but but when it comes to like, okay, so I just need to relearn the entire game again, that kills it for me. There was actually, this happens to a lot of my games apparently, because I just remembered a different game. There was another game I used to run where they updated it, and this. I don't want to get into a big thing over it, because I get, like, it's the devs' games, and they're free to patch out anything they want, and I super understand if it's, like, something a casual player will get into. Like, obviously, you wanna stop things that are game-breaking, but there was a game that had... There was a lot of skips in it, but you had to be going for them. Like, it was so much effort, and it was so hard to learn every trick, and you just get out of bounds, but it was like precise movements using the extent of like every move you had. You're like basically using all of your frames to get out of bounds, and then they just like patched it all, which they didn't even fix out of bounds. They just made us have to find different out of bounds with different setups, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. That's nah.
Yeah. So you guys have questions about what just took place. Yes, they restrained her hair. Did you see how much hair she had? That's a weapon. 2, she has the power of the Maiden of the Void, so they used those abilities to revitalize the temple and awaken the Guardian, which we're about to fight. And someone's asking about my question, or about my name. So I never played Okami. But my name is based off of 2 of my favorite things, the Wolf and Proto Man from Mega Man. Also, turns out she didn't die. She just got absorbed into the thing. Couldn't get it. All right. So we typically want to break these swords the first time they're dropped. Check my ice cream stash. Oh, I have no ice cream stash. All right, so we're doing this differently. Yeah. That's all right. We can still get through this fight without it. Wow, we were that under... Not under leveled, but I feel like I should be doing more damage than that. We still got, what, 2 more swords to go through?
Yes, I think that's it.
3. Yeah. All right. So I think I know what I have to do. Come on, do the thing. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. The biggest problem with 360 is that it has, it just takes too long to start up. So it's the 1-2-3 combo into the spin. Oh, wow. All right. Just gonna do what you want to do, huh? Missed it. That's okay. All right, it's gonna fall. There we go. Oh man. So I was really hoping we were going to be able to do it because those flames hit for a nice, not so nice amount of health. But we did some decent MP management. You know, that's a cool looking sword. I do like that design. All right. So it kind of sucks that we're not. This isn't the U.S. run, which, you know what, next time, if this gets in again, I'll do the U.S. run, just so you guys can hear the voice acting. Because like, as much crap as I give the voice acting, there are some parts that are actually pretty decent. Like, more so, you know, just context, right? Like, I feel like the conversations had in this one, like, it's not context in terms of like related to the story, but just like the character's background and who they are as a person. Like, she is obviously a very gaudy person, right? You find out that she gets with wealthy people to steal from them, but like evil wealthy people, which is why she ended up with Gandrake, or being employed with Gandrake, we'll say that.
So, like Robin.
Yeah, except for, you know, instead of stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, she, you know, kind of gives to herself. And that's the extent of that.
It's like halfway to Robin Hood.
Like, she's almost there. You got the concept. You got to follow through. Again, if there's anybody interested in playing this game, not necessarily learning the speed run, you can find it for like $10 anywhere. It even comes with a nice holographic case. Who's the Japanese voice actor for Musashi? I actually don't know. So remember what I was talking about later? We saved that musician.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't like the way he was being talked about for his musical skills. So that happens. And so now we have been sent on a quest. I'm going to heal real quick. We typically don't heal right now, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. Bangs him over the head, and then he decides, oh, hey, now I don't have a guitar anymore. Can you go back to this dangerous spot and get this legendary guitar for me to play?
Awesome. Great. Cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, real quick. Was that end of chapter or?
Yep. Let's go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. All good. So during these longer runs, I said it right this time. During these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything like that. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the rest of the run. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Brave Fencer Musashi 25th anniversary special. We are celebrating the 25th anniversary. We had a run of the first game, and now we are into the second game. This is the last part of the run, and whenever you're ready, we're ready to get back into it.
All right, we are ready in 3, 2, 1, go. I'm walking to a door. Couldn't tell you why, but we're just gonna go for it. Yeah, we weren't supposed to be here. What did we just do? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. Guitar. Right. We're giving this guy his guitar. Yep. So if you're lost at any point in time and you don't know what to do, but you're like in the main plaza, if you hit R2, you can pull up a map, and the map will show a star. And there's 2 stars that come up. One of them is going to be green, and that's got like side events. And then the yellow one represents like the main quest. Because like you just saw, it's really easy, even on a casual level to, stop playing, come back for a while and forget where you're supposed to go. And this game doesn't have anything like a log where you can kind of like read up on what you've done so far. Now, of course, you could be in a position where you're in part of the gameplay where it won't show you that star, right? Because you've already started the objective.
Yeah. Oh no.
Which, I feel like a lot of games kind of did that, right?
Yeah.
For me, Tales of Symphonia was notorious. I don't know why. Like even with the synopsis, right? You can go back and kind of read and like little details of stuff that you've done up to that point. We're gonna pull this out. So we're back at the same temple we were earlier. Only this time, everything is a little more updated.
So, what is the lore reasoning that we can't just make another guitar?
Lazy?
Okay, just checking.
Like that's really all I got.
Cool. Yep. But it's magical.
Yeah. So you saw the guitar that he had beforehand, right?
Yep.
This one is going to be more along the lines of a, what do you call them? A flying V?
Okay. Yeah, I mean...
So, and then it's cool because we get a little rock concert, right? Going to do a little bit of a iframe manip here. Those lasers hit for a chunk of damage, but sword switching causes your iframes to activate, and you don't take any damage at all. We're going to switch back to the Great Ore. This is a grinding spot. Let's smack these guys around a few times. Nice, nice. Oh, wrong thing, wrong thing, wrong thing. There we go. Bring him over there, hit the switch. I get mixed up in this area. Because once you get in these spots, it's just trying to know ahead of time, you know, if I'm going to go left or if I'm going to go right.
Yeah.
Ugh. Okay. Getting close. There we go. All right. Go ahead and use this level up. Another 10. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to go back and look at this and see what I did, because we're definitely over leveled. Over leveled for this run. You typically want to be going into the last few boss fights at level 12. I forgot about that. So those guys are fun to deal with. And it's just because their attacks come out so quickly. It's very hard to avoid. It wouldn't surprise me if we end up at level 14 before the last boss.
Weird.
Which isn't terrible, but it's just one of those things where, like, knowing that I've made it, knowing that I've hit that level at that part of the game means that I put too much emphasis on leveling throughout the run. Like, the ideal level is 13, but you can honestly beat it at 11. And wow. Get the right sword out. Because I grabbed food, but I really don't want to use it. It's not the right thing. Because not only are these things fast. Am I wearing it already? Yeah, I am. Yeah, not only are these things fast, but they hit hard too. And I 100% don't want to deal with it.
That's fair.
Wait for that to come back. Oh, okay. We survived. That's the important part. Grab this chest. So there's 2 chests on the side that we grab for money. And there is these 2 chests that we get up here. One is what we're looking for, which is the legendary guitar, quote unquote. And the other one is the item needed to activate the portal. Which I think is like, it comes out to like a lucky rabbit's foot or something like that. It just helps with luck. I think luck in this game helps with your crits. So to answer that question, Zelclaw, your stats are how would you say it? They're RNG based. So if what we do is when we do a level up, we can decide where our levels go, like what stat we want to focus in. So we focus on strength throughout the entire time. Now, with that being said, your stat bonus can range from 8 to 10. And if you do mid to low rolls throughout the entire run, your damage more than likely won't be where you think it should be. And then that also applies to everything else too. It just means that the way we do it just means that the bonus goes into your strength, and then everything else comes after. Also, you get a nice little musical cutscene when you give the guy his guitar.
All right, it was worth it, I guess.
Yeah.
Just
I don't know about the guy who got hit in the head, but yeah.
he probably didn't appreciate that.
You got people in the background doing the what's that dance move from Johnny Bravo, the monkey?
Do the monkey, yeah.
Yeah. Kind of ominous, but when he finishes his little solo, he goes on to say that he names the guitar Brunhilde, and that he and that guitar are going to set the world on fire. You can
good.
Take that how you see it, however you see fit. All right, so now that we got that going, we can... Almost forgot where I was going. So that was a nice little side quest because, we rescued the Maiden of the Void, but she wasn't ready for the ritual because, she has to do a little bit extra, a little bit more than the other maidens to get ready. So that was a nice little side quest to do while she was getting ready. Is a surprisingly small mosh pit. So, to be fair, we haven't saved everybody, right? I feel like there would be a lot more people there enjoying the show.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed this, or maybe we've skipped over it. Do you have to save, everybody in the city or whatever?
Yes, essentially, as far as gameplay-wise goes, yes. It's on par with Brave Fencer Musashi, right? Where you have the inhabitants trapped in these in Bencho fields. The biggest difference though is that you don't get so for every person you save in Brave Fencer Musashi, you get 5 BP added to which it's magic points, right? You get that added to your BP bar. This one is just kind of oh, okay, thanks for saving me. See you later. Okay, yeah. Also, we got to make a slight extra trip up to the 3rd floor so we can sell our cards to get the money we need. We kind of have to go up anyway, because we have to talk to the scientist guy. It's going to give us his invention, which is a surfboard, which is what we're going to use to get to the last stage. So typically what you would want to do, if I was paying attention, I would have done it, was before you go talk to her, you talk to this guy. Sell all your cards. 2,000. It's a lot of money. Now we're going to come back down. Wasn't trying to go that far down, but that's fine. What are we looking like on items? You're going to buy 1 ice cube and 13 of those. Okay. Scientist is on this side. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Talk to the scientist. He'll give us what we need, and then we'll go buy bread, and then we'll be good to go for the end game. I like how the scientist is always smoking in any game you play.
How you know they're a scientist, right?
Yeah. You smart? You love science? Well, that means you're addicted to nicotine. Sorry.
Even though you should be smart enough to know the ramifications of it.
Yeah. I just realized her hair buns is ice. Yes, her hair buns are ice cream. The ice cream lady. Let's take a look. Yeah, look at that. Prime example of love what you do and do what you love. And we'll do that. That's fine, because we already have 2, so that gives us 11 different ways to heal. And then we'll pick up 2 heals on the way there. And as long as I'm not like getting hit too much, knock on wood. I just freaked out my dog. Sorry, Kami. Oh, Kami. Nobody's here. Okay, he's gonna do that for a while. Kami, come here. Come here. Come here. There's literally nobody here. No, Dahlia, go. So I got 2 Border Collie mixies, one in Texas and one here in Alabama, where we're living now. And they look like they could be brother and sister, and they're from opposite ends of the United States.
That's wild.
It's funny because the missus and the kids sometimes get them confused.
No.
And I may or may not have messed around with them and swapped their collars. Do we get to pet the dog? Yeah, you know, I'll show them when the run's over. If that's fine, if we've got enough time for it.
There was a study that said scientists and doctors are actually more likely, on average, across the different fields, to not adhere to the same advice they recommend their patients. I feel like that's a trend in a lot of things. Like,
that checks out.
Like, if you do something for your job, when you get home, like, whatever. I don't want to do my job again, right? Like... Like, sure, I'm an electrician and my lights aren't working, but what am I gonna do? Fix them? I'm not gonna pay somebody to do it. I can do it, but I don't want to do it, so...
So like you kind of hit home for that for me. I worked construction. I don't know if we did. I can't remember if we had this conversation, but I worked construction for 7 years as an electrician, and you know, coming through and like having issues come in for the house. It's just kind of like, yeah, I could troubleshoot this, but I really don't want to.
Yeah. So you didn't mention you were an electrician specifically, at least not when I was around. But yeah,
okay, I may have just said construction. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, like so, like I know the feel exactly. Like not to that extent, but it's like whatever, you know.
Yeah.
I already did this for 8 hours. I'm not gonna do more of it.
Right, exactly.
But I'm also not gonna have somebody else do it because I can do it.
It's a catch-22, right?
Yup. Woo!
All right, we are here at the end game.
But is that just a giant screw?
That was.
Excellent. Cool.
If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say we have about 40 more minutes of gameplay. Depending on how well or bad these boss fights go. It's pretty much a gauntlet, just back to back. That guy, probably the biggest pain in the butt in this entire game. So he does this move where he'll do like this big flip in the air and it tracks. Once he hits a certain threshold, why am I going backwards? He was probably wondering the same thing, just watching me do it. Once he hits a certain threshold in his HP, he goes berserker and he gains iframes while he's going into that mode. He also doesn't react to being hit, so he's just swinging away at you while you're hitting him. Get rid of him because nobody likes him. We'll run this twice. This game is very fun. It's very fun, very cheap. If you've got a PS2, I'd recommend getting it. $10. Yes, so you can technically do this entire game without ever leveling up. Wouldn't advise it.
That sounds difficult.
I mean, doesn't what game is it? Kingdom Hearts that I'm thinking of? Like, don't they have like a level 1 run or something like that?
They do, yeah. There's a level 1 run of Kingdom Hearts.
So I mean, you could technically do that, but you know, everything 100% is gonna get out of here. Everything for sure is gonna one hit you.
Yeah. Which means you can pair it up with a no-hit run.
You could, actually. But there is another mode in this game called Blade Master. You know what? I'm not gonna deal with you. Just not gonna do it. You just go over here, be in your corner, leave me alone. We're gonna do it again. Oh, he's coming back. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Get him. Grab you. actually. I just need you. Boop. Did he not? Do I have to put? What is happening?
What?
So you're supposed to put an enemy on the thing. Don't spit at me. That is weird. We'll put you back here. Maybe it only activates with him. Oh. I don't know what's going on right now.
Cue the thing. That's never happened before.
Yeah, no, this is 100% a that's never happened before situation.
What?
Like the button is not activating. There's the berserker mode. Oh, I'm not
okay.
thinking.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, I had a giant brain fart just then. Oh
it
man, yeah. I speedrun this game.
Well, if this is a 4-hour speedrun, I get it. I get it.
My God. Yo, I'm like, because I was sitting here like just racking my brain. Like, is this another? Are we literally going to come into another?
Soft
what
lock?
is it? Yeah, another soft lock. Because up until this point, aside from the soft lock where you hang on to the ledge, I have found every other soft lock, and it would be on brand with me to have found that one. All right, we'll pull out Sword of the Void. Cool thing about this sword, makes you invisible.
Pretty sick.
It just gradually depletes your MP. Which, I mean, fair, right? Do it again. And we'll go into our first boss. I can't believe I sat there and did that. I am so embarrassed.
It happens. It happens. We've all done dumb things in long speedruns.
All right, going into our first boss fight. And it is a literal child.
Good.
Will disappear.
Does this kid's parents also not know where they are?
I guess not.
Weird. I haven't seen them in a while.
Yeah. His name is this kid's name is Malbec. Which, yeah, like, hey, haven't seen Malbec around the house, have you? No? Thought he was in the garage, you know, tinkering. Like he's the engineer of the company or whatever, of the bad guys.
Oh, I feel like a lot of things in this could be resolved before it ever happened if somebody was just like, hey, have you seen our kid in like a month?
Like 2 instances in which a child has disappeared in this game and like could have resolved all the problems if the parents just kept track of where their kids were. Yes. Yeah, they could, but like both instances where they two sets of kids that play a major role in the story are orphans.
Well, presumably
You know what?
they have some type of guardian.
Well, no, I was just gonna say that actually is on par with an anime storyline. Like it wouldn't be.
You're not wrong. But like, they normally still have somebody looking out for them.
No, 100%. Oh, don't touch me. And he touched me. Yeah, I'm not going to chance that. We're just going to go for it. So this first boss fight coming up is a double. We're going up against 2 people at once. And this is a little bit tricky just because there's actually a specific way you want to do this. You'll also notice that if we get to that point, that each one has their own weakness. So his weakness is Banishing Blade, which is what we're using right now. And that was like a good chunk of damage that we took off on him. They're going to do their little ability. It's going to cause an explosion. But you'll notice that if we position ourselves just so, nothing happens. We're going to swing. I think that was a little late. It was. Yeah. But it's fine. What we really want to do is keep him locked right here. I think that was 3. 4. 5. Ah, missed it. We got a good chunk of damage on him though, and that's fine. So we're gonna heal up again, get some more ice cream. We're gonna switch to our strike, which is his weakness. We're gonna do it again. We'll stand right here. Smack him around. So this is where it gets tricky. Yeah. So I was a little too early on the Maelstrom swing. But he should be, yeah, he's done. There's a way to do this fight where you can take them out at the same time. But now we kind of have to wait it out. We'll move one more time. Oh, no, we won't. I'll just do that. Okay. Oh, wow. You can't. Okay. You can't combo them. It's all one hit. Good to know. Actually, you know what? At this point. Yeah. It would have been a waste to throw up some more ice cream. Not that I didn't need to eat it, but this is fine. Gonna grab this stuff. Okay. We're just gonna do this. Get far enough away from him. Oh!
It was close.
What's that?
That was close.
Yeah. We're just gonna, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna heal again. We'll just use that. And I'll just switch to, actually, I can't read Japanese, so I can't tell you what sword I'm switching to. We need the fire sword here, which it's not a big deal to have to switch it in the fight.
やっぱりこうなるガンドレーク様のためな
人切り自慢。
ありがだからお前を
Unfortunately, I also can't read Japanese, so I can't tell you what you did either.
All right, so we'll switch to the fire sword. And this is going to be slightly, let's see. Okay, he got back up. That's fine. That's what we want to do right there. Iframe abuse. Ah. But there's actually a way to get him into a corner. Like that. And limit his movement. There we go. There we go. There's our, is that 13? Yeah, 13. Okay. Jesus, it's not. Okay, yeah. I'm really trying.
You know, at least you're not. No, you know what?
Not dead yet?
No, I didn't say anything.
They all came up here.
I didn't say anything.
All right.
I kept my mouth shut. I have remembered that the commentator's curse is a thing. I have appropriately
It really
shut
is.
up. I retract any sentiment I might have accidentally put out into the world.
Got him. Okay, cool. Oh, more health. Cool. I'll take it. Get that ready. Hit the I'm just not gonna deal with it button. Okay. Doing good, doing good. So the reason why these red guys are such a problem wrong way, is not only are they the highest damaging enemies of the Ninjaroids, they're also the fastest. Like those hits come out almost instantaneous. Okay, cool. Glad I caught him on the tip of it. So this is the part where if I were to switch my sword, and I did it too late, if I did it too late, the game would lock right there. But we were smart and didn't do that. In fact, we're gonna play a little smarter. Use a healing item, use some ice cream. And we're just not gonna activate anything. Which, this is what we normally do. I really wanted to see how much of a pain it is to navigate. Without using this ability. Just because of, you know, the amount of MP used on that. It's kind of ridiculous. Star Strike, and we need the Wind Sword. Okay. We're almost there. This is the second in command that we're about to go up against, Rothschild. There's a manipulation that you can do, which if we can get it, it'll make this fight go off so much easier. But basically, we want to put him in a position where he counterattacks on a specific part of the fight. And if we can get him to do that, then we can time the tornadoes we throw out on where he'll jump. So he always jumps away from you to the opposite position of where you are. And if you'll notice that where we're standing is like a 5-point, it's like a pentagram. So if you're on one part of it, if you're closer to the back end of it, then he's going to jump to like the top left or the top right, depending on how centered you are. You'll see what I mean in just a second. Did we get it? Oh, we got it. Nice. Okay. So the first time is hard to do. It's very hard to do. But after you get him to do it the first time, it's a wrap. A counter hit. That gives you time to throw it. Throw this out. Grab him. Wash, rinse, repeat. Walk back. Oh, shit. Shoot. Sorry. So, yeah, he got it that time. This is the cycle that you don't want to happen. And you don't want it to happen not because it's it's a pain to deal with or anything. It's just, it's time consuming. But it's fine. Ooh. At this point of the game, in order to save the princess, we have to pretty much sacrifice all of the elemental swords that we got. But we'll get them back later.
Swords when you have an ore.
Yeah, yeah. All right, how are we looking on time?
3:55, 30ish.
I mean, as far as like break wise.
No, you're good.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay.
go through it.
Okay. We essentially have 3 more boss fights.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah.
Okay.
No need to break between now.
Okay.
We're not gonna break for like 10 minutes to come back to.
Tommy. That's my dog. Funny is that he thinks he's like super tough and super big and tough, right? But the second somebody walks through, he just wants to be pet on. Okay, so I couldn't tell you what the button does that he just hit. But outside of it's gonna start messing up some things, we're gonna put her down and we're just gonna leave her there. We're gonna make our way up. She's fine. We'll get a cutscene. You'll see that stuff is actually falling and she's back in our hands again.
Excellent. Because why would you ever put the important escort person down?
Exactly. Like how the game applies the logic for you. Like, you wouldn't do this. Here, take her back.
You clearly don't know me, game. I'm trying to go fast.
And one thing I've never tested is, like, obviously these platforms are falling behind us, but I've always wondered if you could get up here fast enough and activate the door before she fell.
Oh, that's interesting.
But there's also, so like there's an instance where, like, when you save the second twin, there's a door that leads to saving the princess won't open unless the princess, the twin is in your hand.
Okay.
But I've never taken the time to kind of figure that out. So this is another unskippable cutscene. This one is definitely going to be a little bit of a lengthy one because this is like the big thing where the hero confronts the big bad guy.
Yeah.
This is where you find out that he was summoned to this world in the same fashion that Musashi was, but not from Princess Mycela and the Mystics. They're actually from the same world. His name isn't Gandrake, it's actually Ganryu? I think he said his name is Ganryu, and he when he came here, he switched it to Gandrake. And so you find out that the reason why he's been doing everything he's been doing, why he needed the Mystics and the power of the Mystics, or the Maidens, to do what he wanted, was because a floating rock told him to.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no follow. That just a floating rock told him to.
That's it. That rock that you're seeing on screen right now told him that he needed to find and kidnap these little girls to obtain a power that he doesn't even explain. Yeah. To do whatever it is that he's trying to do, which, again, was not explained. All we know is that he's built this empire, this enterprise, off of what this rock has told him to do.
This is really, like, I'm getting Gears of War vibes from this, like the train. Which, for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, there's like a level. So there was a train level in one of the Gears of War games that got completely cut from the game, but not the references to it. So like the level immediately after is talking about a train, and you're like, what the hell is going on? What train? What are you talking about? That's the vibe I'm getting right now.
That sounds pretty on par.
You know, okay, I guess that's true. They're being realistic and not telling us the great evil plan.
Yeah, that's fair. But I feel like if you're going to play the role of a protagonist, then you got to do protagonist things. Like if you're going to tell me this magical floating rock has advised me from day one to do the things that I've done, horrible things that normal people wouldn't speak of, kidnapping children for their powers. Like, go into detail on why this is happening. You have to tell me that now. I have done unspeakable acts, Musashi. What were they? What led you to this? Because a talking rock is not enough for me.
Yeah, like, you can't just give me a talking rock and be the end of it. Like, you need to give me more. That's how you start the story, not end it.
Yeah. All right, so the magic rock is going to transform him into essentially me. He's going to become what we know as Dark Musashi. He's going to have all of our abilities, but he also is going to have all the elemental swords that we just lost. Now, there is a moment in this fight where he seemingly cannot be hit, but we figured out a way to do that. Shout out to the Snap Cube reference. I'm sorry. But we figured out a way to get around that, and I'll show you here in a second if I can line it up perfectly. Okay. So that's essentially what we want to do. Messed it up. All right. That's okay. That's okay. Like I said, when you die in a fight, takes you back to the beginning. That's how that should have played out.
That looks a lot cleaner.
One. You should come down this way. We're too far. That's all right. That's okay. Okay, we missed the cycle. That's fine. Come down this way. I'm out of, wasn't paying attention to MP, but that's fine.
This is a question I gotta ask about the maiden. What are you, like, she's just running around randomly.
I'll explain that in a second. Hold on.
Okay.
So you're actually supposed to pick her up and she heals you if you get damaged.
Oh, okay. They didn't expect you to abandon the maiden.
I'll take that. Missed it. Ah! That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So this is what we were talking about in the difference in AI. Missed it. That's all right. We're still 2 swords down, but it's fine. We got it. Because in the original, you would block the. I'm sorry. I say the original. In the US, you would block the 3 hits, and you could immediately attack after. And now it's just kind of like the AI is thinking. The AI is smart.
Yeah.
And you don't want that in this game.
No. Enemies that are smart are bad in my speedruns.
All right, so we took a death in this fight. But it wasn't that bad since it was like at the very beginning of the fight. And we were down on MP anyway. So it kind of worked out. Still a little bit of a time loss, but it's not too bad. Oh, the princess died. And just, if you missed that.
Feel like that was to be expected.
Well, yeah, you're in the middle of a battle, right? Crazy fight with everybody's got mystical powers, and it was The Rock. The Rock did it.
Feel like if The Rock could do that, The Rock should have done it a little earlier.
Right.
Why didn't The Rock open with that?
I feel like that's Sephiroth levels of evil, and we're not quite there yet with this game.
That's fair. Give it another 3 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, see, again, the Japanese voice acting does this so much more justice because this looks and feels and sounds so much more threatening than what you would hear it in the American VAs.
I am so like I'm gonna have to go listen to some of this, like just to hear the contrast.
I'll tell you what. If we have time for it, there is one 10 to 15 second clip that lives rent free in my mind from this game. If I could have you guys listen to it, that will give you an idea on how the rest of this game is.
Oh no, that's ominous.
Very much so. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna jump the gun and I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up. And if we have time for it, I'll play it. Because we still got a doozy of a cutscene. Did I say a doozy of a cutscene? Because we actually don't. So I gotta play it right now.
Did I say a cutscene? I meant no. I have to play right now.
So this is Nebulized Gandrake. Because of course, every boss fight has 2 or 3 forms. It's gonna swing. 2, 3. Go back to the center, expose the core. I'm gonna pull out Earth Sword. What's the next pattern? What are you gonna do? Oh, laser. And it tracks. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to hold this. Jeez. Yeah. Gotta be a little more careful. Okay. This is the move that we don't want him to do because it takes the most time. He does this about 3 times. There's 2. And 3. And after he does this, you absolutely 100% do not want to get caught in the middle because his respawn is an instant kill. That kills. Do his version of Maelstrom. Ugh, okay. Couldn't get the 360 out. One slash, 2 slash, 3 slash. The 6, if he goes up again, okay. Is this laser? I think he's doing laser again. So yep, that's how you do it. You just keep track of it, and you just stay directly under them. I think that was my last one. Yeah. We're doing 360s the rest of the fight. crit. Wait for it to go. Ooh, hey. That one got a little too close. Okay. We'll come back. Now there are some instances where you can avoid or you can have him not do that little ability, whatever it is, where he turns into like little pieces. Oh, he really just let me hit him like that. 1, 2, 3. Man, what is this HP? Oh, lightning, laser.
Yeah, there was a mobile game. It was in like 2007.
There it is. All right. One more fight. One more fight. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the mobile?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is where we find out, you know, the princess is for real dead, and everybody's sad. Musashi howls at the moon. But of course, in typical JRPG anime fashion, right? We get a redemption. And she's back. So, one of the things that I noticed, it feels like the stuff that Musashi is wearing is kind of like a homage to like the stuff that the legendary armor that you get in Brave Fencer Musashi. So like he's got the legendary goggles, he's got the belt. Okay, just to give y'all a heads up, time is coming up soon. As soon as the hit is made, it's pretty much gonna be a standoff duel. When you see me slash him, that's gonna be time. Oh, but yeah, to answer your questions about why Mycella is no longer unalive, the magic fish brought her back to life.
武蔵君ならきっと大丈夫よ君なら絶対に勝てる
So the magic fish that was flying around.
Yeah,
諦めちゃダメ
the same one.
お願いよ武蔵君死なないで自分を信じてあなたならきっと勝てるああ分かってるみんなありがとう心配すんな俺は絶対に勝つ
Tracks perfectly.
言葉は聞き終わったか
What's that? Oh, tracks perfectly.
Yeah.
ではいざ参る
All right, here we go. Now, for something so simple, you can 100% mess this up.
Oh.
And I have. And I feel like everybody has at some point with their first time playing. That's it. Because you think about it, right? Every fight you've come against, that's a boss fight. You start slashing away, right? But this one, you actually have to, use the ability that you get, that the assimilation ability to do it.
That makes sense. It's just not what people would assume like the first time.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the run. Like I said, it's definitely an interesting run. Yeah, that's time. It's definitely an interesting run. I would have if you saw this and you thought to yourself, I'd like to try that. I'm not gonna stop you from doing it, but I'm not gonna encourage it either. No, it's a fun game. Like I said, I feel like a lot of the backlash that came from it was just poor timing on the time of release, and people not able to go into the mindset of this is a separate game from Brave Fencer Musashi. Cheap game. It's on the PlayStation 2. You can find it literally anywhere for $10. Highly recommend playing it if you've never played it before. I have requests for the rent-free voice acting. Do we have time for that?
Yeah, you're not sure if it's gonna play, like if the audio is gonna come through on stream. You're gonna have to fix that real quick.
Okay, not a problem. Let's see.
Alternatively, I think I can get it to play on mine if you send it to me.
Yeah. Here, I'll just pop it over to you in Discord. Just a second. All right. It's at the 18-minute and 28-second mark.
18 what, sorry?
18 minutes and 28 seconds.
Excellent. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna start this a little quiet.
Okay.
I'm gonna start this a little quiet, and that way tech can mix this properly.
Okay.
And I said that I was gonna come through, and it's definitely not. Awesome. Cool. Behind the veil, everybody. We're doing great. Technical difficulties. While I do this, why don't you tell people about yourselves and where they can find you?
Oh, you know what? Good idea. All right. So, most people know. Most people don't know. I have migrated to YouTube. That's where all of my content is. You can find the main channel, Protokami, on YouTube. With a lot of rain. I do Let's Plays and I do speedruns on that channel. I also have a secondary channel for fighting game content called Scrub City. Retro fighting games, Street Fighter 6, all of those things. I even try and post things about like my builds and stuff like that. I also do show this off real quick. I do console mods. I just got finished modding a Nintendo GameCube with a region switch to play some of my favorite games for a little bit cheaper. I'm an all-around person. I do a lot of stuff that I really don't have time to do. But yeah, that's pretty much where you can find me. I'm also on Twitter. I also have a Discord. The links are on all of my socials. If you ever want to hang out, play fighting games, hop on Fightcade, do whatever. But yeah, thank you guys so much for having me out. I'm honestly stoked that there were so many people here that recognized the game, and for the people that showed up for the first time, seeing the game for the first time, enjoyed the game that they saw. I really do appreciate you guys coming in with an open mind. Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of you came in and was like, oh, hey, Musashi, and you're thinking Brave Fencer Musashi, and like you got a little disappointed when you saw it wasn't that. Rightfully so. But I'm glad. Thank you to those who stuck around and kept an open mind about the game and saw it and enjoyed what you saw. But yeah, no, that's my spiel. Thank you again to GDQ for having me on. It's always a blast when I'm here. And thank you for the opportunity to run this game. Let's see.
I'm being told, it's coming through my mic. This is a mess.
It's coming through your mic?
This is a mess.
Okay, you know what? It's fine. We don't have to do it. I really wanted you guys to hear it, but it doesn't have to be a thing. Like, I don't want to waste anybody's time. So it's okay. If you guys really want to see it, it's on my channel. It's at the 18 minute and 28 second mark. I have a full run of it. If you guys want to see how bad that voice acting is, it's so terrible you'll want to listen to it. Like, that's
Here's the solution. Here's the link. Audio is cursed. Let everybody know this.
I appreciate it, Church. Yeah, I really wanted. I didn't want to do it this way because I didn't want to seem like the guy. Yeah, let me post my stuff. Let me post my stuff in chat. Yeah, I'm like, no, I don't want. But yeah, all of my runs are there. I've done other stuff too. Link's Awakening, Breath of the Wild, this game, Brave Fencer Musashi. I've got a good array of stuff up there. So thank you for those that go to stop by. Again, thank you guys so much for having me on here. I really do appreciate you extending the opportunity again.
And thank you so much for being on. It was awesome having you on here. I had a lot of fun.
I'm glad. You know, this was like I said, this is definitely on the longer end of runs that I've done so far. But I'm glad, you guys had fun throughout the entire time.
Yeah, this was a blast. I wasn't sure what I was gonna get, because I know we've had talks about how it's not everybody's favorite, but I think this is still a pretty good game.
Yeah, and that's I need to stop doing that because I set people up for bad expectations of the game. And there are some legitimate complaints about it, but it's still overall a good game, and it's still something that people can enjoy, whether seeing it for the first time or playing it for the first time. Especially from what you were saying, there's been a long enough period of time where people can go look past the fact that it's not a Brave Fencer Musashi game.
With that, so again, I want to say thank you so much for being on. It was a great run, and thank you to everybody else before for the runs and commentary. We do want to wrap this up, though. Happy 25th anniversary. It's not today, technically. It's like at the end of the month, but, it's close enough. With all that said, we don't have anything left for today. We will have more content tomorrow. So at 1 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have PB Precipice. So you can join us to watch Dangers run Super Mario Odyssey PB attempts. And then after that, we have a Nintendo Direct-themed special event. Hope to see you all there. We're going to take a quick break while we look for somebody to raid. So if you wouldn't mind just sticking around so we can cheer somebody on in their speedruns, that would be awesome. Have a great night, everybody. See you tomorrow. Happy